asking everybody, St. Thomas people, make sure no come out. Yeah, Kingston and St. Andrew alone. Too much talking, man. Come out, come make no voices be heard. Alright? Walk with no Starlink. Sandy Solid. Lord have mercy. Sandy, message me no Sandy. Sandy, message me, please and thanks. But tomorrow, guys, me no want nobody come give you the excuse. We are asking everybody to be there. Please and thanks. Tomorrow we want to register and send a strong signal to this government. Enough is enough. And we are not happy in which the direction this country is going. So I'm asking you, please, to come on out tomorrow, 7 a.m. I mean, I want to feel like, say, 7 o'clock is the time where it's an ongoing protest. So if you can reach the 7, you reach. If you can come 8, you'll come. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11, whichever. Remember that the sun hot, so now if you just come out early and register on yourself and send a strong message. There is no excuse. Spanish Town people, yeah, St. Thomas people, Donga Town, Alman Town people, no come out. It is full time. Yeah, me have to keep the screen busy because I don't want TikTok flag me. So, may I ask everybody, tomorrow, 7 o'clock, make sure you guys come out, yeah, and show Jamaica what time it is. Can't continue like this, Jamaica. We cannot continue like this. So much is happening. We have so much to talk about. The third country national deportation of these 10,000 people is paramount. The fact that Andrew Wheatley is still sitting in the cabinet despite 4 charges hanging over his head. Huh? So much to talk about tomorrow. And we're asking everybody, yeah, to come out and let your voices be heard. Crazy J say out there from 5 o'clock. That is it. That is it. So tomorrow, guys, may I ask you, the deportation deal will be paramount. Hurricane Melissa Fund will be paramount. Accountability is lacking in this country. And if you do not feel no type of way, if you do not feel no type of way, turn on the yard. But if you don't feel deep down in ourselves, say no, the government here not doing good by the people, we are asking persons. Tomorrow, we don't want no selfish snaddy on the road. If you don't see somebody in the yellow and they want a lift, give them a ride. In a car, so nothing for give somebody a lift. Give them a ride if it comes. Someone who is too selfish with no vehicle. You understand? You don't feel like so no vehicle too nice and too good for carry people. Give your brothers and sisters a ride to the protest tomorrow. It is for a wonderful cause. You understand? So put aside the selfishness, put aside the party colors, and put aside, yeah? Highly blessed, I said, do we still have a prime minister? Easy, But tomorrow, Jamaica, all road leads to Crossroad at 7 a.m. So many things on the agenda. The deportation deal, we have to say no to Jamaica as a foreign deportation holding pen. We're going to talk about the Hurricane Melissa funds, demand transparent use of the 1.4 billion. Yes, accountability. Tomorrow, we are going to register our voices. So I'm looking forward to see each and every one of you tomorrow to register your disgust. Jamaica, time to start the program. We have a wonderful lineup this morning.
No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew live great. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people bare. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Your GLP friends them build high rise, road still full of wood. I whose pocket do I feel while the nation lose its soul? Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, it never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. The people we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know hear us. We are not panic door. Wholeness, time to go. Time to go. From Kingston to Legrand, the people say so. We tired, we hungry, we done with the show. Wholeness, time to go. Farmer can't afford to plant food, price reach the sky. You bring in the poverty while your own people cry. We born ya, we grow ya, we bleed for this land. But Andrew at the top won't extend the man. You talk about vision, you talk about.
But guys, I have to go at training. Sheila, hold on your foot till me come. You got this, man. Be a good mother.
Vincent Trans dying Lord, Roscoe Pages please. Vincent Trans dying Lord, Roscoe.
But 10 years later we still can't understand. Corruption report land and nobody charge. The people pocket small but the scandal them large. Who's crack up parish council bro? Country suffocate done and it just more. And when we raise we voice so call we political. But the truth is the truth and the truth is biblical. Time to go. The people we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more. You know 10 years you say 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. 10 years you say 10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate.
The comrade them really mean business. Jamaicans will have to stand together and unite for a cause. Alright? So please to come when you can. We don't want nobody feel so they have to be there for 7. We know it's a midweek, it's Tuesday, people for their work. But if you can come and give us a half hour, we'll be appreciated. If you can come and give us an hour, we will be happy. And for those persons, for whatever reason, all over the country, you cannot be there, wear something yellow to work, island-wide, register your disgust. Demonstrate where you are. So if you're there, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, you can't be there. Wear your yellow, put up on a video and make Jamaica know, say, even though you're not able to be there, your presence, is worth it. So we are asked everybody, island-wide. You understand? It's an island-wide protest for those of us who can be there and come out. Throw gas in on a vehicle and carry a friend. Pack up on a vehicle, man, and make the thing look good for tomorrow. And if you cannot be there for whatever circumstances, wear your yellow and put up on a video them, put them on TikTok, put them on a WhatsApp status and speak out, because tomorrow is going to be one of those days that we all will be remembered for when we stand united. Jamaica, we are looking forward to see you. So the time update, it is urgent, an urgent time update. Come when you can. So if you can come 6 o'clock, come. If you can come 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Every hour it will be something great. You don't want to miss the lineup, Jamaica. Tomorrow is going to be awesome and we are looking forward. What a class we are going to have this morning. Jamaica, I don't think couldn't see and hear nothing yet. I soon come.
Sinners come.
10 years, you say.
Sinners come.
10 long years and look how Jamaica stay. No light, no road, no food pan we plate. People are suffer while Andrew live great. Hey, hey. You stand up on the platform, smile wide and proud. I tell we about prosperity, but we can't see it all now. Hurricane come through and left the people be. 6 months later, them still out there, asleep under the air. Their GLP friends, them build high-rise, road still full of wood. A whose pocket do I fill, while the nation lose its soul. Hospital overflow, picnic can't get bed. School roof a leak, but you and Juliet well fed. You always have excuse, always pass the blame. Every time something wrong, you never go in your name. Jamaica a drown and you claim you're unclean. Biggest actor in a politics we ever see. Boldness, time to go, time to go. The people, we say no. 10 years and we can't take no more, you know, hear us. We are not on the door. Boldness, time to go, time to go. From Kingston to Negril, the people say so.
As we get right into the meat of the matter for this morning, so much to dissect and to unpack. A very pleasant Monday morning, one and all. How no do? How no do this morning? Good morning, Bamboo Bites. Good morning, Garrett. Good morning, Angela Blackwood. Good morning to each and every one in class.
It doesn't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is.
Jamaica, we want to start with
all lies will be exposed. That's
some
all.
developing news. I don't even know what to say because
know why they take it the wrong way.
The bloggers them seems like they are the ones that is controlling the media, because I am getting some information. Good morning, Motimot. Good morning, Jack Kingston. One God bless Vin. Big up yourself. Good morning, Sweet 16. Kim, big up yourself. Jolly J, good morning. I'm Blue. Good morning. I am seeing where several of the bloggers are reporting on an incident. And this incident is a national concern. Carol Blake, good morning. This incident is of national concern, right? And you would have expected it to be on mainstream media, but something happened in Beverly Hills at the home of the Prime Minister, to which so many persons are speaking on. And when I see the bloggers running with these narratives, but you're not seeing it in mainstream media, it left you to ask the question, what is it that is being hidden from the people? I don't understand where it comes from, but I don't think persons could be so brazen to be putting out information like these and they are not true. I don't think so. I don't think that persons could be putting out information to this nature and it is not true. Right? I don't think so. I've seen several bloggers putting up this incident. They have up the individual name. We don't know if it's a guard nor a visitor. But all I hear is some murder take place at Wycliffe Close, the Prime Minister's residence.
What can go so?
I'm getting to understand that the deceased name is Shaquille Johnson. And somebody by the name of Breezy, that's his alias, committed the crime at the residence of the Prime Minister. That is what is being put out there. That is what is alleged. But this is what I don't like, Jamaica. I don't like when mainstream media don't do them investigative journal. They don't do no form of nothing. And then they piggyback on the bloggers. When the bloggers raise an issue, they need to get up and do their job. We need to know whether or not something goes off it true. You know, hear me? Because me not understand. People just sit on here who just now focus on what me are talking, who I say good morning and good morning everybody. Good morning, protest Jamaicans. Not a soul is on the topic at all. Everybody just a focus on good morning, daylight. I mean, I really see what is so good about the morning. Me not see what is so good about the morning more than Almighty God bless we to see a brand new day. But there is nothing good about the morning. How is it that man can dead up at the Prime Minister house and me not see it past the mainstream media and people sit down and wonder if it goes off it true? We need to get some clarification. We need to get some clarification. There may have major incidents, Persons that say the security is in jail. Okay, the security is in jail, but why isn't it reported? If I were anybody else, an incident like this happen wherever in the country, either they in a social media and it were the pan news. How can an incident to this nature that took place at the Prime Minister's residence, and you mean to tell me that none of the mainstream media, TVJ, CVM, no radio host, nobody no take it up? But individuals are identifying the deceased. Individuals are identifying the individual who committed the murder. The deceased goes by the name Shaquille Johnson and the security goes by the alias Breezy. And I'm seeing the photographs circulating and that is what is being alleged. Andrew's security murdered somebody at the premises. I don't know how true it is because mainstream media decided to take the back seat on this one. Can anybody confirm? Because me see it all over social media and they like to say the bloggers them a lie and they like to say the bloggers them no reputable, the bloggers them no have no concrete evidence. So we are asking for an update just to bring some clarity because one thing with me, all I want to know is whether or not it goes so or it no go so. That is it, Prince Trems. Can you imagine if a matter like this did happen by any PNP, MP, councillor, worst leader of the opposition premises, or if it did ever happen down at the PNP office on our grounds, you that depend headline news. How can a matter like this nature took place at the residence of the Prime Minister and you mean to tell me said this no raise an alarm? This is unacceptable from the media houses. No, it better the media houses them shut down and come off a cable and come off an antenna. It better wanna just stick on YouTube and join the blogging world and join the YouTubers them and TikTok, because if one are the two main media house, TVG and CVM, which part on a day in the household of every single Jamaicans, and a matter of this nature, and you mean to tell me say TVG and CVM no at least, it has been days, and TVG or CVM no at least go up there or speak to the wife or speak to the Prime Minister and get to understand what transpired up there? Thank you, Michelle Johnson. I don't get it. Why isn't mainstream media highlighting this? Huh? And why is the murder not being reported? If it happened, but there is you get the point me I try to make, people. It is too silent, unstoppable. Yeah? Why isn't this matter reported? Normally, a matter of this nature, you would see Inspector so-and-so or whoever from the JCF come out and give a report. Either it go so or it not go so. But there have been complete silence on this matter. This is a cause for concern. We need to know why there is a silence on this matter. And I get to understand that the individual who committed the crime, this is not his first rodeo. They say he would have gotten off of a murder, and the nature of that lands him at the residence of the Prime Minister. That is what I'm gathering, that it is not his first time he would have committed murder. So the Prime Minister employ him to be his security or whatever he's doing at the residence of the Prime Minister. But it is now his second offense. Persons are saying that he's behind bars, but whether or not he's behind bars, an incident of this magnitude, we should have seen the camera set up a Wycliffe close. No, sir. Thank you, Paula. This is a national cover-up. This Prime Minister cannot get a break. On no realize they gotta work. God is working in some mysterious ways when it come out to this Prime Minister, you know. Every single day of the week is something else. Huh? Can you imagine? Every single day of the week is something else. This don't look good up a Wycliffe close. And we want to see the cameras them set up at least at the gate. The government road is open to every single person. So I don't want the bloggers them to take matters into their own hands. We want it, we sound the alarm as to what is happening. Can the media houses them take it up now and delve further into the matter? Yeah? A Jamaican was murdered. We don't know what the altercation was. Maybe the deceased was wrong. We don't know. This is why it requires an investigation. We not lay no blame upon nobody. Maybe the deceased did something wrong and caused the security to do his job. We don't know. That's why we're asking for some clarity. Because you cannot tell me that an incident of this nature took place at the Prime Minister's residence and everybody hush on the matter. Eh? Everybody hush on the matter. Is this another episode of what we see happen in the house of his lawyer? Because I gather that the Prime Minister lawyer, dead man, him wake up and stumble upon dead man in him living room. Neighbors heard screaming and bawling out. Next morning, him get up, man get shot out, much stab. No forced entry. It is your house. Yeah? And you welcome people into your house. And you went to bed. A man was found dead in your living room with gunshot wound and multiple stab wounds. In your living room, you pounce upon the body. Yeah? And nothing come out of it. Huh? I don't understand what is the cause for such secrecy. Let the country know what transpired at Wycliffe Close. Wycliffe Close is where the Prime Minister lives. And a matter like this nature took place up there. And the Prime Minister is mute. How can an incident like this happen at anyone of your yard? And police no come haul and pull we are come ask we question. How is it that no questions are forthcoming? Who is on this matter? Which begs me to ask the question whether or not it is real. And I believe that that is the hallmark of what the Labour Party is trying to create this morning. Say it is illusion, not no go so. But me want to ask if Shaquille Johnson have no mama. Shaquille Johnson have no brother or no sister nor no family. The family of Shaquille Johnson. What make none of you no call one of the blogger them and give you the story whether or not your pitney dead for true or in my life? We don't know. But that is what this government is trying to create, you know. They're trying to create some illusion. Say it's a make-up story. It's a conspiracy story. Well, since it is a conspiracy story and not go so everybody tight lip and nobody no want to say nothing, why is it that a police officer, yeah, that is responsible for up that side, or which area council up there, so I don't know. But some police division where the Prime Minister fall under, why is it that such police officer don't come out and give a statement? Come and shut down the rumor, because that's all it is now, you know, it's a rumor. Despite the evidence, despite the name calling, despite the person picture being circulated, we not get no official, nothing official was said on this matter. And I think it is very poor. Every single time we come out, try to bat for the JCF, we have to bring them back right down to the ground. Because instead of them take 10 steps forward, then take 11 backward. Look how me come out and a bat for Uno. And you want to tell me, say, a magnitude of this nature. And we not hear nothing from the JCF? This don't look good. Yvonne Stern said the Matilda Corner police station, they are the one that would have investigated. So we want somebody from Matilda's Corner police station to give us an update whether or not somebody dead up at Wycliffe Close, the Prime Minister's residence. It's simple, you know. This is a rumor and we're asking persons to desist from continuing. That's all. Shut it down. Because one thing with me, no, me not go papi show myself and put out information and it no go so. But I don't think some of these bloggers would have put their reputation on the line to be reporting incidents of this nature. I put out people picture and I put up them name. And it is not true. So we are asking the relevant authorities to come out and speak and address Wycliffe Close, where the Prime Minister resides. It is alleged that an individual lost his life up there at the hands of the security that the Prime Minister have on his premises. And so we are asking Matilda's Corner Police to give us an official statement as to what transpired. Whether something goes so or it no go so, come out and give a statement. Shut it down or open an investigation and let the public be aware as to what transpired. Jacqueline Elisa said the JCF go and cover up for the Prime Minister. Well, let me give the police officers and the hardworking men and women the benefit of the doubt, because at the end of the day, I don't know how much worse the JCF could look if they continue on this trajectory. But all I'm saying, if something goes so, make we know. And if a lie and a conspiracy story and a somebody a try to create mayhem, let us know. But the fact that we not hear nothing from the JCF and people are call name and a circulate the deceased photograph, then it means that something, if it not goes so, it nearly goes off it true. So just come out and clear it up kindly so that we can know where the Prime Minister stand on Wycliffe Close. Moving on, my people, the Minister of National Security. And what they call themselves now Minister of National Security and Peace. Yes. He is saying that there is no immigrant in St. Mary. And he's asking the public to refrain from putting such narrative out there. This is what I don't understand, you know. When the media house them fi come out, can report on a matter, you know, see them. But some matter which part, they know. I me ask you something, TVJ and CVM. You no see any of the 25 immigrants them in the house who no put up in a St. Mary? Me want to ask if when you did guard the yard in a St. Mary, I no go around there, you no see any of the immigrants them out there? This is a question I want to ask, you know, because I don't understand. You no have proof that somebody dead up at Andrew yard. And you no report on that the matter there. You no have picture of the deceased. You no have picture of the person who carry out the crime. And you no report on that, but you no go report on something what you no see. And you no take picture of people yard, put it up and say, this so the immigrant them a go stay. Eh? And now, Changa come out, come say nothing no go. So me want to ask TVJ and CVM, how you gone a St. Mary gone video people property and see a dead people them a go stay. Me want to know if you no see anybody at the people them premises. I don't know me this a ask you know. How you no make it possible? Because if you no have evidence in front of you, you know, a case which part can solve. Say, see the man who dead and see the man who carry out the crime here. See it there in front of you. And you know, bring that the story there, where it's truthful and accurate. But you know, take up on yourself. Gonna St. Mary, gonna video people property. And video 10, 12, 15 somebody bring down the community. And I say pedophile and this and that you got Tanya. I mean want to ask if you know TVJ and CVM when you know when go around there and I video the people them property and their house, if you know did see any one of the immigrant them and come out, or if you know can confirm or deny whether or not a this or them a stay. Cause me no understand no. Me no understand no. How can Chang come out? And I say, no go so. How can Chang come out and say there is no immigrant in the country? None. But people are circulate flight number and flight this and flight that and say, yes, then come in Panap flight here at such and such a time and then land at Kingston and they have made their way to St. Mary. Me no like what they go on, you know, people, and I am not going to be a part of the bagger. Yeah? Because when me start my YouTube channel, none of uno boy or girl out there I go bring my platform into disrepute. I want my platform to be where people can come on a daily basis and get the truth and the facts. So me want to ask the St. Mary labor rights them because that community are the hearty bale of labor right. I mean, I think, say the Labour right, them would have come out, come bring down Bobby and bring down the Labour Party and Chang. So me want to ask TVJ and CVM, when you take up on yourself and left Kingston and Ghana, St. Mary, go video people house and video them property, only did see any of the immigrants there? Who tip on off and say this is going to be the location to house the 25 deportees them? I don't know, me want to ask the question because me no understand how them I say none have been here, but yet still uno find time to cut bush and broke every stoplight to go find this a community in a St. Mary. Huh? No, me want to ask you know, mainstream media, TVJ and CVM, how you take up on yourself and Ghana St. Mary go video people house and them property? And you no see no evidence of no immigrants around there. Yeah? You no have a case right in front of you up at the Prime Minister yard. You no have every single evidence. You no have the people, them picture. You no have the weapon. You no have the location. And you no find the time and the need to go up there, go set up on no camera and video people up a Wycliffe close. But you no take up on yourself and Ghana St. Mary go video people property and video and a report pan what you no know about. Come sit down with me CVM and TVJ. I tell you, it's a different. Me not play with not a soul. I'm not playing with not a soul. And the people them will love hot topics and love run with things and not verify things. So now go put on yourself in a trouble. Or now go put on yourself in a trouble. I mean, I ask, you know, me no want to no come on YouTube when you no see me go over there with the bagger. Me no want to now no come send me information and it no verify. I will not take part of it, Jamaica, because nobody don't go clown out for me YouTube channel. Alright? So me they ask TVJ and CVM, who tip on off fi say other man yard, this is the premises, cause uno is a big fat lawsuit uno can catch, you know. How uno fi take people house and land and put you up on social media and expose the private domain of individuals and say yes, so the deported them are go stay and put the people them yard now in a disrepute for people who want burn it down and do the people them house the things them. Jamaica, this is a serious thing, you know. This is a serious thing, you know, Jamaica, because right now people in the communities of the view say this, so them are going to stay and the people them not want them to stay there and they are threatening to go burn down the people resident. This is carelessness, you know. I don't care for CVM or TVJ bring this story. Me want to ask Uno. When you no go down, they go set up no camera and the things them. If you no did see any of the 25 deported them a come out and a peep or at least sit down on the veranda and say, yes, we them send come fi stay yes for the time being. Huh? No, me ask Uno, Jamaica. Uno think it right or uno think it was fair for the media to go down there in St. Mary to video the residents? We don't know. Maybe somebody have their nice big house. And now uno put the people them property in the limelight only to find out. Say, no go so. Where no come from? No, wrong is wrong and right is right, you know. And that is the reason why we are asking the media house. We get the tip off, we say, yes, I don't, they must stay. Come out clean. I don't know, I go confirm it or no apologize and deny it. Because this no look good. This no look good at all. Because the Changa come out now, come say, no go say, you know, none of them not there yet. And no house in St. Mary has been selected to host these people. So how TVJ and CVM gone down the gang and bring people property into disrepute? Or do not see I want ratted lawsuit this year? How no fi put people private domain on social media? Or no open up the people property to be stoned, fi commit larceny and burn down the people house because the people them down there irate, all because of the media, because have reports say down there how much pedophile and how much this I go stay. And me want to ask you the question, if when they did go down, they go set up on a camera and a video the people them place, if you did see anyone that deported them down there, who tell you say that the yard that the people them go stay? Can you imagine? Jamaica people, me no like report pan matters which are me no see in front of me, you know. Me love when me can have my evidence and concrete evidence to tell my people them say yes I saw it go. You understand me? But on the flip side, Jamaica, just like the third country national memorandum of understanding where Horace Chang sit down pan and want tell me the stipulations in that TCN get leak. Who to tell if I not see him so this premises get leak? Because bad to bad, you know, me not think TVJ and CVM can be so careless because they know what attributes to a lawsuit and what does not. So me not think TVJ and CVM would also out of order if you put up people house and say, yes, so them I go stay if they weren't successfully tipped off. Yes, me baga me two mouth. You know things me did I go come out here so come beat down TVG and CVM and cuss them and still nor blaze them up in a blaze of glory. TVG and CVM have them sources. And if them say that yard the 25 deported them I go turn, we believe them say down there them I go steal. We 10 times don't believe Dr. Horace Chang because up to now he can't come tell me what in the MO. Look here, no, me I don't have nothing panda live here this morning, you know. Only think me I go come out come beat down TVG and CVM for doing their job? Yes, me two mouth and baga. Me just a try to bring a scenario. Could it be or could it not? Who tell them say the site a stay? Yeah? Because it not look good for them to put up people house and they no sure say anything goes so yes them a stay. But on the flip side, just like how them get the leak in Italy, just like how them get the leak on what is within the MOU, I see them so they can get the leak. Say, yes, so the deportee, them I go stay if it true. Me wrong or me right, people? No, if me wrong, tell me say me wrong, because me not misleading over here. I leak, Howard. Then want me if you come over here now, come bring down. And me see 1 and 2 people are come over here talk about, oh, it was a grave error. Grave error, me foot. You don't think TVG and CVM know in the business for decades to know wrong from right? You don't think TVG and CVM did go put up people private domain and they don't have them concrete evidence and them sources? Go away. So just like how me I go beat them, this is what I do best. I am going to create a scenario so that the listening public can pick sense out of nonsense. Yeah, in one hand, I create a scenario, and on the other hand, I speak on the reality. Just like how them have leaked information as to the 10,000 despicable pedophile and whatever will go come here, as same say can leak and people can give the location, take picture of the house and who it belong to and expose it and send it to the media. It's the same thing. So me no want to feel like say me I go come over here, come bash TVG and see. I was only creating a scenario. So now that's no get the picture. Can I move on, Jamaica? I can move on to the next topic, not true? Because what I would have created a while ago is a vivid picture as to what is happening concerning these deportees. Somehow no yai wide when you don't hear me up say rate and what took place at St. Mary and the premises. But what I would have done is to create 2 scenarios so that you can pick sense out of nonsense. TVG and CVM are no idiot figure St. Mary go video people private domain and put it up on social media and put it on news. That's a big lawsuit. So, at the end of the day, TVG and CVM knows exactly their source. And we believe TVG and CVM more than Dr. Chang. But Horace Chang will no longer be able to lie to the nation, you know. Horace Chang dismissed claims that the immigrants from the US arrived in Jamaica. But Dr. Horace Chang caught once again lying on the flight. People say flight lanya with them. Government has said no go so. But one thing we all can agree on, Jamaica, is that the entire communication from the government has been chaotic. If it's one thing we all can agree on when it comes on to this matter, is that the entire communication from the government has been chaotic. You mean to tell me, say, all of them with the EPA sinting back of their name, Dr. this and Dr. Taranat, Dr. Diana Dixon, Dr. Chang, and Dr. the most honorable Andrew Brogard, 3 doctorate back of them name, and you mean to tell me, say, none of the 3 of them can come explain and tell the Jamaican people with the doctorate back of their name what purpose them your people are serve? What purpose do they serve
Powering on.
with the doctorate behind your name? Dr. Chang, Dr. Dana Dixon, and Dr. the Honorable Brogard, all 3 of them come out here, come and try to explain. What is there that they are continuing to hide within this MOU? We don't get it. We don't get it, Jamaica. We don't get it up to now. Because when you look on the statements issued by Dana Dixon, she's saying one thing, Chang come out saying another, and the Prime Minister totally clueless because he wasn't in attendance at that meeting. And the culprit who they have accused, Miss Audrey Marks, up to now, she have not broken her silence. And if she is the one that went and did the meeting on behalf of the government, I believe she is the one and the only one that could come out and explain to the nation what went down at that conference. But instead, we hear from Chang, and Chang was not there. We hear from Dana Dixon, and Dana Dixon was not there. And we hear from the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was not there. So how is it that we're supposed to believe these 3 doctors? How is it that we are going to believe these 3 individuals with a doctoral degree? And when people try to explain and tell you that the more them educate themselves, and the more fool they become. Because if Audrey Mark is the one that is being accused based on what the US note said, why is it that the government and the cabinet is shielding her? Is it because Audrey Mark rather her good name? Because that is what is happening here in people. I believe, and I like say, morning Shellan. Shellan said they're muddying the waters. Well, we have this strainer over here, so Shellan. Them are muddy the water. We have this strainer over here, so every size. And when we sieve through it and it still have little particle, we granny teach we how to turn we hand make fashion. We are going to use one of them, what you call it, rag, and strain it so we can see right through. We have the filter over here to filter it through Shellan. Because I don't understand. The Prime Minister, Dr. Chang, Dana Dixon, all of them boast a doctoral degree and cannot explain. Every time they come out is a different story. Well, let us hear from the culprit. Send out Audrey Mark so that Audrey Mark can come and explain what went down. Because what is happening here, Jamaica? The Jamaica Labour Party is afraid that Audrey Marks, where the only thing she have to her name is her good name, and Audrey Mark is tempted to come out and clear her good name. And the Jamaica Labour Party fears if Audrey Mark come out and clear her good name, everybody will see that it is a setup and they have thrown Audrey Mark under the bus. So that's why they don't want Audrey to come out and clear it up, Because if Audrey come out and tell the truth, the government will further look bad. Everybody a defend Audrey Mark Esco. But none of the defense is working. So why not allow Miss Marks to come out and tell us? Same like how she could take taxpayers' money and go attend that trip to represent the Prime Minister. Why not explain to the people of this country why she go up to Washington, go tell the United States that the people of this country was not aware of? I think it is only fair. You cannot tell me that Dana Dixon and Dr. Chang and Dr. Olness, each of them have a different script. Nothing is making sense. So why not let us hear from the accused? Because at this point, Jamaica, most of us, if not all, we are more likely to believe Washington than Kingston. Because Washington put out a diplomatic note stating that they were approached with the idea from a cabinet member. That cabinet member happens to be the member for Northeast Manchester, Miss Audrey Marks. So how is it that Dr. Chang is going to tell us that the United States approached us? But the diplomatic note from Washington says otherwise. And if it is one thing we can do the comparison between this administration, the Labour Party, and that of Washington, as bad as Donald Trump is, the different arm of government, it works in the US. Because we see people get cuffed and handcuffed for wrongdoing. We are yet to see anybody under this administration in Kingston, to be cuffed. So we rather believe Washington because the government of Washington is working. We are yet to see the Kingston, Jamaica working. We have yet to see this administration working. So we tend to more believe what Washington is saying. And Washington is saying, Jamaica, that they were approached by a cabinet member within the Jamaica Labour Party. The government of Jamaica went to Washington and pitched an idea. And that idea, Jamaica, has now backfired. We know who the culprit is, and so we are asking for some more clarity because the Prime Minister failed. in his explanation, the minister who communicates to us, Dana Dixon, failed to communicate. And who else run out? The Minister of National Security, Horace Chang, also failed to communicate the stance Jamaica took. So right about now, Jamaica, we are asking the government to release Miss Audrey Mark, the member for Northeast Manchester, to come and explain to the public and let us see if we can put the puzzle together, because none of the three doctors are doing a good job. Dr. Holiness, Dr. Chang, and Dr. Dana Dixon. So let us hear from the individual who went to Washington. Yeah, according to the diplomatic note, the note said that Washington was approached by Kingston with the idea. And when they dig further, it revealed that that individual is Audrey Mark. So what is happening in Jamaica is the government of Jamaica is trying to come out and to protect Miss Audrey Mark, because Audrey Mark is going to protect her name. But so far, none of what they put to the public makes sense. None of what they explain to the nation makes sense. And speaking about the three doctors, we don't make any sense on this matter. All of a sudden, Jamaica, yeah, we saw, I don't know where he was, but it seems like Marlon Morgan returned from his sabbatical. Because it seems like Marlon sit down and wait for an opportune time to see if he can see a little crack to squeeze back him way in. Because let me tell you something, you know, Marlon couldn't come speak about Melissa funds, and couldn't come speak about the TCN, and couldn't come speak, not because Marlon Morgan realized that the government had dropped the ball. So what Marlon Morgan do now, Marlon Morgan waited until he get an opportunity. And that opportunity came from Senator Lambert Brown. But it is one thing I saw in that Senate on Friday. Lambert Brown spoke and said all that every Jamaican wanted to see. Yes. Lambert Brown made it absolutely clear that Washington said that criminals, pedophile, the most violent, vicious, will be sent to these third countries. We are make them go far away from the shores of America. And when I hear Marlon Morgan come out this morning, I try to say Lambert Brown is lying. I want Jamaicans this morning, yeah? Because Marlon finally returned from his sabbatical. That sabbatical that he was on. We would have waited patient for this moment to come, Jamaica. The more they speak, you know, is the deeper they sink themselves. But Jamaica, the Labour Party will continue to spin the wrong to make right out of a wrong situation. And I want you to listen to what Marlon Morgan says this morning. And then, Jamaica, we are going to unravel the truth. So listen to Senator Marlon Morgan speaking on Senator Lambert Brown. And then we are going to highlight who is deceiving and lying to the country with misinformation. Listen to Senator Marlon Morgan this morning.
Lambert Brown has alleged is false and he knows it. The ministers responsible for information and national security respectively have been very clear. Jamaica has expressly indicated that no individual with criminal antecedents will be accepted into the island under the agreement regarding asylum seekers. This has been outlined unequivocally and reiterated on several occasions. In a most egregious, reckless, and vulgar display, however, Lambert Brown sought to mislead the country into thinking otherwise. We reject the misleading allegation from Brown and the PNP and reaffirm that the government has been diligent in protecting Jamaica's best interest. The Memorandum of Understanding regarding asylum seekers, which the United States has agreed with over 20 territories in the region, seeks to facilitate the temporary transit of a limited number of people who will be on their way to their home country. The agreement sees Jamaica numbering among a raft of countries to agree to assist Jamaica's traditionally close ally and major trading partner, the United States, in an endeavor which paid due regard to safeguarding the national security and the general well-being of the Jamaican people. Any suggestion to the contrary from the PNP and their surrogates is false and politically contrived to stir fear among our citizens on the basis of false and reckless allegations which have no merit and are indeed not grounded in truth.
The return of Senator Marlon Morgan from his sabbatical diet. Nothing from the People's National Party and its surrogates is truthful. No, I want to ask the people of Jamaica this morning. What Lambert Brown stood up in the parliament, in the Senate rather, and told the nation was a repetition of what the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, told the world. So if anybody had tried to misinform and put out misinformation, are the surrogates of the Jamaica Labour Party headed by Marlon Morgan. Marlon has been missing in action for over 1 month. We don't hear nothing from Marlon. But Marlon now see the opportunity to come and bully Lambert Brown, but at the wrong somebody. The wrong individual you are run out pan. Because Jamaica, when you listen to Marco Rubio said that it is the most violent, despicable human beings. Yeah? These individuals, these third country nationals, they are the most vile, despicable. He went on to say that them are rapists and them are pedophile, the most violent, vicious. They are seeking to eradicate from the United States of America. Yeah? So tell me, Jamaica, what was wrong in what Lambert Brown said? Because what Lambert said was repeating what Marco Rubio said. So I don't want... How is it that up to now, the labor rights them cannot quote what Marco Rubio said? Yeah? But when the PNP quote the truth from Marco Rubio's lips, the Labour Party is trying to twist it to say it's misinformation. How none of them cannot highlight that press conference Marco Rubio put on? Well, just in case you miss it, Jamaica, I want you to listen to exactly what Marco Rubio said and tell me if that is not the exact thing that Senator Lambert Brown repeated in the Senate. Listen to what Marco Rubio said in his speech, Jamaica, and then we are going to differentiate either Lambert Brown this morning or Marlon Morgan. Who is the Judas and the donkey of the day? So let us listen to what Marco Rubio have to say, Jamaica, and then we identify who the donkey of the day goes to. Listen to this, Jamaica.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
No, me want to not hear it again. I would love for the people of Jamaica to listen once again. Listen, my people.
We are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
The most violent, vicious, and despicable persons. He went further to say that them are what? Pervert and pedophile. The list was endless. And Senator Lambert Brown, reiterate what came from Washington. And Marlon Morgan this morning is going to puff and huff and beat his chest like the classic baboon he is and make himself looking ridiculous. Yeah? The classic donkey of the day. It goes to Senator Marlon Morgan for coming from, I don't know where he was in hiding, from his sabbatical. Yeah? And once again, making himself the donkey of the day. Huh? It is best you keep quiet, Marlon. And I would further advise you to implore and to encourage your government to table the MOU tomorrow, Tuesday, in Parliament. Because Chang say it is public document. So if it is public document, I hear the member for South St. Catherine, Fitz-Jackson, asking the Parliament whether or not the MOU should and can and make public. And he said it is a public document. So tomorrow, Tuesday, make 7 days. And it has not yet been tabled. So what is causing the hold up, Marlon? Huh? Me not understand. What is causing the hold up, Marlon? I remember Fitz-Jackson asked the questions. Yes, he did. He asked Dr. Chang. Yeah? Whether or not he asked several questions, as a matter of fact. When I read and do my research, Jamaica, the third country national, that MOU agreement was signed over 2 Thursdays ago, without the knowledge of the people. So, Fitz-Jackson asked some questions, and I don't know if Marlon was paying key attention. But Fitz-Jackson asked several questions to the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang. And he asked, what happened if the 14 days would have passed and the migrants are still here? Yes? He further asked him, is the United States obliged to retrieve those persons who would have been here beyond the 14 days? According to Horace Chang, these people only are transit through and they will be here for a maximum of 14 days. However, it is more than likely that some cannot return to their country of birth, and so them probably are going to have to take up residence here. And Horace Chang responded and said that the United States will be responsible for them for the 14 days. No, open up on no yaya no years old Jamaican people. Fine enough, America send down enough money to take care of them for the 14 days, for them to be processed, for them to find a flight, for them to stay somewhere. You know, the whole works of them basic needs. However, he went further to say that more than likely some will be staying more than the 14 days. And if they are going to stay for more than the 14 days, who is going to be responsible for them? Because we would like to know how much money per head US send can give the Jamaican government. Because if they are going to stay here for 14 days, yeah, then that means that the money where America send can give the Jamaican authorities will last them for 14 days to find a flight, book an apartment, and you know the whole works. So, if some decide to stay, who is going to be responsible for them? Yeah? Is the MOU that was signed going to be tabled in Parliament? The finalized agreement detailed the working protocol that was finalized on. Of those, what you call it now, set of provisions. Me want to know whether or not if it is going to be tabled in the House before this MOU agreement become operational. Dr. Chang told the Parliament, you know, that the migrants are not detainees, which means that they can roam the streets freely all over the country because they are not detained. So, me want to ask the government this morning, are they free to move around in Jamaica at their own will? Huh? And when Fitzjackson asked Dr. Chang whether or not these persons, like how you tell we say they will not be detained, which means that they will be moving around at their own will, and Horace Chang said yes. He answered, the minister answered yes. Huh? During their period of 2 weeks here in Jamaica, what is the arrangement already agreed to in terms of the provisions for their sustenance, them food, the clothes, them shelter, them medical, etc.? How are these needs going to be met? And what are the operational purpose for them here? We don't understand. There is no clarity. All the government come out and make it seems like all 10,000 people were set out to come here, all 10,000 of them will be transited through. None, Tanya. Remember, there are various reasons why people run away from their country if you go seek refuge in another country. So if an opportunity comes Jamaica for them not to go back home, they are going to take it. And Horace Chang tried to downplay it, make it seem, oh, people want to go to America with the money enough. Nobody no want to Jamaica which at the GDP at 7,000 per year. They want to go to America which at how much 10,000 GDP out there they want to go. So chances are when them come back here, they are going to find a way to head back to the United States. He tried to downplay Jamaica. But the fact of the matter is, of the 10,000 who are slated to arrive here over a period of time, we all know that many of them will not be going back to their country of birth. And the question that Fitzjackson, Lambert Brown, and the rest of Jamaicans want to ask, and we are not getting the answers, who are responsible for them in terms of their sustenance, them food, them clothes, them shelter, cause they can't walk here. Huh? How are these needs going to be met? And what are the provisional that they would have set out for these people to survive? Huh? Well, Horace Chang said that the funding from the United States will cover their stay. Okay. Which is why it is important that the government table the MOU. You don't feel so? Because chances are, yes, the US will be funding their stay for the 14 days here. But what happens if they decide to stay? Who will be responsible for them? Because these people will end up in a country they were never intended. Only no realize said this is a human trafficking made legal. Huh? In Jamaica, Mrs. Escobar said, was Jamaica aware of their final destination and why they breached the 1951 UN Convention? No, me want to ask the people of Jamaica if you don't realize that human trafficking this make become legal. Huh? This is human trafficking made legal. These people will end up in a country that they didn't intend to be. And if the government holds them here against their will, because many of them did not set out to land or arrive in Jamaica, they head to the US and US no want them. Why the United States never send them back to their homeland? If then dash them passport and they no have no fam, they must can identify them from where they were or where they come from. Jamaica is going to put themselves now in a position as if they are no hub. We are not a hub. Because many of you Jamaicans to get to somewhere, you have to fly, go to other country, fly, go to Miami, and then on a transit from Miami if you go someplace else in Europe. So that means that we are not a hub. If we did one hub, we could have jumped on a plane and go anywhere in the world. America is that place where flight leave to go anywhere in this world. So why is it that the Jamaican authorities bought into the bullshit to use Jamaica as a hub? Because I am telling you, Jamaica, when them people are reach Jamaica, Jamaica now have to go work out the maths to find a next hub, whether transfer them to Barbados or Antigua or Trinidad, where those countries who are seen now as a hub will transit them further. Because nobody, say for example, Jamaica, you can't jump on a flight and say you gotta send kids, from Jamaica or Antigua. No. And I always ask myself, how is it possible? Yeah? Me want go one country and me have to transit through few country to get to that country. A place like Jamaica, you're supposed to can jump on a plane and go St. Kitts or jump on a plane and go Dominica. You now have to transit through. If me want go to St. Kitts or Dominica or St. Vincent, me now have to jump on a plane from Kingston and go to Antigua and then either me overnight in Antigua fi catch a flight the next morning fi go St. Kitts. And so it's set up, or you left from Kingston go Barbados and transit from Barbados to St. Kitts. I don't understand how the great United States look to Jamaica to transit these people when the great United States could have put them on a flight and send them back from where they came from. I am getting to understand, Jamaica, that this is the reason why the government do not want to table this MOU, despite Horace Chang say it is a public document. So if it is a public document, why is it that the government is so scared from tabling this MOU so we can see? Because you cannot tell me, say, America is going to use Jamaica for a transit country. It's not making any sense. It not add up. Well, and Kuyata, me not realize. Me not realize the comment. Well, and the Esco. Well, and me never see. Darling, send a request to Mrs. Escobar. You know, Esco always a come blazing with something to add. Make Esco come up there now. Well, and let me see if we can connect. All right, it a connect. Morning, Mrs. Escobar. How you do?
You know, this is why the first time this something come out in our quote, the 1951 UN Convention, in which Jamaica is a signatory to. And you know, me have to wonder if these people collective in a them brain drain. Here you have, when I quote that document, you know, that document speaks to transiting.
Yes.
People are persons across borders, and if that destination that they will be transiting them to is prone to war and is a case where they can be harmed or anything come to them, it will threaten them life overall. That was the first question I asked. That's why I quote the convention. And I ask myself, say, did Jamaica aware of the final destination? Come here, everybody has a transit country. And if you're a transit country, you must know the final destination from where you go pack up them people and put them on the plane to send them to. You would have done evaluate the costs. You would have done liaison with the government of that country. Because you can't go take 10,000 deportee from America, Dre. Carry them in a Jamaica, make them stay over for 14 days, and then you go transit them in a other people country just so. You must liaison with some form of authority of that country to accept them, you know. And those laws would have made them the terms and conditions would have make straightforward of going in terms of what they would accept in that country. So this is why I say, why is Horace Chang still telling us that the option of asylum is on the table if you are just only a transit country moving these people through years to get to a final destination? Why would you even bring up asylum in the conversation? Secondly, when you hear them talk and them mention transit, this whole thing, transit. Here you have the security minister.
Yes.
Coming to tell the country that these persons will be roaming around freely. Dre, if you notice something, Jamaica is the only country where accept these people so far. We keep on until we said them have option not to accept criminals. Other country we accept them. Now tell the status of these people coming in. Them just say them accept the deportee them. And whatever in a them country. Jamaica is the only one. Why is Jamaica putting an option out there, speaking on criminal record like they have one option? Marco Rubio don't classify them and categorize them already. The option is not for Jamaica to accept, pick and choose who them want from who them no want.
Yes.
United States don't categorize them already as criminal, rapist, murderer, all sort of something already. And that cannot be refuted. So what kind of ones without criminal record you are going to choose from? Where you are going to get them there to choose from?
Speak.
And the fact that you talk about transiting persons, I keep on asking these people. The Prime Minister went overseas and him basically quote the same UN Charter. Because when I saw a lot of people watch the international news and hear them when they mean at the G77 summit, them how them behave and go along. The Prime Minister went there and he quote the same UN Charter. And he knows that the UN Charter, when he quote it, he didn't know if he go condemn Russia. But he don't know if he shall use the same UN Charter and condemn Israel and United States. And at the same length and breadth. If he know that UN Charter from hand to front, how the backside you the partner with United States to move people through your country to send them go somewhere else?
That's right.
Because you would have breached the 1951 UN Convention. So you see, This goes to show these people, them two-mouthed. Them talk one thing and them must say something different. No deportee, no need no asylum in Jamaica if you are a transit country to them. That enough for your burden or basket for carry. And if you listen to Rubio's speech carefully when Rubio made mention of it, him say he is in dialogue with several countries who are willing to take them, not only El Salvador alone, but once you're willing and able to come on board, he will definitely facilitate you because these despicable people must leave the United States. Anyway, them have to come out of the United States, further away from the United States. So why you tell yourselves a little Jamaica like you know? If you go creep up with big United States problem like that and take it up on your brain. If you say you are help United States, how you help United States in what way? Human trafficking?
There you go.
Because when you hear Horace Strong last part and speech, maybe some of those countries then can return to. What I tell you say? Them know already that was the plan, Dre. Them know so wherever United States was going to send those persons, it never fit in a no farm away if no human being go back to there. So the aim of them was to just land them in Jamaica, get them to settle in, and believe so them could have come now and use up PICA, use up electoral office, and use up all of those entities where them have and pull strings and give them documents to become resident of Jamaica. And the money and the so-called funding that United States would have give them now, they know how to create that and wash it and put it in a way they want it to put. None of those people in transit go nowhere. A decoy style under the radar where Horace Strong are going with. And I want them to table the memorandum of understanding. Because this is very serious. If Jamaica is accepting persons as a transit country, they must know their final destination. And if you, the government, knew their final destination, that it was prone for war, and that is a breach of the 19th Convention Act, why you take up on yourself and go and sign memorandum of understanding in the first place to transit them with the mindset so you go send them go to that country?
True.
If you know. So too many things need to uncover right now in the parliament. And I'm glad Lambert Brown mentioned of it. You know why, Dre? I'm glad say Lambert Brown call out Rubio full name. I'm glad say him attach the title to Rubio. So we know exactly so when the word go back to Washington or where to go. Yes, we call the Secretary of State name in a Jamaican parliament. And as a result of that, the United States must put out a press release now and refute whether Rubio did say so or Rene say so.
And if he don't respond, him say so.
Right, and if he don't respond, me want the United States be the first person to put out the memorandum of understanding and the agreement between Jamaica and the United States. Because you know what happened there, Dre? Rubio is a diplomat, but you know what will take place there, so you can just get up and just say certain things about diplomats and them won't respond. So here you will find America come once again, come dash Jamaica underneath the bus to save the reputation of Marco Rubio.
Yes.
When I press mic, I turn off mic. Because guess what? Them know once it come on to certain persons in the United States will make a press release and they will respond. So I'm glad let me call out in name and state in title because we now mix up and confuse none of them. It is what a Rubio say it, and we are quote off what Rubio say because Rubio is a despicable human being just like Donald Trump.
That's right.
And when them talk things, watch them carefully when they say things. And a couple days ago, I said Donald Trump in our next rally something again. And he repeated it again in terms of how he want to get rid of people out of the United States. And he might talk about how much percentage in lower it to and bring it to. And he's going to make America great again. So why you put yourself as a third world country in a such mess? Telling yourself so you can take away America's problem and bring it now upon your Jamaican people.
That's right.
And I would implore persons, and I would implore everybody, please go and subscribe to the necessary international channels, reputable sources. And if you don't have no time, you sit down, put in your earphone and your earbuds them and sit down and listen to some of them conference here in its entirety. And we will see the line of action with this Jamaican government really take when it comes on to Jamaican people. Speaking of Audrey Marks Dre, she needs to come to the front of the line, And I will tell you why she needs to speak. Audrey Marks went to the terrorist meeting, right? The terrorism, anti-terrorism meeting, that meeting. And the Prime Minister said she got there on behalf of him. But you know what was funny of that meeting? Way before she read what they on the paper, you know what Audrey Marks said to say, I thought this meeting would have been a meeting like the last time in December because as it regards with white paper.
Yes.
The Prime Minister did come out and tell anyone who say United States did make them take up white paper or sign any white paper last year December when the Secretary of War come here?
Absolutely not.
Did they disclose any agreement with them and the United States have in that whole meeting last year December? So what kind of white paper Audrey Marks gone a terrorism meeting gone to talk about before she read what whosoever gear up on paper from Jamaica for read?
There you go. Clueless.
Do you see what me I talk about? So these people are talk and they recognize that them argue with themselves. We need to know what Audrey Marks they talk about white paper in a so-called meeting. December, the Prime Minister must come to the front of the class and disclose that to we. Next point, Audrey Marks need to come to the front of the line because she is the accused, as she them say write letter, as she the Prime Minister say make the proposal, as she Boris Chang say was acting behalf of the Jamaican government. So me not understand how information minister then and it's not talk what she don't know about and she never take no plane go there.
Yes.
None of these persons will come out in defense of Audrey Marks wasn't present. Them have divided accompany her. Me see the Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, she over one next slide about how people not have information and did this. She in a national security office with Horace Chang, so why she never took off her backside go at that the terrorism meeting instead of Audrey Marks?
Thank you.
When the ship come, why she never took up for herself and go up on the ship go represent Horace Chang because we know him now no visa? Why she never go represent Horace Chang as the person in national security? So whosoever have roles, if you notice, none of them who have the so-called roles in government now perform their role, now execute for them role, them have time up, dig them out and fast and for other people business.
True.
So it's a whole web of confusion and I will, a 2 minutes we want to say it on the live certain way, but the United States will put out a press release by now. And I think Carly Lakes, you see, knowing the one when named the Carly Lakes Dre, that the one there, we don't think we don't see judgment yet in Jamaica, wait until she come. United States people reject she for one reason, you know, but wait until she come and create havoc in Jamaica and we really see the ugly head of the said administration out where people are worship and praise. And I rest my case.
Well said, Mrs. Escobar. Well said. You touch every T, you cross every T and dot every I. Thank you, Mrs. Escobar. I do not know how is it that this government find it so difficult with all the three of them claim the doctor they be. Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, and Dr. Dana Dixon. None out of the three of them can explain the stipulations that is guided and set out in this memorandum. We need it to be tabled. And then I don't understand how Marlon Morgan gonna come out and I say we are what? Marlon say we are misleading the nation. How is it that we are misleading the nation? We are repeating what the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said. That he is getting rid of the most vile and despicable, the pedophile and the rapist them, and all of the things them that came out of his mouth. Senator Lambert Brown reiterate verbatim, and Marlon Morgan coming out to call Senator Lambert Brown a liar. So who is misleading the country? I tell you, better the labor rights them just stay quiet, Stay quiet. And allow those who are involved to come out and speak. Because the more they try to defend and protect Audrey Marks, I believe they are making the woman look bad more than how she already set up herself to look bad. It is not a good look. And I am telling you, Jamaica, that this is not going to end well. And that is the reason why 500 over here. That is the reason why Jamaica tomorrow, me a look for see the walla come out. A judgment tomorrow in our crossroad, because me a telling you, Jamaica, We want to see out a crossroad block up because we need some answers. We need some answers for tomorrow, Jamaica, and we are going to get them. So me I ask the people of Jamaica, come out, come register, no discuss. All I can mean, no rain, no nothing. A pure rain power we down here in the Southwest Center, and that's why me a journey up front tonight. Cause me have to be there, Jamaica, and me I look for the support, and me I make sure put out my warning from now because I want some credit, Jamaica. Anybody where they home and abroad, wanna tap up the teacher phone, it's flow, wanna have me number, send me some credit, please and thanks. Because once you see we start go live from 7 o'clock a morning, you know, we not tap until the people them say they're ready to go. Please, me I ask you to come out tomorrow. We know it's a work week. We know we not figure work. But if you know if you reach our work 9 o'clock, come join me for the 7 a.m. meeting. And if you can't come 7, come 8. And for those of us who have to work 9 o'clock tomorrow, tell no boss or no one half hour, 1 hour, no just sign in and clock out and come join we. You all have been asking for this, Jamaica, and now it is here. So I am asking every single person, yeah? And if you no can't be there, we're yellow gonna work tomorrow. People from Westmoreland, Hanover, Chilani, St. James, we cannot be there tomorrow. Wear something yellow, make some little personal video and be a part of this protest anywhere you are in this country. But me I ask on the town people no come out, Kingston people no come out. We want block up Crossroad and send a message. Yeah, we want to send a message. We are looking forward to see each and every one of you. Tomorrow it's gonna be awesome. Send me a message, Shape Good from birth. Just send me a DM. Me want some top up people because I know say the top up them. They wanna not go live in Yama have the credit fast. So me want make sure say me have enough data on my phone. Cause when me go live, we not stop. Me not skip a beat. Me not miss nothing. Oh, there we say tomorrow in a crossroad. So we not take no excuse, Jamaica. Jesus is my rock. Just send me a message. Send me a message, send me a DM, so me can know and then me can send you the number so you can tap it up. It's a flow, not digital, flow credit. All right, so we are looking forward for the support tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We are going to hit it off and me ask you, please come out, Jamaica. Come out. All right? Jacqueline Ellis, the number, please just message me, send me a DM, and I will send my number as soon as I wrap up the program. So may I look out for each and every one tomorrow to stand in solidarity. Too much is happening, and we need some answers from the government. We need it, man. We need some answers from the government. Oh, yes, Jamaica. This is where it will be tomorrow. You guys have been calling, you guys have been asking. What going on in the country? We can't sit down and just make the country deteriorate. Come out tomorrow and make your voices be heard. That's all someone who do I make nice on social media and I ask what this I do, what the people I do, how the people them sit down, how the people them. Now is that moment to make your voice be heard. Come out and be counted, Jamaica. Let us send a message home and abroad. Let us send a signal. We cannot continue like this as a country. We are the people and we are greater than them who are in power. So may I ask everybody for the support to come on out tomorrow. Yes, me know I don't have work, but come and be there from 7 o'clock and then give you a 30 minutes, give you a half hour, and then you can head back to work. It is an ongoing thing, hour by the hour. So come when you can. So if you can make it for 7 o'clock, you'll be there. If you can make it 9 o'clock, be there. If you can come 10, if you can come 11, come on out, people. We have to take back this country. Please do not turn it political. It is not no orange and green. So come in on a yellow. And if you don't have nothing yellow, wear what you have. Wear what you have. All right? So tomorrow, all road leads to Crossroads. Big up yourself, Corey, British Media. Good to see you, sir. So I'm looking forward to see each and every one standing for good governance tomorrow. Now, Jamaica, two more things before I wrap up class for this afternoon. It's now 13 minutes past the hour of 12 noon. I have a packed afternoon. I did say I was going to wrap up by 12, but let me just stay for another few minutes. Have to put myself together so as to make my way and make preparations for tomorrow. Now, Jamaica, I realize that the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Floyd Green. I'm not sure if Jamaicans are aware, but I am getting some information, Jamaica. And the information that I am getting is not good. Once again, this government continues to trick the people of this country. Yes, man. They continue to trick the people of this country. And I'm going to tell you why. Yeah? The Ministry of Agriculture have decided that they are going to come up with all right, Michael Chin, big up yourself. I will. Jamaica, everybody who wish to send me some top up, just send me a DM so it will be easy for me to respond to you. Me need enough top up, flow top up, that is. So tomorrow when we hit the street, we have enough data to broadcast and to go live and to do the things them, because we not skip a beat tomorrow, you know, people. We have to send the signal and send the message. So who can afford to top up my phone, God bless you in advance. So just indicate, send me a DM for those who wish to send me some flow credit, and I will send the number as soon as I wrap up the program. So just indicate, because chances are, like how no text in the comments, I will not be able to remember everybody. So just indicate, send me a DM, and I will definitely provide you with that number. Baron, Andre, it would be better if you stay in St. Anne tomorrow and do some farming. Actually, my farming is looking good. I see Daddy just come out of the farm and the farm is looking well. And God bless me with some good shower of rain and the crops are firm and green and lush and pretty. So we no need to do no more farming down here. We need to come rooting up in a Kingston tomorrow. And that me need for I don't want root to you, you know, Baron. Be like a fly on the wall. I don't know what is wrong with these labor rights, you know. Sometimes you must be heard and not seen, you know. Listen like everybody else, man. And nobody comment and turn yourself make a mockery. But anyway, Jamaica, back to the substantial issue. I realize, Jamaica, thank you, Jamrock. All right, no problem. I realize that something is happening, Jamaica, where Floyd Green, yeah, is launching an agricultural program. And this program is up to no good. And I go tell you why, Jamaica. I wanted to listen to what the minister have to say, and then we expound more on it. Listen to what Floyd Green said on CVM News last night, and then we expand some more. Listen to this, Jamaica. Listen to this.
Mr. Green says that the government continues to strengthen the branch through legislative reforms, improve the traceability systems, and the use of technology to better support farmers and law enforcement.
We also have to strengthen our traceability systems, and we're looking to really utilize the technology now to bring in some databases that will make it easier for you to identify a registered farmer. You should be able to go on your phone and be able to type in and see that this person is registered and is up to date. We're working on that. We're working on strengthening our animal traceability system.
The minister also maintains that the government is moving to establish the Agricultural Wardens Program to provide additional support for the Agricultural Protection Branch.
We have to get our Agricultural Wardens Program on stream now. It has taken a long time. I said in my sectorial presentation that I urge the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Agriculture technical team to finalize the regulations by the end of this month into early next month so that we can bring in our first cohort of wardens, have them trained, and have them rolled out by December of this year.
Kevin Black for CVM News.
All right. What you just heard is the Minister of Agriculture saying that come December, they want to put things in place by December where there will be some wardens, which mean special constables, special police officers, yeah, that will be out there targeting the farmers. So if you don't have no radar license, if you don't have no little farm and no transport no little goods in a rural Jamaican police tap no, if you no farm no register, the police can take away no goods and lock no up. He is saying that these special wardens will be rolling out in December. However, Jamaica, who named Jim? Jim, what you mean by Andre Stevens has to profit from it? He says he's selling yellow shirt. Then if Andre Stevens want print on yellow shirt and sell it and the people them buy it, what is wrong with that? And money buy the yellow shirt, them, you know, they're not free and you have to print it on it, it costs. Ink is expensive. So if Andre wants to continue on his entrepreneur journey and buy shirt and print pan it and sell to the people, them, what wrong with that? I know rob him a robber in and thief. He not going to nobody pocket and thief outside. He's making himself useful. So why you, Jim King, not make yourself rather useful instead of in a comment section as spamish? Why me couldn't stay so? Eh? If you want print t-shirt and sell it and make a little money, what wrong with that? Eh? The fact that no matter is some of you no have the head space like a Andre if you think critical and use his mind to create some things to make money. So some of no bad mind him and no like him because he more industrious than uno. Come on from a platform and no make me have to black your Jim King. Uno too enough. I'm telling you, say no come over here with not negative from PDTV because uno can't make me and Andre Stevens have anything. None of uno over here now go make this your platform and Andre Stevens PDTV in a no bangarang. The man a do the ultimate best he can. And I intend to support him. Leave the young man alone, make him do what I want to and lift up from a platform. You Jim King, will love grown and sow seed a discord and come between people. Lift up from over here. And I make a black you. No people. I was reliably informed. You hear the minister come out, come talk about say, wardens, police officer go roll out December. And based on what he said, Jamaica, that mean the little farmer them, you know, which are to transport their little goods to and from. If police stop you and you know, have no radar license, if you no farm no register, they have the right to take away no goods and lock you up, you know. Yes, but Floyd Green, I make it look like, say, at December that is supposed to happen. But I am getting information that these police are actually in training as we speak, and some of them are on the road carrying out the duties of Floyd Green. Yes, I want whole heap of officers out there. I send farmers. So I want to ask the farmers them this morning, are you aware that there is a law in place that they can lock you up if you're not registered with RADA? And don't get me wrong, Pradia larceny is real. People are thief people goods, people are thief people cattle, we understand. But poor Mas John and Miss Matty, which part, no know which part the RADA office they were selling to little cocoa to in the people in the community, or carry them little load pan their head and a go market. If the police see you and ask you where you get it from and you know have no receipt for sure say you is a registered farmer or your farm no register, they are putting the mechanism in place to lock you up for it. Jamaica, I want you to listen carefully. Yeah, because Floyd Green come out come tell me one dopey story say December wardens, police wardens are going to be out there. Well, I want you to listen carefully to what is currently happening right now as we speak in this country. Listen to this, Jamaica.
Yeah, you can run me all you want. I know. I need to figure my bed because we have up some morning and tell me why this man I go tell me. He say each hour if you have 30 hours. We are doing seven hours a day and 28 tickets. You're foolish.
You hear that, Jamaica? Here you have a police, a fear boss, say she must make sure issue out how much ticket for the day? Eh? Them currently issue out 7 ticket yesterday, and the soup who is in charge of them and make sure tell them say no less than X amount, no less than 30 ticket to enough he come back to him. I want to not give the people of this country. Jamaica gets worse. Listen to this.
Alright. So you say if you have no RADA ID, you not have no proof, say him really planned the things them way my transport. You understand? So normally when time then go rather go apply fee. The things them way plant, it would have depend on the ID. So if him plant scallion and onion would have depend the rather ID. Same as scallion and onion farmer. So when time we look on it or the number way them assign to it, when time we put that in or check it, we would have still say, yeah, onion and scallion in plant for true. So you say if you don't have no ID, them are go charge him. Because the same thing happened today, you know. We tap one van, we have some wallpaper, pumpkin, pepper, sweet pepper and them something there. Implants, you know, him brother, but him brother register with RADA, him no register with RADA. You understand? But him a transporty. So we end up locking him up for transporting agricultural produce without receipt. Because him not have no receipt if he say yeah him buy, and him not have no ID if he say yeah implant it for true.
You hear that, Jamaica? This is the new kind of police warden them where them have out the Floyd Green initiative. Fi put some special type of warden police out there on the road. Fi attack the poor farmers them. And the question I want to ask the farmers them, are you aware that a new law was put in place where if you don't have no RADA book, if you don't have no receipt and police pull you over on the road, you better have no RADA registration to show them say you is a farmer, because here the police officer say it happened and they would have locked up a man because what? Him brother plant the goods but he might transport it on behalf of him brother and him no register, him no have the RADA ID, so they end up took away his goods and locked him up. That is the new mechanism that the Jamaica Labour Party has put in place. I mean, I ask, how the hell that Floyd Green can tell we last night said this system is to come on stream December coming, but here the police officer they said they them on the road and them a lock up people are ready for these RADA issues. So how Floyd Green a come tell we X last night on CVM said these special wardens them in a training and they are slated to be rolled out December of this year. I am asking the question, what is happening? Yes, and I have to bring this matter to my General Secretary because Dr. Dayton Campbell is the spokesperson on agriculture. So I want Dayton Campbell to know or make him aware, say Floyd Green put out these kind of special wardens out there where if the poor farmers them no register or if they no have no RADA ID and them a go market with their little produce, they can be locked up if they no have their RADA ID or if them no register with RADA. This is something that the Labour Party put in place. It is so dangerous, but we are not surprised because the Jamaica Labour Party over and over have proven to us, Jamaica, that when it comes on to the poor, they will continue to take from the poor and give to the rich. But the difference with the People's National Party, the People's National Party will put institutions in place so as to help the poor. Jamaica, this is serious. This is serious, Jamaica. And this is a matter that we need to look into further. To wrap up my program, I have to finish it. I have a long day today, Jamaica. I have to set up myself for the protest and put things in place. So I can't promise you I go up until my usual 1 p.m. Member country me there and me no used to town. So poor country boy like me I feel left out from early fi settle myself in a town because of judgment a morning. So my final thing to discuss this afternoon, Jamaica, is the National Housing Trust scam. There is a scam taking place, Jamaica, where the Prime Minister went to St. Elizabeth and I give out paperwork, say NHT, I give them land. Somewhere down at Malvern, I don't know if you see this story. You understand? And the Prime Minister took part in a ceremony in Jamaica. And when you listen to what the recipients are saying, they have been scammed by the Jamaica Labour Party through the NHT in terms of the housing development in Malvern. Jamaica, I want you to listen carefully to what a recipient had to say and how the government tricked him make him dress up and come a hand over ceremony. Fi say him a get piece of land down a Malvern fi making NHT house. And in dress up like a ticks, take picture with the Prime Minister with all kind of paper from NHT, wrap up neatly. Fi say yes, NHT give him the piece of land fi go ahead and build pan. And after waiting for how many months, can't get a word from NHT. NHT finally call him and ask him what is the hold up. The man a go say NHT investigate. So how you give the person the okay to go and get the parcel of land through the NHT? Prime Minister take picture with him, hand it over to him. The man want making house now, and you can give him the go ahead and say you know further investigate the man. What kind of scam this the Jamaica Labour Party a use and the people through the National Housing Trust? Jamaica people, I want you to listen, because one thing with me, I mean, I'm going to come pan so come papi show myself with things when I go so. So I want you guys to listen carefully to how Andrew Holness used the NHT to scam the people them in Malvern, St. Elizabeth. Listen to what this individual is reporting this morning. Listen to this carefully, Jamaica. Listen here. Listen carefully.
NHT, I apply for your land down Malvern, 2025, September. When the result come out, NHT wait 1 month before the result come out. I don't know where we're in 1 month, but I wait 1 month. NHT, you call me and tell me say, print them documents, full them out, and can them come give you. Me run up and down everywhere and try to get all of my documents and can them come go to NHT. When me carry the documents come go now, when you take my documents and someone will call me. When you call me in January, because after Melissa, when you call me first, then after I drop all my documents, when you call me January, first week in January, I will tell them, I say, my short one pints, but only have 333 pints, and I need 371 pints to get the land on Malvern. Yeah. So, they say you have to put me back in the queue. So, put your back in the queue mean you have to search for somebody else to give it to, because you basically have 7 days for pints. Alright then, months pass, I call you, I ask if you can do nothing, you tell me no. I always help people on social media, but NHT, people think me I work at NHT, I always help people, every minute I meet people call for question. Yeah, I make nice video phone, advertise on a unit, and I ask for something, and I be run around me I get. So anyway, when you call me now, I say, recently say, me get selected back for the land down Malvern. You call me the Tuesday, which is Tuesday a couple weeks ago, not June, which is the early part of June. Say me get reselected for the land. If you come in for your opening ceremony, handing over ceremony on Malvern, with the Prime Minister, the loan officer, the branch manager, everybody did there. Media, everybody. You know, take my picture, post me up on, on the NHT side on Instagram, yeah, post me up on whatever, make it seem as if me get land, and sitting, you want a little piece of flyer, and one little sit look like me I got it from college, yeah, with one piece of paper in it, when I said nothing, because the paper so supposed to have these are documents or whatever documents and whatever, we don't get nothing. Then now, when you're supposed to call me again to send some other document, when I tell them go and do investigation. How can you investigate after you make people do handing over ceremony? Any scheme never call you know, and you call me. You call me, come want to know what kind of investigation you do so like me I join the police force and me I join the army or something. Eh? But you need to stop it. I need justice. Right now, I need a liar.
Mighty God of Daniel. And the Prime Minister is well in on the scam, you know. Well in on the scam. Me said the posts have garnered national everybody a talk about this scam. After the man do all wine can for NHT, uno a call him, uno give him the piece of paper, make him take picture with Prime Minister in a handover ceremony. Like say all is well and him get the piece of land. Now that's him sit down and wait pan uno and him a doing little follow up, uno a go tell him about, oh, we are investigating. After uno make the man take picture with Prime Minister and put him in a the tally, say him get piece of land with uno. This is a national scam and it's worth looking into. Just when you thought you would have seen and heard it all from the Jamaica Labour Party. Jamaica, this government is a PR government. It's the same thing they do to the Hurricane Melissa victims. Make them go pose up with $500,000 check and only I get $75,000. This administration is a wicked government and they will be brought to the books tomorrow at that march. I'm asking once again, every single Jamaican to come on out and register your disgust with what is happening in this country. My lovely people, this is where I have to leave it for this afternoon. I am really sorry I have to be rushing, but I hope you guys understand. You ever hear them say country come a town? Well, that a me. I am not going to broke my neck before day. If you come a town, me I left out from this afternoon so me can come settle in a Kingston. So Jamaica, tomorrow all road leads to Crossroad. Who can make it for 7? Come out early. On your way to work, come out and support the thing. We're looking for an awesome time tomorrow. So Jamaica, it was my pleasure being here. Thank you guys so much for the love and the support. Don't forget Jamaica. We will be off the Wi-Fi. Maybe persons will be there with them Starlink. But a data me have to go depend on. So no data me am up enough pan phone. So me I ask the people them who can send me some flow credit home and abroad. Tap up my phone so me can have enough data to bring the live stream. So kindly send me a message. I can provide you with that number so you can tap it up for me. The word is love, Jamaica. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let us continue, to look out one for another. Let us continue to champion the message of the People's National Party. The word is love, Jamaica. And see you guys tomorrow at 7 a.m. where we will do what the nation requires of us. See you guys tomorrow. The word is love, Jamaica.
Under pressure. Ito back to his goalkeeper. The Empress won't count. Tommy Yasu can bring it away.
Leisha with the strawberry daiquiri.
Ravaged time in North London when it came to Arsenal.
Very blended fruit punch.
Angela, welcome with eyes, like
the legions of Brazilian fans here worried so far. Vinicius says, give it to me. Let's see what I can do. That's a challenge down by Junior Ito. My goodness me, they've worked so hard, Japan, to plug all the gaps. It's a tough job when you have so little of the ball to do this over 90 minutes.
Team like Japan can, though, and they are incredibly fit. It's always one of the tenets of how they play. Also get 5 substitutions.
Pakistan's cross will just be catching practice for Suzuki.
Wherever broken welcoming, let me know.
And did score first in round of 16 ties against Belgium in 2018 and Croatia in 2022, but were eliminated both times. That Belgium game was an absolute thriller in that World Cup. Belgium coming back to win 3-2 after Japan had led 2-0 in the game. It was one of the games of that tournament in Russia. So there's been a fair bit of heartbreak along the way for Japan.
Wherever broken, big out up on the screen.
James Corden and the After Hours crew will be on Fox tonight. Another nightly wrap of the World Cup action at midnight local.
Where? Marley, welcome in. Carolette.
White by Taniguchi.
Carolette Thompson. Light, shade, light, follow the host. Please bring some touch on the screen, guys.
Joanne. Having a great game down that side of the pitch. Playing as an auxiliary right back or right midfielder. And then they're not sure of this Japanese side.
Gervin, welcome in. Leo Queen, good day. Terry, welcome in. And like the light shade light from the
talking about the World Cup drama, guaranteed. Kamada. This video was called to the goal scorer Sano. Gohan. Junior Ito with the ball is a good looking ball. Maeda was closing in on that. It needed defending. Ito, good looking ball to the far post.
Tell you what, Ian, they're not hesitant to go forward. They're leaving 2v2 in the back at times, pushing numbers forward. I really like that. Gives them a real chance to score the second. And again, if they get a second.
Good day, Ghosty, what's up? Jaja Ghosty, like them in the other side. Everything alright?
You can let the light shade light for you. Hearing the area, big out up on the screen.
Big up yourself for that, me there, hear that? Okay, my Ghosty, believe them, man. Hello.
And light the light, Anna, welcome in. Annie, welcome in. Light the light shade light for you.
Yeah, I want freestyle, you know? Yeah, man, I respect for the past show to hear that. Yeah, man, I respect that, man, in a real life, man. Big up your badness, you hear that? Hear that, man? I had bad ghosts, but never two. You know? One bad ghost, never two.
One, welcome in. Light the light shade light for the please. User 82, welcome in. Light the light. User 82, welcome in. Big out up on the screen, please. That's it, welcome in. Light the light, shade the light from the oath, please. Karin, welcome in. Light the light, shade the light from the oath. Can I bring your support, Karin?
That's a speedy gift. Where's the woman code I give over here, Ghosty? Just Say, ball game come na yan, sir.
Kenneth, welcome in. Tori, reach welcome in. Tori, big up on the screen, please. Elizabeth, welcome in. Big up on the screen.
Ghost, man. Yeah, the world, my friend.
Mr. and Mrs. Smooth, don't plan things that what you done. So Mrs. Smooth tricks.
Feel like FIFA, welcome in. Welcome in, Bob. Thank you, Baka Arnie. Thank you, Baka Alpha, follow up, please, and the got support.
Ghost, thank you. When you go in them face, you cover there, you play silence game, you know. You respect and love for that, you know. Black fart in them face. Black fart in them face. Yo, the black of them, like, turn on them nice, and brother. A silence game we are playing. Bukla. Let's go see bring out the money gun for the scream. And jigsaw. We need 3 warrior now to lift up the title. 6 of them. Bumbo class.
Let me record this, ladies and gentlemen. It's your brother Bolo VNR in this space again. Ladies and gentlemen, I went back and I found the post of the Solidarity Program when it was introduced by the Ministry of Labour. Yes, introducing the Solidarity Program.
Sweet 16, Kim, big up yourself.
Reaching those who
Jolly
need
J,
most.
good
Jamaica,
morning, and Blue,
reaching
good
those
morning.
who need it most. Angela, I see you in the comment section, you know, asking you need help to sign the petition. Listen, reach out to me on my WhatsApp number, one of my moderators over there by Bolo TBV. If she doesn't have the number already, could you please type it in the chat for her? Thank you so much. It is, however, 876-451-6535. All right, I'm gonna see how I can best assist you with that. I'll give you some advice. So it says, introduction to the Solidarity Program. A caring government reaching those who need it the most. If you're not on path, poor relief, NIS, social pension, or the GOJ reverse income tax credit, this one-time $20,000 grant may be for you. Targeting 50,000 Jamaicans. Designed for elderly persons with disabilities, low-income workers, and more. Plus access to added support like job placement, skills training, and health aid. Apply online or through MPs, NGOs, or community outreach. Call us. There's the number. Now, this is the flyer, ladies and gentlemen. Mighty God. Let us examine the flyer. There's a key thing on this flyer that stood out to me. Darren, how you doing? Nah, man, big up. Blessings to each and every one of you on TikTok. Antonio, everybody, pick up on yourself. The word is love. It says here, solidarity program. No one left behind. That is key. No one left behind. All right? And so, you would understand my shock when Mr. Alfred Dawes came to Parliament. In the PAC meeting, I believe, and he questioned the press secretary on the matter of this solidarity program. It was quite shocking, ladies and gentlemen, what that revealed. Right? Also, Mr. Omar Newell, listen to this.
The vendors who were used for the material aspect of it. SS.
Morning.
And welcome. My first question, the we pay component. SS.
Morning.
Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for.
Can you
my apologies. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, here it is, man. This is the one, man.
Of donor aid barely spent. We're still reeling from the revelation that there's $1.4 billion of donor aid barely spent. And now we are being informed that there is $770 million unspent, earmarked for the most vulnerable in our society. Of the $1 billion, only $230 million in approved payments so far?
Correct.
So we are at 23% of the funds. How long has this been programming going on?
June 2025.
And so we still have 75% of the funds unspent. And we are just at only about 63% of the of the applicants being selected for disbursement. What's the plan for spending the rest of the money with the, we're at about a year out now, and only 63% of applicants have got money. And you still have the bulk of the money there sitting, while the truth is that, we have many of our constituents calling us night and day asking when are they going to get their grants.
Okay, so we're at the end of a financial year. Mm-hmm. So the monies would have been returned. Monies unspent would have been returned for debt reduction.
So, you notice how she scratched her eye there a while ago. For those that are watching on Bolo TV. The money for the solidarity program is sent back for debt reduction because it was unspent. And then Mark Golding had to put out a video as well because, his constituents also signed up for that particular program. And you have to remember that that program is targeting the most vulnerable, the solidarity program. And it stated that no one will be left behind. So how you explain the money just going back for debt reduction? See it here, this is it. Look at this, man. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
This $20,000 grant for vulnerable people who need that assistance. Today I want to say something about the Solidarity Program. It was announced by the government in the run-up to the general elections of 2025. It was launched, I think, in June, July, and persons applied for this $20,000 grant for vulnerable people who need that assistance. The way in which that program has been administered is very problematic. For myself, our constituency submitted, I think, 336 applications in July, August of last year. We were not hearing anything as to the processing of those applications. We were following up. Eventually, it transpired that when the documents are uploaded onto the system, having scanned them, the JP seal, if it's an impress seal, is not visible on the digital form of the document. So we hand-delivered all of the applications to the ministry in December and January, and only to hear at the end of the day that only 113 of the 336 applications have been approved. We have been given no explanations as to why the others were rejected, no justification, and those people who went through the process and made the effort to apply are feeling absolutely disenfranchised by the way in which this has been handled. And it's now come to light that some $700 million allocated to that program has not been dispersed to beneficiaries under that program. This is a pattern we're seeing in the way the government is dealing with welfare matters, and it's really unacceptable in the context of a society, an economy where the pressures on the people are growing worse and worse every day. Victims from Hurricane Melissa, persons dealing with a massive rise in the cost of living as a result of external and internal factors. These people need help. When help is announced, it should be facilitated so beneficiaries get it, not bureaucratically stymied in a way that is totally unsatisfactory and unjustified. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Again, my people, no one will be left behind. No one will be left behind. That is the tagline for the Solidarity Program. And so many people, you heard how much people, Mark Olin said, got the grant from his constituency, 333 persons. And I think it was like 113 people, 336 persons, and I think like 113 persons got through, with no explanation as to why the 200 plus persons. So it's just 1/3. Now, nothing is perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Do not get me wrong. Nothing is perfect. But in a scenario like that, where you make a commitment to the people, right? And you say no one will be left behind. In this time right now, post-Hurricane Melissa, don't you think that these people need that help with all the external things that is happening with the economy and everything? Don't you think that they would need that help? Now is the time when this particular situation, hey, listen, now is the time where this particular situation, ladies and gentlemen, you would think that the government would be, the entity that the people would be able to lean on for help. But really and truly, the government is not, the government, to me, in my assessment, and I'm trying to be as fair as possible, it's like the people are drowning and they have a life jacket, which is the money. And they took the money, they took the life jacket, which is the money, and put it somewhere safe. And you are in the middle of the ocean drowning economically. That is what this is akin to. So when they say nobody left behind, if they were a lifeguard, well, 2/3 of the people in Mark Golding's constituency would have drowned. So I don't know how that is nobody being left behind. But this is what they advertise, right? Who is eligible? How to apply additional support services. All of it was launched. All of it is there. June 25th, 2025. This is a crying shame, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crying shame. Right? And of course, I want us to hear more from Mr. Das in terms of this situation.
The 230.4 million. So there are persons who would not have qualified for the program because they would not have met here. So the monies would have been returned. Monies unspent would have been returned for debt reduction. And as I indicated to you, Chair and members, that we have the 11,521 persons who would have been approved for payment, and that represented the 230.4 million. So there are persons who would not have qualified for the program because they would not have met the criteria. So we had persons who were already on programs who would have submitted applications. So we would not have included those having not met the eligibility criteria. As I indicated, we are also looking at the persons who would have submitted their applications, who would have met the criteria but not have met it at the end of the financial year. We are treating with those persons. So we'll be treating with all the applicants who would have applied for the program.
So of the 37%, of the 30% of applicants who would not have been shortlisted for disbursements, no. Have you approximately what percentage of that number is are the applicants who were just not supposed to have applied at all because they're getting a benefit? Who else is left out of that 18,000 who really and truly, if we get all of the I's dotted and the T's crossed, they can be eligible for disbursements? P.S. I have a fundamental problem with this. We're just coming from, we're still reeling from the revelation that there's $1.4 billion of donor aid barely spent. And now we are being informed that there is $770 million unspent, earmarked for the most vulnerable in our society. Something about the conceptualization of this program was wrong from the outset. If people are suffering and we are sitting on $770 million that just went back into consolidated fund or for debt payment, something has to be done about this program. It's clearly not working. The persons who it is meant to help, they're not receiving the help, and the money is just sitting there. I have a serious problem with having this much money sitting down and Jamaicans are suffering. That's all I have to say.
So, one of the things that she said there that was interesting was the amount of persons that they actually gave the grants to. And if you look back at the flyer, the aim is 50,000, isn't it? But I heard like 11,000 something. Jamaicans not covered by other social support. All right? So it's for 50,000 Jamaicans. That was the aim. And I'm going to play that part back again. What she said. I think it's like 11,000 persons qualified. Right? And there's a further 18,000. So the money is there. But all of this, man. Boy, I tell you, boy. Hey, it's tough.
Returned. Monies unspent would have been returned for debt reduction. And as I indicated to you, Chair and members, that we have the 11,521 persons who would have been approved for payment.
11,521 persons. Jamaica, if you was to do the math, let us do the math. 11,521. Remember that figure, 11,521, right? 1% of 50,000 is 500. So divide this by 500. So 23% of the amount of persons that they actually wanted to give the help got the help. 23%, ladies and gentlemen. You're telling me that they could not have. Remember, you know, the tagline is no one will be left behind in Jamaica. So reasonably, we are reason now, you know. We are reason. You're telling me that the government not understanding the moment and how people are in need, rising oil prices, everything. And you guys conceptualize this in the height of, this is not even 1 year old, this was 2025. It's coming up to 1 year old, the program. And the program is already an absolute failure, bro. And there's parts of it that is concerning. There was too many things about the program from the jump, like what Mr. Dr. Dawes said. There was too many things that disqualified you. If you are on path, if you are on the poor relief, if you are on NIS, if you're on social pension, if you're on the GOJ reverse income tax credit, then you won't be getting this money. And I'm saying, some of those, a few of those, or 2 of those could have been taken out to facilitate people. Social pensioners is not, come on, bro. Social pensioners? Man, let me know what y'all think, man. Let me know what y'all think. If you don't realize it, cost of living is going up. So whatever it is that pensioners are getting, it was already grossly inadequate. I know it's extremely grossly inadequate. You understand? That's where we're at. So Jada says, stick the pin. But those social programs should count under this circumstance, which is abnormal, not planned for. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're exactly right. You would think that the government would say, man, you know, the people are in this tough state, those persons. And let me go back to it and read it again because it's bad. No, it's really bad thinking about it. Look at it. Path, poor relief, the NIS was so bad, but social pensioners, yo, the GOJ reverse income tax credit, I left that one the outside. So poor relief, path, and social pension, I think those 3 should be removed. Me personally, I don't know what you guys think. Right? I think path, poor relief, and the social pensioners should be removed from disqualifying you to actually get this grant from the Solidarity Program. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about $20,000. That's it. It's not a lot of money. You understand? But it's that bad where people need help. So I don't know, man. I don't know if this is how politics works. I couldn't be in the room with colleagues that came to the conclusion that this is what they're gonna do. And I couldn't be quiet about it. You understand? Jada says, you know, I just think about something. All these senior directors and head of companies, just as selfish, you know, they know the program are not being used for what they are stated for. People are not being helped. Well, not enough. And them sit there silent, just securing their jobs. See how much time she scratched her eyes and her head back, nervous as I. Thank you so much. Because she knows it look bad. That's a press secretary. She knows it look bad, but you see, until we as a people here in Jamaica start to operate in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in whatever capacity that we are as a professional, then this will continue to happen to the most vulnerable among us. It will continue to happen. Bad things happen or continue to happen when good men stay quiet. We don't want to ruffle any feathers. We don't want to disturb our status quo in society. We don't want to be unfriended. And I'm not talking about this lady specifically. I'm just throwing out some things out there, how the bourgeoisie members of Jamaica think and operate. The bourgeoisies. It's all about status for them. C4, CW44, big up. He said, Bolo, good afternoon. My niece lives in Portmore. It is Mega Mart that closed, not Price Mart. Thank you so much. I always mixing them up. It's actually Mega Mart. Thank you so much. I actually did a video on that. It's coming out. I did a reaction to it. It's on there. So Mega Mart was closed down. Thank you so much for that correction. Jada says, and Nikisha, they want Nikisha to apologize for statements made. And then if you apologize for the people them suffering in Jamaica, I totally agree. Oh, I put that video out this morning, my reaction to Nikisha Burchell answering them, ladies and gentlemen. It's sweet, me, you see? It's sweet, me bad. Well, let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. No man left behind in the solidarity program, eh? Jamor, big up. Mighty God. But only 23% of persons that actually signed up for the solidarity. Imagine you taking the time out to sign up for the solidarity program. One look at $20,000 in Jamaica. And the man them not make sure say all of that money is given out. Them set the thing in such a way where persons just, are going to get disqualified. Why them man are evil and wicked, yeah, man, I tell you. But I saw it go still. I saw it go.
1, 2, 3, go!
For those who are not certified in scuba diving, that hasn't experienced the underwater world, this is a first step. My personal favorite aspect about the sea trek experience is seeing the looks on the guest's face when they first get underwater. We have guests who are afraid to go snorkeling because they can't swim, but they would do the sea trek experience because they can walk underwater.
My first impressions of Sea Trek were that it was absolutely amazing. Being underwater in the environment of the lagoon for the first time, being able to see those turtles up close was absolutely epic.
First time getting underwater, people who don't know anything about it, wonderful experience. People who come on a vacation, they want to try things, but they don't want to go out in the big ocean. This over here is perfect. When they get in the water, they have a small excursion. They can get a feel of how this is. I always wanted to try diving. Coming over here, this gave me a sense of what I should be expecting underwater. I'm more confident now if I want to go try diving.
I think that this experience could potentially inspire the next generation of underwater conservationists.
It may inspire them to become biologists or even volunteer if they would like. So they can also check the website and see what's available at the time and join us.
That's what you're supposed to have on the blood clot ticket. So it's your incompetence, no? Yeah? Because the issue is rider's license, not driver's. Yes? But there is a legal technicality around this. Yes? And there is a breach on this. I'm not gonna.
We need somebody to send me the clip when Andrew Wallace said fully done. Because this is a fully done soundbite moment. Fully done. You remember when him said that? Me need somebody to send me that clip then. No, sir. No, how you ever put riders? How you ever put driver when a rider's license? Because a rider different from driver. Embarrassing. Rough, Bridget, rough.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Explain that. I'm gonna leave that for the court. I know blood clot learned that from me today. Second ticket. Saying, second ticket. Let we see it. Operating motor vehicle contrary to terms and condition of license. Saying, all right, this one makes sense. Yes, but there's an error on it also. Unlicensed condition. So you have to explain to the court what unlicensed condition are defined to the court one unlicensed thing. But bear in mind, stupid idiot police, because they try you were incompetence and silly. I play along with you because I didn't want to escalate things further. Yes? Can you believe that you're in Iraq? The behavior what you don't have, you don't believe you're in Iraq. A simple traffic stop, you blow it out of proportion. Right? And I comply with you, and all of you didn't know who I am. You're not going to know now. Saying, by 9:30 today, between 9:30 and 9:45, I will be calling the inspectorate office. I know people in high places. Yes, I will be calling the inspectorate office who take complaint against police and who discipline complaint. Your radical behavior by using profanity language to me, I tell me, say, blood clot boy, I want your license. Give me your blood clot license. And I'm saying to you, Spencer, you may attack. All the bad them with your customer yesterday. I'm here to say to you, sir, there is no need for you to use in all these profanity language to me while you're in the line of duty. And you still carry on. I cuss up and hold it for bad word. And I try to impress one little bleach out girl. We are running off one container blood clot bar across the road. Yeah? Saying? Right? Your behavior was out of proportion. I am a businessman. I am NEMA boss. Operate a licensed business with a certificate of place of business, and I pay taxes to this government. Do you know that right now I owe the government $13,000? Eh? $13,000 me owe them. Them claims I me owe them. Eh? I pay taxes, and my taxes end up pay the school teacher, the doctors, and pay you. So me I pay you for blood clot harassment on the road, boy. I gonna teach you a blood clot lesson. Say, me now come look for your inspector up across keys. By 9:30, 9:45, I'm calling the inspectorate office and make a complaint against you, Constable Spencer. And after that, I am going to your commander office at Area 3 at Mandeville, and I will be asking for the superintendent, saying, him is somebody who know me. Not said him know me like that, but somebody who acquaint with me. Saying, and I gonna go into the commander for Manchester and make a complaint about your radically behavior. Saying, and after I leave this up, by 11:30, by 12 o'clock, I will be in Mandeville at Indicom filing a complaint against you. You must get some formally, internally discipline for your behavior. Your behavior is not acceptable in respect of the Jamaican Constable Police Force policies. Listen to me, boy, and learn. Yes? And if you don't openly come blood clot, apologize for your behavior yesterday, I will be taking you and your two colleagues before the AG in the Supreme Court to find out who is the AG. You hear me tell you? I mean, know people in high places. Yes? If your commander have not brought you in the office and let you apologize to me as a citizen of this country, yes, I gonna do the necessary. I will be doing the necessary and show you that Mother Earth, the universe is strong. Bear in mind how much police sick and blood clot dead since the start of the year. You hear? The play with our ancestors. We are maroon. Watch yourself. You see the same way how you kidnap me and put handcuffs on me? The same thing will return back to you. And let me tell you something. Me I predict your destiny. You see your destiny? Me I predict your destiny. You know, when they put handcuff on you, you not charged for assault. No more. You're not going to charge for assault, no citizen of Jamaica. You're not going to charge for shoot, no citizen. You're going to charge. You're going to be arrested in the future. You're going to be arrested and charged. Failing to apologize, you may be arrested and charged in the future for rape and or having sexual or maybe charged for having sexual intercourse with a minor. And you're going to get arrested and charged for that. You may get arrested and charged for that and put in a blood clot jail. That are the disgrace you're going to take your pussy clot. Watch and see if you don't apologize.
Help. We key out of the ladder. We need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
Take his microphone. Just a minute. Just a minute. Take his microphone. Usher him out. Usher him out. Usher him out.
Jamaica, my belly full. I don't know This video was 4 days ago. I posted, I don't know if it didn't make 4 days ago or them post it, them repost it 4 days ago, because I know he said, "Oh, if you share this," I don't know. I don't know if it is original, I don't know. But Jamaica, my belly full. You know what I'm happy about? It happened to somebody of status that have connection to the Prime Minister. You hear what the man said? He might go sit down and have a talk with your father, Andrew. Andrew, this argument about see the judge or see the maker, and you want Oris Chang, the man said he's going to come run and bite you. The man said something interesting at last. You see so much police he can dead from the start. And then the man say, "Mama Maroon, that not safe." And then the man a prophesy upon the man life. Say he may get arrested if he don't apologize for having sex with a minor. Mighty God, that is dangerous. Jamaica, that is dangerous. Boy, I'm going to do it again. I don't know. Boy, hey, that one I let me for 6. I'm not even come to talk about this. No, sir. Only time one thing in our comment section here, man.
Apostle Elijah, Peter Chambers, once more with a pounded word. Hallelujah. A harsh one and also an intriguing one. And my topic today, my story, put behind bars for speaking thus in the Lord. And our theme, born to win. Hallelujah. The Lord reveals to me, if the PNP is going to win the general election, they must find a legislation to remove the EOJ out of the Prime Minister's office before the election, because we've seen the local government and it was...
So Jamaica, that is a clear indication what the Lord was revealing to Pastor Peter Chambers, that the election was going to be stolen, and the EOJ being in the office of the Prime Minister is a key issue. Thus saith the Lord. Not my word, not Bolo saying, listen to this. So, I have to remind the people that I myself, because here why. You know, we was going hard on the people were actually take the money, you know. We still go hard for them, see, we not let loose for them, you know. But this thing I did really set up one way, you know, Mr. Cole.
But Bolo, if that Jamaica is 90% Christian, and you have pastors like Keith in Rydell,
mighty God. Good morning, boss lady. Big up yourself.
Keith in
Rydell Road.
Listen, let me tell you, Mr. Cole. You see, once somebody in alignment with God and they move out of alignment, them is no longer a part of the church. You know? Them is the synagogue of that is it. That is it.
Rydell Road
That is it.
was never in alignment with God.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you. Rydell Road was never in alignment with God. Rydell Road, see a way, because him lazy, his mother was lazy, his study was lazy, and him pass out a lazy way.
Yes.
And come and tell life on God.
Oh gosh.
And there's no chance for him to repent. Him about a hell worse and dingy. Tell him to sue me.
Cool.
My brother.
We say splash TG.
My son.
From Mr. Cole about the fire there, right? It's so ironic where all of these people who we mentioned of just now, we include Dana Morris Dixie in it as well. These people, bro, represent the Seventh-day Adventist Church, bro. All of these people say they are Seventh-day Adventists, they are Adventist members,
Me not bash the whole entire organization because you have a few people in there where you have those like say them a follow the ways of God. So me not gonna do that. But the understanding strategy I said because it is just the facts of the matter. It is quite interesting.
I was invited to a church service.
That Andrew supposed to be saying the Adventist. What on now?
You not hear me?
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, what
I'm
on
telling you this.
what may I say before you say that? May I say it's quite interesting that Andrew himself is a part of the Seventh-day Adventist Church as well. So it's not like seminar understanding facts, but because I make it known as a disclaimer, I am not bashing the entire organization. Let's continue, Mr. Cole.
I was invited to a church service. And when they invite me, I said, Bishop, I'm willing to come. But I want you to ask every member in that church who voted for Andrew Hollis in 2025. And he said, why? He said, I will not sit in that church with them. He said, why? He said, the Bible said, any church you go in and any pastor invite you to a church after 2025, and you go in there, you are no different from Andrew Hollis once there's a labor right in there. You are a criminal and a thief. The Bible said, woe unto him.
Well, Mr. Cole, with that said, well, you know, if you let me talk. And with that said,
don't tell me to say that. Just put my disclaimer out.
That cut all of the powers from Power Faith Ministry. Power Faith Ministry.
Oh, you're talking about my good brother Delford Davis?
Right.
That kneel down and wipe off the feet of Andrew Hollis? That criminal?
No, hold on. Wait. Hold on. We need the clip of Delford Davis to do that.
Bolo. Delford Davis. Without any apology. And what I'm saying tonight has nothing to do with Bolo and his platform. All disclaimer is from Orin Cole.
And Splash DJ as a Fox reaction.
Right? And when Andrew Hollis locked down the church and him offering start to lose, he said, oh, Mr. Prime Minister, I mean, you are a good friend, but you're going against the other God. When Andrew Hollis come back to church, him and him are still good friend.
Thank you, Freedom. Big up.
It was the cry.
What you know the Bible say? What you know the Bible say? What you know the Bible say? All
that come and preach a different gospel from the gospel of Jesus Christ is a liar and a thief. Paul, you never say one. Paul.
Yeah, thank you so much again, Freedom, for the gift.
That was the pastor who threw up back the churches them in Jamaica. If it was for any other pastor, Mark Stewart, Pastor Peter Chambers did say, yeah, go against the orders of the church and see if he would have freedom. No, because Pastor Davis disclaim it, you are my good friend.
Yeah, I mean, even Pastor Peter Chambers sent word to him already publicly and said, tell him what they must say about him. So the politician must say them have him locked. They have a tape. I really talk about them because you say you have money back.
That church
back.
Yeah, man, that's the word, me general. Look, come on.
You not hear me?
Me I hear you. Me I hear you.
Don't be afraid, right? Because the Bible says, he that seeth the dark and call it light, woe upon him.
Mm-hmm.
We have a prime minister.
Yes.
Who is based upon the Integrity Commission report, is a common criminal. He's not different.
Yeah.
He's not different from the little youth when you up in bang a phone and scam. When the NARA Act can tell you that the only person can appoint the CEO of NARA is the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister came out and said, hey, make this clear, I have nothing to do with it. The Act said that. But guess what happened? The Bible said that without vigilance, the people are going to perish.
Have to perish, bro.
And Jamaica have been Jamaica perished.
Yeah. Hey, remember one time back in the day, man, people is so connected with the Most High, man. Them yo, I tell you, say, a whole heap of things them actually prevent bad from happening to them children, because their eyes they open and when I get that word direct, you understand?
Bolo, in closing, the final word.
Yes, sir.
I remember that my grandmother used to walk down at the church, and she begged Pastor Knight, may the both soul rest in peace, to pray over 1 gallon bottle of water. And when we are going to do exams, all of our grandchildren, them and our children, them, right? Christina Agatha Davis, take a look at each other water there, where she will walk along a Pastor Knight. And when she checked that water where we are going, she said, drink 1 cup of that water, yeah. And she stopped with it. Not even olive oil. She no rub on with.
Whoa.
She walked along at the church. And she used that water, she call it holy water. Your belly hot, yo. You feel like it's one fensic?
Yeah.
I look at that water there, you get to drink. Your head hot, yo. You feel like you get one fensic? Because fensic was the number 1 tablet. Dino can tell me, see me in the chat. Right? In our days, we never have no Panadol Ultra, no Panadol this, nor that. Fensic was the number 1. And that's all she did. But you see church today, every one of them, whether you are 7-day, Jehovah's Witness, Pentecostal, Catholic, and you go to the poll 2025 and vote for Andrew Wallace, the gate of hell open to swallow all of you.
My gosh.
All. Because the Bible said if the watchman see the danger and did not warn, the blood
yeah, man, I see serious punishment, man.
And you, the church, see the act, and you keep silent.
Yeah.
The opponent and the enabler is wicked, and the man who got to keep his matter boat.
That is true. That is true.
But me have to wake up back a morning 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All right. And you will continue to be conscious here.
Yes, sir.
Do your research. Do your research.
Yeah, man.
And I want Bolo, try to get the book when you 101 reasons to vote for PNP. And you will see how PNP build Jamaica.
Yeah, talk about the one that Miss Portia seems to me that they put out.
No, man, it put up before Portia, man. 101 reasons. It has Portia night still an achievement and everything.
Aye, juicy lips. Alright.
Right?
Yeah, man.
But when it's a come from one look set up.
It
was known for. Yeah. So, the word is love, my brother.
Every time, General. Big up.
Alright.
That is it, man. Circle in our place, you know? So, yeah, the next thing that the good brother Ishmael brought up, let's check it out.
Before and look at what this guy is going to say. Some solidarity payments made before monies were sent back to consolidated funds. We no business about that. How is that an issue? We don't care about some people get the benefit. Hundreds of thousands of people need assistance. You're going to tell me, say 5 people get it? How is that helping? How is that really helping? I don't want to hear that people are still living under tarpaulin. Cartoon come and tell you what she have to do. And a tarpaulin just sleep, she under. She have to bathe outside. I'm sure you heard it. You wanna watch the program, so you heard it. You guys would have heard it on Friday. So why y'all come Monday now? Why come and tell we say solidarity Sunday? Forgive me. Why are you coming on Sunday to say that some solidarity payments were in fact paid out? We don't want to hear that. What is really happening here? But he went further. He went further, Jamaica. He's now taking on the Gleaner about their headline of the Solidarity Program. These people are unhinged. These people are unhinged. These people are definitely unhinged. What is this? You can call me if you don't want to call me. Call me and cuss him. Me tell you that.
Yeah, sorry about the camera. Just reactivate that. Yeah, here we go. So let's go to the article, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I haven't read it. But, you know, my good brother Ishmael sparked conversation. And I said, let me go and check out this article. Alright. So here we are. Here we are, my good people. President Charles Jr. says funds for a solidarity program applicants were dispersed before a portion of the monies was returned to the consolidated fund. He was speaking at Oceanwide this morning. Let's continue. Sometimes you have to refresh that page if you added them. Hold on.
The monies are there for pickup. That's the assurance from Minister Charles to all approved applicants of the Solidarity Program who have not yet accessed their cash grants. He says the ministry has extended the collection period into June.
There's no group that is left out because of that window. Because the reality is that we had about 18,000 applicants. We filtered out the ones that were eligible, and of the ones that were eligible, majority of them have already received funding, and we've started the process of assigning them to the government service that is relevant. And the remaining persons, we've extended the time to June, so they have the availability of still going to retrieve their funds from the remittance agent. So there's no one that is left out, and that money is already allocated for those persons.
Of the $1 billion allocated for the program, over half was returned to the consolidated fund when the financial year expired. The program was intended to reach approximately 50,000 people. At its end, only about 11,000 individuals benefited. The ministry has explained that the execution of the program was faced with challenges, including disruptions related to Hurricane Melissa and difficulties with the online application portal. Similarly, expenditure under the program was subjected to a real-time audit by the Auditor General's department. The ministry says this added additional layers of verification and oversight that caused delays. According to Minister Charles, the team also...
Why would you need additional layers of identification? So you guys don't know how to do your jobs properly? Why it has to be additional? You guys, it's because the Auditor General, now you're blaming the Auditor General, because the Auditor General was there, it took more time because we couldn't cut any corners. Wow. Why would you want to cut corners? Why wouldn't you know how to do the job the right way in the first damn place? The man them a tell upon themselves and them don't even know, you know? The man them literally telling on themselves and them don't even know, bro. It better than stop talking. How comes the Auditor General become the problem here, sir? I'm trying to figure it out. How? Yo, Jaja.
Similarly, expenditure under the program was subjected to a real-time audit by the Auditor General's department. The ministry says this added additional layers of verification and oversight that caused delays. According to Minister Charles, the team also spent a lot of time sorting through submissions.
Bro, see, I'm telling you, I'm telling you guys, y'all need to pay attention. See what he did? Just what I just explained. That's exactly where they went with it. It's all of these red tapes, we couldn't get to cut corners, and that's why we don't know how to do things the right way without the Auditor General saying that we misappropriated, our funds are missing, our things are not properly recorded. After 10 freaking years, you guys in power and you still don't know. Now I see why you guys violated the IMF and didn't take the tests and messed up our economy in 2011. Now I see why. You guys is like, you guys don't run a business that has proper oversight and accountability, and you guys run the country in a reckless way. So when there's proper oversight, it makes you slow because you don't have that muscle memory of doing things the right way and getting it done quickly. That is the problem with the Jamaica Labour Party, That's why them can't do this. You know see that?
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be right
in my
back.
office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
Since no one seems to care.
just built a
I just created
performance
a goal
manager.
tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep. Can this thing manage content? Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
The program was intended to reach approximately 50,000 people. At its end, only about 11,000 individuals benefited. The ministry has explained that the execution of the program was faced with challenges, including disruptions related to Hurricane Melissa and difficulties with the online application portal. Similarly, expenditure under the program was subjected to a real-time audit by the Auditor General's department. The ministry says this added additional layers of verification and oversight that caused delays. According to Minister Charles, the team also spent a lot of time sorting through submissions made by members of Parliament.
So it did take some time for us to filter out the persons who came to us from the MPs and to make sure that we had the people who were eligible. And that, of course, was not a very easy process, because when an MP speaks to a constituent and says, come, I want to get you into this program, to tell them thereafter that you are not eligible is a political problem sometimes. So I understand the frustration that MPs face. I faced it as an MP too. But there are persons who my team might have identified who we had to tell later, said, no, the information you gave us was wrong. When we put it in the system, we found that you were working. So you can't tell us you weren't working, because here it is proving that you were working or proving that you're actually on pass.
Jamaicans currently benefiting from the Social Pension Program, the Program of Advancement through Health and Education, Poor Relief, the National Insurance Scheme, or the government's Reverse Income Tax Credit were not eligible for support under the Solidarity Program. The ministry disclosed in a statement on Thursday that it has written to the Finance Ministry requesting that the balance be returned for disbursement to vulnerable Jamaicans under its social programs. Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
Sorry about that.
There's no group that is left out because of that window. Because the reality is that we had about 18,000 applicants. We filtered out the ones that were eligible, and of the ones that were eligible, majority of them have already received funding, and we've started the process of assigning them to the government service that is relevant. And the remaining persons, we've extended the time to June, so they have the availability of still going to retrieve their funds from the remittance agent. So there's no one that is left out, and that money is already allocated for those persons. So it did take some time for us to filter out the persons who came to us from the MPs and to make sure that we had the people who were eligible. And that, of course, was not a very easy process, because when an MP speaks to a constituent and says, come, I want to get you into this program, to tell them thereafter that you are not eligible is a political problem sometimes. So I understand the frustration that MPs face. I faced it as an MP too. But there are persons who my team might have identified who we had to tell later, said, no, the information you gave us was wrong. When we put it in the system, we found that you were working. So you can't tell us you weren't working, because here it is proving that you were working or proving that you're actually on pass.
Hold on there, Jamaica. You just hold on a little bit. Let me put this on pause. Let me get my water. Drink water and mind my business. Drink water and mind my business.
We continue to press on to identify them first and foremost, which is the greatest problem, because they're not. We continue to press on to identify them first and foremost, which is the greatest problem, because they're not readily identifiable. So we're going to collaborate with all of the community leaders, including our MPs, identify the persons, and we will get them into one of our programs, whether it is solidarity, rehabilitation, past social pension. I want it to be clear. Our operation is not exclusive to solidarity. We do this on a daily basis. So whether there is solidarity or not, we have programs that will assist the vulnerable in this country. Solidarity is just a construct to focus attention on those harder issues. For instance, the persons who have no documentation, and we will continue that work. We continue.
So, brother, you say we're not going to use the leaders that. You should have been to do that. Mark Willing telling you already. Partnership, unity. You should have been to do that, brother. Why no one not do it when you not get criticism? You know, it's a reactive government, Bridget. You're not ready, bro. You're not ready, bro.
This program, more than any program, it reaffirms the need for Jamaica to get needs up and running and across the country in every community. You know, as the Prime Minister said, we are going to be, as a ministry, out with the needs team, trying our best to sign people up so that we don't have to have registration for every time we have a program. For solidarity, you sign up. For rehabilitation, you sign up. For PASS, you sign up. No. What we want is a system that allows for all Jamaicans to be in the needs, and once you have the needs, we will know if you're eligible or if you're not, just by the information that the needs have. And that will reduce, if not eliminate, a lot of the headache that we're now having.
I don't need to go over the needs. I did it in the previous reaction. So, for those that watch this replay, alright, you know what? Let me do it. Let me do it. Maybe I didn't watch the other video, maybe watch. Let me do it. Let me do it. I can find that art. Oh my God. Can't make this up, bro. These dudes do not give up. I'm telling you. When they pushing an agenda and narrative, they go hard body. Real talk. They go hard body. See that? I just want to scroll down to the part that it says the reason why the needs was unconstitutional. Listen to this.
Jamaica Global Online said the NIDS Act was likely to be an invasion of Jamaicans' right to privacy. The court agreed. Right to privacy. Citing precedent from the Supreme Court of India, the Jamaican justices reaffirmed the Jamaican citizens' right to privacy on 3 grounds. Privacy of the person, that is when there is some invasion by the state of a person's right related to his physical body. Informational privacy, which does not deal with a person's body, but the recognition that an individual may have control over the dissemination of material that is personal to him or her, and where the unauthorized use of such information may lead to infringement of that right. Privacy of choice, which protects individual autonomy over personal choices. It was the mandatory requirement of the NIDS Act which requires the compulsory taking of biometric information, and that requirement supported by criminalization if a person did not register that really got Jamaicans angry. The court found that the mandatory requirement deprived Jamaicans of choice and ruled that on all 3 dimensions, the NIDS ACT does violate the citizen's right to privacy. It described the law as being very coercive in exposing the citizen to criminal prosecution.
Jamaica, do not be tricked here. So, this is what Andrew was. Oh my God, you guys, if you had just got the needs, all those negative things would have happened to you when they had it in its original form. Right? You see that they were incompetent, lazy, and those things, if not intentional, in their efforts to lay it down the way they did. It's like somebody copied and pasted the law for them. Is that what happened? Did somebody copy and paste the law for Andronis and his government? Like, who are they working for, really? How do you as a government do this? Put a law, a bill together that invades the people's right to this physical body. Put a person's information at risk to be exploited, something like their biometrics, something so important. And then eliminate their choice in whether or not they choose for you to violate those rights. Because at the end of the day, 50% of the people don't trust the government, So I automatically know so then 50% of people are not at the needs. And I don't expect no PMP to take it. Left the other local rest of them, and I could try to open them brain a little bit and make them know say, yo, brother, sister, careful. That's it. So this was the needs in its original form, ladies and gentlemen. The intention alone tells you that this is not something that you want to be a part of. I think it's quite unwise, in my opinion. Yeah. Let's see if the government is not going to be able to do their jobs in an efficient way without the needs. Well, make we get our next government then. That's what they're telling us, essentially. If people, you guys have to take the needs for you to get fast service. And if you don't take it, we're not going to give you any service, or we're going to give you slow service. It's going to take a long time. Well, guess what? My advice to Jamaican people is get independent. Start uniting amongst yourselves. And don't depend on the state too much. That's what I would tell you. How about that? Yes, man. Yes, man. Don't make them have nothing over you. Remember, these are the same people that create political victimization because you're not agreeing. Remember, the same people them do it. So imagine them have the needs and the power. If you know, say, oh, you're PMP, and you this, okay, then I get that political victimization in a mass way, so they can identify also, you're labor right, so, oh, you are PMP, so, oh, you want to know. Political victimization, the potential of it would skyrocket with our needs. Remember, say, there was a secret in Jamaica. And me say so. Then you can imagine with the needs, them going to know all your personal details of your biometrics. If you're sick with asthma, with damn thing right at their fingertips. Oh, this person is not like, say, information block up somewhere else. It's all in one place. So when them pop up any and everything come up. Them have to go look somewhere else, your medical records, and maybe, based off of the law, not maybe, they would have need to have some type of reason why they would have want the records. They couldn't just get them some court order. You might say the man want to cut through every red tape. Right? Needs are the first NARA, and NARA is the needs 2.0 in terms of that aspect of land resources and them something. May I tell you, you're not going to see the needs go court. You're not going to see the NARA go court. Mark my words. And it's going to have similar issues about it that they have right here. Yes, you remember good. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. Big up Ishmael.
Risk Disaster Council, the Prime Minister expounded on the issues that stemmed from identifying persons who were potential beneficiaries of relief programs. Dr. Andrew Holness says the full implementation of NIDS could have prevented instances of confusion in the process of providing relief to Jamaicans.
I just thought that this was a good opportunity to explain to the public why national identification is important. If it isn't done right, you get some report saying that you didn't dot this I and cross this T, which you ought to get because the objective is to get the thing to perfection. If we were accepted that NIDS was important and we did it 5 years ago and we implemented it, today we wouldn't be talking about the next hurricane season coming and the Minister of Labour and Social Security having to think about how am I going to do another assessment to reassess the same people to ask them to go and register again, God forbid if anything were to happen.
The Prime Minister says if more Jamaicans welcomed NIDS, it would be easier.
Alright people, when they hear the bullshit, listen to this.
Petramala, appreciate it. Thank you. Joining me now is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness. We spoke with him last night. What a day it has been. Certainly, Prime Minister, thank you. What are you hearing about the impact of the storm? What kind of reports of damage are you getting?
Well, just as you have heard from your previous two guests, that the corridor of impact would have been in the southwestern end of the island, St. Elizabeth, parts of Manchester, parts of Westmoreland, and then heading to the northwestern end of the island, St. James, Hanover, and parts of Trelawney. It is clear that wherever the eye of the hurricane hit, there would be devastating impacts. And the reports that we have had so far would include damage to hospitals, significant damage to residential property, housing, and commercial property as well. And damage to our road infrastructure. But I think that, we have mounted a very credible and strong preparation and recovery strategy. A credible and strong, we have mounted a very credible and strong preparation and recovery strategy. And that will help us to ensure that our citizens who may now be facing hardship, they can have confidence that the government will be able to reach them immediately after the storm is past.
Yeah,
Should I play anything else? Andrew Holness went on CNN and told them that them have a credible and strong preparation, meaning preparing for the aftermath of a storm and what that entails. Credible and strong, and also response. Credible preparation and recovery. So why am I blame recovery for needs now? Why it not credible and it not strong? You never did know say you never have needs before the storm. Why did you go and see on CNN and tell the people them a bold-faced lie? Tell me now. Why you do that? A two different arguments there, man. Listen to this, Jamaica. Two different arguments there.
That stemmed from identifying persons who were potential beneficiaries of relief programs. Dr. Andrew Holness says the full implementation of NIDS could have prevented instances of confusion in the process of providing relief to Jamaicans.
I just thought that this was a good opportunity to explain to the public why national identification is important. If it isn't done right, you get some report saying that you didn't dot this I and cross this T, which you ought to get because the objective is to get the thing to perfection. If we were accepted that NIDS was important and we did it 5 years ago and we implemented it, today we wouldn't be talking about the next hurricane season coming and the Minister of Labour and Social Security having to think about how am I going to do another assessment to reassess the same people to ask them to go and register again, God forbid if anything were to happen.
The Prime Minister says if more Jamaicans welcomed NIDS, it would be easier for the government to carry out its disaster relief operations.
But if we were not a society that viewed unique identity as a trespass on privacy, then it would be much easier for us to conduct relief and humanitarian efforts. And that is the reality.
Dr. Holness gave it.
Look what about privacy when him no want the Integrity Commission to get deeply involved in his statutory declaration and how he making money. Look what about privacy. When he must sue the Integrity Commission talking about it's unconstitutional. Jamaica may have something for them. We'll stick around. Andrew too dangerous. We need to stop it. You hear Andrew talk, ladies and gentlemen, and I say, oh, if they did pass NIDS 5 years ago, we wouldn't have this problem. Let me tell you why NIDS couldn't pass 5 years ago. Saying, you don't like and share that video, don't keep it to yourself. Whether you are watching live or you are watching replay. Listen to this.
NADS down the drain. Supreme Court says the act is unconstitutional and unlawful. By Jamaica, Global April. The Supreme Court of Jamaica has now confirmed what Jamaica Global and Lean told readers in our story of November 2nd, 2018, that the National Identification and Registration Act, NIDS, is a flawed piece of legislation, likely to impinge on the constitutional rights of Jamaicans. Join the over 40,000 persons who have so far read the original post. What all Jamaicans living overseas, in foreign and abroad, must know about NIDS. In a landmark ruling on April 12, 2019, the full court comprising Chief Justice Brian Sykes, Justices David Batts and Lisa Palmer-Hamilton unanimously declared the NIDS Act null and void and of no legal effect. The court's ruling came as no surprise as legal, civil society groups, and the political opposition had pleaded with the government to engage the country in more detailed discussion of the proposed act before it was voted into law. Not only did the government ignore the public, but it bulldozed the act through both houses of parliament and proceeded to spend taxpayers' money in advertising and implementation contracts even as the challenge to the law was before the courts. NDS is being funded at a cost of $13.6 million US, part of a $68 million US loan by the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB.
I did it. So you think the day whole time I don't hear me? Oh my God. Now I'm gonna edit that. My sound is off. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Carla Ebanks, what's up? Thank you so much. A Johnson. Big up yourself. But sorry about that, guys. Alright. Let's continue. I know you hear me. I looked at the microphone like, what? Red light? No. But let's continue.
Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. Chief Justice, Honorable Brian Sykes. Jamaica Global Online said the NIDS Act was likely to be an invasion of Jamaicans' right to privacy. The court agreed. Right to privacy. Citing precedent from the Supreme Court of India, the Jamaican justices reaffirmed the Jamaican citizens' right to privacy on 3 grounds. Privacy of the person, that is when there is some invasion by the state of a person's right related to his physical body. Informational privacy, which does not deal with a person's body, but the recognition that an individual may have control over the dissemination of material that is personal to him or her, and where the unauthorized use of such information may lead to infringement of that right. Privacy of choice, which protects individual autonomy over personal choices. It was the mandatory requirement of the NIDS Act which requires the compulsory taking of biometric information, and that requirement supported by criminalization if a person did not register that really got Jamaicans angry. The court found that the mandatory requirement deprived Jamaicans of choice and ruled that on all 3 dimensions, the NIDS ACT does violate the citizen's right to privacy. It described the law as being very coercive in exposing the citizen to criminal prosecution.
So, I just want to go no understanding of why this NIDS in its original form was not passed. Privacy of the person. That is when there is some invasion by the state of a person's right relative to his physical body, that means they can literally tell you what to do. You know, you remember like when, excuse me, they were trying to force people to take the joke? Well, having the needs and having that system, you will forfeit your right to choice. To your person, your body, you. The physical body. Secondly, informational privacy, which does not deal with a person's body, but recognizes that an individual have control over the dissemination of material that is personal to him or her, and where unauthorized use, such as information, may lead to infringement of that right. So say for instance, needs in a database. Them can sell the information. Like, they do it all the time all over the world on the black market, right? Your medical history. You need to have your title of your land, all of those sensitive details digitally. All right, you can go look it up. I'm not making anything up here, ladies and gentlemen. So that part of it, that privacy wouldn't be secured. That's why they rule it out. Second, third, privacy of choice, which protects an individual autonomy over personal choices. Like, I don't want to do this. The needs would rob you of that. I don't want to be a part of this. It would rob you of that. That's what the needs would do. It would rob you of those things. Whoa. Sorry to people. I did do it. What's that? Sorry about that. Something just ain't right. Too much of these shorts and something like that. Thank God. There you go. Alright, so here it said the mandatory requirement of the NIDS Act, which required compulsory taking of biometric. That means biometric are everything. Private about it as possible. You understand? A fingerprint, all them stuff, their biometrics, right? All their biometric information. So they want everybody's biometric information, and you don't have the right to say, no, I don't want to give you my biometrics. Why do you want my biometrics? Where is this going to be stored? How can they use this against me? You understand what I say? Them type of something, the information, protection. Alright. It goes on to say that that requirement is supported by criminalization if a person does not register. That really got Jamaicans angry. The court found that the mandatory requirement deprived Jamaicans of choice and ruled that all three dimensions of the NIDS Act does violate citizens' right to privacy. So this is what Andrew Onis is bemoaning about, that, oh, if we had gotten this passed 5 years ago, everybody could get help. The devil is a liar. You hear me telling you? Let's continue. Listen to this.
Prosecution. Jamaica Global Online also warned against the dangers involved in the taking of a person's biometric information. The court agreed. Collecting biometric information. The court found that the collection of biometric information impacts the citizen's informational privacy as well as his ability to move about freely. The justices pointed to the fact that the unique identification number, NN, to be issued to each Jamaican was to be seeded across a variety of databases, ultimately within the possession of the government and enabling the state to pull together vast amounts of information about the citizen. In effect, this would put the government in a position to derive new information and new knowledge by this combination. This, they concluded, was an invasion of privacy rights, and the justification given by the government for forcing citizens to submit to this invasion of their privacy did not meet the statutory or constitutional standard. In addition, there was the question of storage.
Jamaica on the ear. On the ear how wicked the government is. If the PMP was like the JLP, we in our trouble right back in a slavery, the money would have carry with these needs. You can't travel go there so because they lock down your account. You say something bad about some Israeli type of vibes of control you talk about it. You say something wrong, Chinese type of kind of the Chinese they have the down there too. A whole heap of people homeless, at the same system the man might try to come in with to control everything. You say, oh, Andrew want control? Control everything. And that it'll lead to eventually. Listen, we not lock we ain't going like say we are eat that. Look around the world, it's happening. Thank God say them I do it first. So we know say alright, I saw Andrew up. Even when I try to shove this down with throat Jamaica and the court. First of all, the PMP had to go to court to say no and defend us. Thank God for the PMP. Thank God for the People's National Party. You hear what I said? Thank God for the People's National Party. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have any supper. We wouldn't have any dinner, and we wouldn't have any lunch or breakfast. We wouldn't have any water. We would have expired under the Jamaica Labour Party, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you that right now. The man them said it did not meet statutory or constitutional standard. I think this NARA is going to be doing the same thing eventually. Not meeting statutory or constitutional standards. How much you know want to bet? I said it here first, and everyone I want to know watch me right now. TikTok, YouTube, when is a witness. Today is 1st of June. I want gone past 12 o'clock. 1st of June, Bolo VNR is telling you guys. This NARA is going to be taken to court. I think, God never tell me this, but I think I'm having a prophetic moment. I could be wrong. I'm not a prophet. But I'm saying, I believe NARA is going to end up in this same category through what they are going to do. Mark my words. Statutory and constitutional standards is not going to be met. It will not meet it. Let's continue. More bang around.
Storage and the safety of citizens' information once it is in the possession of the state. The court ruled that NDS in its present form, constitutional standard. In addition, there was the question of storage and the safety of citizens' information once it is in the possession of the state. The court ruled that NDS in its present form, protection was inadequate and therefore a violation of the right to privacy.
Sorry, the needs in its original form did not meet the criteria for the privacy of citizens. Biometric, something that is so sensitive. If it's got into the wrong hands, it's detrimental. And the needs would literally have all your life on it. Like I said, your land title, your driver's license, everything would be on that card. You see how they're digitizing everything? That's where they want to go. They don't want to have nothing but digital. The devil is a liar. You guys better wake up and smell the coffee. You see, that's why I'm coming out now talking about, if you had the needs, you would get relief. The devil is a liar again. It's the same thing would happen, ladies and gentlemen. It's one bag of criminal, them and crooks. You heard what I said? They keep taking and stripping you of your rights. Your right to privacy, this, that. By the time you look, you will have no rights left. They will have total control over you, and you will be a zombie. And I'm not exaggerating. Bet me and see if you're not going to lose. And I'm not trying to spread fear. I'm saying, look around the world, it's already happening. We have the privilege of being a third world country. Thank the Lord. There is benefits for every situation. We are not the first Beth. Good night, Laura. Good night. We are not the first to advance this and advance that. And then make all those mistakes. We are not the first Abina. So we can look and say, oh, we're going to learn from their mistakes. That is a benefit, ladies and gentlemen. And we must thank God for it, for being a third world country. So we see where this is going. We're not stupid. We're looking around the globe and we're seeing all these systems being put in place and how they're doing it. And you have to remember the prophetic word out of the Bible, the one world order. That's where all of this is going. You understand? Let's continue. It gets worse.
Privacy. Why is the ruling in this particular case so important? Shutting down the NIDS law itself might be seen as a major victory by concerned citizens, and it is. Far more important, however, is the precedent that this case has established, which is the right of all Jamaicans to challenge any ACT of Parliament if she thinks it is likely to impinge his or her freedom. This precedent has been established by the court's interpretation of Section 13, subsection 2 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms as guaranteed by the Jamaican Constitution, which declares that Parliament shall pass no law and organs of the state shall take no action which abrogates, abridges, or infringe those rights.
Jamaica, I want you guys to screenshot that. Parliament shall pass no law and organs of the state shall take no action which abrogates, abridges, and infringes your constitutional rights. It is a guarantee. Good morning, Laurie, everywhere. Why, blessings, why do you think, ladies and gentlemen, sorry. That's why, because they cannot infringe on the constitutional rights. That's why they were so adamant about reforming the Constitution. And they wanted to do it in phases. And they didn't want to leave the Privy Council out of that from the jump. All of this was strategic. All of it. All of it. And we thank God for these moments because, you know, the People's National Party set a precedent, understanding the law, defended the people by taking them to court. And the result stands, right? And you see, Nara have to buck up into the Constitution at some point. Because it is what it is. They cannot go around the Constitution. And the good thing about it is they cannot do it without the PMP to change it. So it protects us from the evil intentions that they do have. Let's continue.
Rights. What the court has now declared in unequivocal terms is that once the citizen establishes a violation or a likely violation, he has the right to challenge such action in the courts. Moreover, the burden is now on the violator, the government, to prove in its defense that its action or proposed action is demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Julian Robinson. In the case of the NIDS challenge brought by Mr. Julian Robinson, the government was unable to justify both the mandatory requirements of the Act and the invasion of the privacy rights of Jamaicans. In rubbishing the claims by the Attorney General that the NIDS constitutional challenge was a political ploy, the Chief Justice observed that the fact that Julian Robinson was a member of Parliament and a member of a political party was completely irrelevant, as all Jamaicans have the right to challenge any act of Parliament if she thinks it is likely to impinge on her freedom.
So the JLP really, is either they don't know the Constitution or they just hate the Constitution. I'm telling you, man, I have a problem. So, you know, this idea from Andrew about the NIDS, ladies and gentlemen, be careful here. Understand what these gentlemen was trying to achieve. You understand? They wanted to force this down our throats. And remember why it was not done. The right to privacy was totally being violated. There wasn't any real security for your information. You understand where the state is concerned. You can imagine, you know how expensive information is. Detailed information, data. Do you know how much currency that brings? And we have a corrupt government. Can you imagine them just selling our data, ladies and gentlemen? Remember, we had an election and all type of thing happened, all type of failures of system and all of that. Didn't they have a breach in the database of Jamaica the other day? And you want, as a matter of fact, let me look for it. Let me look for it. Google. A breach in, is it the EOJ database? Let's see if our article come up. I think this was like close to the election or something like that. I think this was like a breach of hacking into Jamaica database. Sure, we can find some cyber attack. That's it. Cyber attack on EOJ. Let's see if we find that. Is it EOJ? Cyber attack on government database. Alright, so Office of the beautiful. See the article here? Cyber attack on Office of Registrar General contained but service impacted. Let's read. Let's read, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read.
Kingston, Jamaica. The Office of the Registrar General, ORG, formerly the Registrar General's Department, RGD, says it was affected by a cyber incident detected on Sunday and is working to determine its full scope. News. Preparing for the unknown. Our initial assessment indicates that this incident was primarily designed to disrupt the availability of our systems, the ORG said Wednesday. As investigations are still ongoing to determine the full scope, some of our services may remain temporarily impacted or unavailable as we work diligently to restore full operations. It maintained that upon detection of the cyber attack, its technical team immediately activated an established incident response plan. This included containing the threat, launching a digital forensic investigation, notifying the relevant regulatory authorities, and beginning the process of systems and operational recovery, it said. Maintaining that no system is foolproof, the ORG said it believed that its robust security measures were instrumental in isolating the attack and limiting its impact. We understand that this disruption is an inconvenience to the many individuals and businesses who rely on our services, and we deeply regret any frustration this has caused. We are committed to transparency and will provide additional updates as more information becomes available, it said. The ORG operates as the country's repository for all records of births, marriages, deaths, and stillbirths in Jamaica, maintaining that it treats the security of its systems and citizens' data with the utmost seriousness. The ORG said it is committed to learning from this event and is continuing to invest in and strengthen its defenses to stay ahead of evolving cyber threats.
So Jamaica, when you hear that? Births, marriages, death, stillbirths. August 27th, 2025. This particular article, this was right before the election. Yo, man, listen, bro. Listen, I'm done, man. This is a long reaction. I'm done. This is a 45-minute reaction. This is another one of my classics, man. Hey, I told you. Ishmael, this highlighting this lit a fire under me, ladies and gentlemen. I can't even lie to you. Lord have mercy.
Have to do and a tarpaulin just sleep. She have to bathe outside. I'm sure you heard it. You wanna watch the program, so you heard it. You guys would have heard it on Friday. So why y'all come Monday now? I come and tell we say solidarity Sunday. Forgive me. Why are you coming on Sunday to say that some solidarity payments were in fact paid out? We don't want to hear that. What is really happening here? But he went further. Jamaica. He's now taking on the Gleaner about their headline of the Solidarity Program.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Unhinged. These people are unhinged. These people are definitely unhinged. What is this? You can call me if you don't want to call me. Call me and cuss him. I'm tired of them. True. I'm tired of them. They are unhinged, I tell you. The only way that the Gleaner and other media houses would have gotten stuff like this would have gotten the story is because they follow the Parliament and they use the Access to Information Act and they create their stories based on what is already out there. Why you make it look like so the people might tell lie now, Minister? This, and I cannot understand. They are doing these things on purpose. We are not idiots, you know. We are not idiots. We are not fools. Why are you? This is why the petition is important. This is why Marvin's petition is important. The hospitals in Western Jamaica are oh God, man. Oh God. Oh God.
Let me take you to the article so we can provide some further insight as to why the brother Ishmael is so upset. See it? Labour Minister slams nasty Gleaner headline on solidarity. I guess this is him clapping back. Let's continue. Let's listen to the nonsense and dissect it afterwards.
Labour Minister slams nasty Gleaner headline on Solidarity Program. Share. Author, Shalois Michael. Published on May 29, 2026. A nasty headline deserving of condemnation. That's how Labour and Social Security Minister Colonel Charles Jr. is describing a publication by the Jamaica Gleaner, claiming the government pocketed over 70% of the $1 billion allocated to the poor under the Solidarity Program. He was speaking on Nationwide this morning on Friday. The report follows the revelation that the majority of the funds were returned to the Consolidated Fund for Debt Reduction due to a low take-up of the program. Of note, it's a matter of course for monies unspent to go back to the Consolidated Fund in keeping with standard fiscal rules. Charles Jr. reiterates that the ministry is seeking to regain the funds for disbursement under other social programs. Colonel Charles Jr., Minister of Labor and Social Security.
You see this word pocketed that the cleaner used in their article? It's a nasty attack, and they should be rebuked by the country. We are Jamaican, and we know that when you use the word pocketed, you mean somebody thief. Somebody take things that they shouldn't take, that's not theirs, or put it somewhere without authorization. And that is why we have come out so strongly to rebuke the cleaner and rebuke the headline and rebuke the person who wrote it, because they know for themselves that not $1 has been pocketed or misappropriated.
I want to ask one question. How the green are going to know that?
You see this word pocketed that the cleaner used in their article? It's a nasty attack, and they should be rebuked by the country. We are Jamaican, and we know that when you use the word pocketed, you mean somebody thief. Somebody take things that they shouldn't take, that's not theirs, or put it somewhere without authorization. And that is why we have come out so strongly to rebuke the cleaner and rebuke the headline and rebuke the person who wrote it, because they know for themselves that not $1 has been pocketed or misappropriated.
Jamaica, I'm upset you. You hear my shouting or something? Pocketed. Listen to this.
That there's $1.4 billion of donor aid barely spent. And now we are being informed that there is $770 million unspent, earmarked for the most vulnerable in our society. Something about the conceptualization of this program was wrong from the outset. If people are suffering and we are sitting on $770 million that just went back into the consolidated fund or for debt payments, something has to be done about this program. It's clearly not working. The persons who it is meant to help, they're not receiving the help, and the money is just sitting there. I have a serious problem with having this much money sitting down and Jamaicans are suffering. That's all I have to say. We're still reeling from the revelation that there.
So Jamaica, anybody that Colonel Charles would have want to blame, it should be the woman, the press secretary. You see the way she framed, how the money goes into the consolidated fund and is used for debt reduction. All we heard was, and you have to remember, we live in a low trust environment. We don't trust the JLP. We don't have a bad reputation. Trillions of dollars unaccounted for. Trillions. So when we hear the good lady, the press secretary said this. When we hear the press secretary say this.
The monies would have been returned. Monies unspent would have been. Okay, so we're at the end of a financial year. Mm-hmm. So the monies would have been returned. Monies unspent would have been returned for debt reduction. And as I indicated to you.
So, when the money is returned, ladies and gentlemen, for debt reduction, Colonel Charles Duna, when the money is returned for debt reduction, what do you think we as a Jamaican people here? The money gone because it was returned for debt reduction. So all we hear is that, but hold on, the money gone. So if there's anybody that is nasty and disgusting, you try to point them things to your press secretary, you know, not on the cleaner. Because the money supposed to use for this, it move and gone use for that. And you have to say the money don't go in a direction we allocate it for. And we just hear that statement alone. It's not that they thief the money. You never see a thief the money. The money was pocketed in the consolidatory fund and used for debt reduction. So how comes you in a year feeling so? How comes you in a year feeling so? Colonel Charles Jr. You guilty of something? I'm just ask. You sound hurt. You sound like you're guilty of something. You sound like a heat. The heat and the pressure of accountability are biting in your blouse and skirt. Because a year ministry, a labor, and all of these funds going through it, as long as you don't have nothing to worry about, you don't have nothing to worry about. So you just keep cool and leave the cleaner alone, yeah? The cleaner don't say nothing wrong. If the money for the right sound, move the money and put in our next place. The pocket. Are the government pocket going on? The cleaner say, as a matter of fact, let me go look up the controversial article just for educational purposes. Government pocketed. Solidarity program. Money. All right. Okay, see there? Wonderful. Wonderful. Let me just give it some time, ladies and gentlemen. Computer has been working hard today. Give it some time. Let me just. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are. Government pocket 70% of 1 billion allocated to poor under solidarity program. Where's the lie? Them never sound a thiefy. Them never sound a dash it way. It says government. Government. He never say Andrew Wallace. He never say Colonel Charles Jr. He said government. Oh, you so hurt. Colonel Charles Jr. your conscience about you. See that? Government pocket 70% of $1 billion allocated. That's exactly what I want to do. Should be money in a consolidated fund. Towards debt reduction. That's the lady said. The lady never explained to me that, after on the next budget year, the money would be refreshed to and then listen, we are straight from the point. And I feel like you guys are doing that on purpose. This fake outrage about the Gleaners headline. You guys look real silly. Right? And I hope that the Gleaners stand firm. Don't sell out. Don't be like the other media personnel. Stand firm, Gleaner. Stand firm. Right? Be on the right side of history, Gleaner. Do not sell out to this corrupt government. And don't make them bully you. Nothing is wrong with this title. The government pockets 70%. That's a fact. Go back to the government. He never say go to Andrew. He never say go to Colonel Charles Jr. So what is nasty about it? The only people them nasty are government. Colonel Charles Jr. and the whole on nasty. On a media house, ocean wide, on nasty. It is said amongst very much circles that engage in a lot of nasty activities now, such and such. Right? I want to say it's broad, no names called. Who is involved in nastiness know themselves? Talking about nasty. Nasty what? That's accurate. That's what that is. The government did pocket the money. Then put in a consolidated fund. The consolidated fund now one pocket for the government. One big pocket with one heap of money in it. It's called a figure of speech. Why are you so touches? Embarrassing, Bridget.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Out here crying like a damn child, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Oh, that's a nasty article. Tell me about the facts that was. If you forget the title, what in the article is a lie? Please tell us what facts in the article was a lie. Because the headline is factual. The government pocket 70%. The cleaner should not be held accountable for people's interpretation. You can be interpreting wrongly. It never said, and you are wrongly interpreting. You're a lawyer, Colonel Charles Jr. But your interpretation is very, very off-key. Because I can't believe you're so strung up about government pocket 70%. Where is the pockets of the government? And when anything in the government pockets is over one of the people there. So how can you label that as them must say we are thief? Brother, you tell by yourself, you know, don't make a play it again. You tell by yourself, you know. Keep talking, Colonel Charles Jr. You tell by yourself. Listen to this.
You see this word pocket thief that the cleaner used in their article? It's a nasty attack and they should be rebuked by the country. We are Jamaican and we know that when you use the word pocket thief, you mean somebody thief. Somebody takes things that they shouldn't take, that's not theirs, or put.
Your analogy is off because the government is not somebody. The government is a body of people. Right? That is representing the people. So anything to the government is for the people. It's a large body. It's a small body. That's an extension of the bigger body. So if the government pockets it, it's in the people's pocket. So I don't know where the nastiness is coming from. This is very sad. When you have persons that claim to be intelligent and are lawyers too, supposed to be intelligent enough, but come out with this nonsensical argument and this fake outrage and attacking the gleaner. You're the only person being attacked is the gleaner. Again, gleaner stand firm and run them way. Come off without authorization. Come off from so sure. Come off from sure. People don't know the thing, yeah. Sure.
You know, come, if nothing for go down, say you don't know nothing. And I'm asking the question, has the Americans proposed to the government of Jamaica to set up a radar system in the parish of Portland? Hence why that was there, my friend, if you don't get it now.
I mean, if they are doing that, he would be nervous, wouldn't he?
No, because the purpose of it is not to interdict drug. Lord, I talk too plain. The purpose of it is not to look at trafficking. Yeah. So the purpose of it, you know, is not to look at trafficking activities. The purpose of it is to surveil in Cuba. What do you think we could have? I remember as a boy growing up, you could have switched when we had the AM ban. Yeah? If you turned on your radio and you were in places like St. Mary or even Hanover, you could, or the Blue Mountains, you could listen to radio stations over in Cuba. Yeah? So the strategic surveillance system set up anywhere in the parish of Portland, St. Thomas, or even on the west in Hanover would see to it that they could actually decipher any coding. That's what they did to I want people to go back and go look at the Venezuela playbook. It's the same book. They first said that Maduro and his wife were drug traffickers, which everybody to this day now is proven to not be true. Yes?
Right.
They made the pretext of an indictment that they're actually serving an indictment. Now, Raul Castro, who was the Minister of Defense, did what any Minister of Defense would do to an aircraft that was clearly warned by the government. You are in our airspace. Desist from doing as Wayne Lonesome said, dropping the leaflets, which would be considered even more threatening than if you did a drop bomb. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Every country has a right to protect their airspace. That is an international right. That is what Iran is doing now in the Strait of Hormuz. We just say this is our international water, our waters up to 12 nautical miles. Anything after that is international water. So why are we allowing these guys to come into Jamaica at this time when they know the tension with Cuba and America is at its worst? The worst it has been in almost 60 years. We are back with Cuba and America into a Cold War. And China...
I want to ask you a question when you're done.
China has said to them, you can't continue. And that is why I know Andrew now, why Andrew could not go. Because had he gone on that ship, all of his Chinese projects that are financed by his Chinese investors and private projects that him Bigfoot wife gets from those investors, what do you think would have happened? They would have been taken offline. So him couldn't go. You with me now?
Definitely with you.
Go ahead now and ask me the question.
I'm gonna say again, we did ask a question about Andrew and you still remember, yeah, man. Go on, talk. You still remember. It time with the water. Yeah, man.
When you get the questions and stuff. Yes, I'm saying it makes sense. Why would he go on a ship when he has made pledge? And you said the man sell out. It's like a woman when she knows she have 8 men and she there with one.
Right just remember my question. Just remember my question.
Go ahead.
Them have a saying in Jamaica where them say, you take one stone and kill one heap of bird. Is it possible that the United States is on a multiple mission? Is it possible that we could see some people of interest and get handcuffed and I get taken away? What do you think?
Under Andrew Holness, from Andrew Holness administration?
I don't know any it could be anybody with them have interest for you, yeah?
I'll tell you, not under Andrew Holness will continue to be, and I'm going to borrow the word from Bruce Golding when he said to Dorothy Lightburn in relation to Bruce to signing the extradition request for Dudus. Andrew Holness is a lubricated conduit. Yeah? So
hold on the head, boy. You can't just dash them big word there and terminology there on the people. What is a conduit? Me understand the lubricated, that means him being used like some sort of sex toy, but continue.
Yeah, and the conduit allows something to pass through you. Where you push through things, there's a man, you have a woman. I won't go in the detail.
Bolo! No, man.
So essentially, when Bruce Golding said it to Dorothy, he was saying to her, you would be a P and I won't say the rest. Yeah? So I'm saying
keep it PG.
Andrew is the United States lubricated conduit, and anything they ask him to do, he will do. Because when he went to Florida, never forget that incident, that a sitting prime minister was told he cannot go through the diplomatic line. He was taken out of the diplomatic line and treated like a common criminal.
Is there any clips of that? Is there a news article I can go to?
Remember when Andre break it, he and his office did damage control to say no, and there was I'm going to try and find it, but something came out from them to say no, there was an error, something in the system never come up right, And that's why the system wasn't recognizing his passport. But why
hold on the head boy. We are called Cap on that. If that indeed is them argument, you're telling me that the Prime Minister of Jamaica, there was an error on his passport. I can't buy that argument. I cannot.
No, not on his passport. There was an error with their system, and so therefore they did not recognize. They couldn't recognize.
But hold on the head boy. That even make it worse. There was an error with them system. And it so happens that Andrew Holness was the benefactor of that error, or I would say the misfortunate benefactor of that error, the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Come on, man.
And after that, we saw when he came back to Jamaica, and what did he started doing? He started making it clear, yes, and making the statements. The first statement he started making was to stand in support of Israel. People need to understand that why America is behaving the way they're also behaving and emboldened. Andrew is also not just a puppet of China, nor the US. He's also a puppet of Israel. No, that is one of the worst puppet master you can have, I don't mind the US. Quite frankly, I don't mind China. Yeah? But you see, Israel, when you become a slave and a lapdog to Israel, there is no escape for you. Understand why Israel would not like Cuba. Most of the Cuban Americans living down in Cuba, in Miami, if you survey them, you'll find out at least 50 to 60% of them recognize themselves as being Jews. Yeah? Cuba was the first to recognize Palestine under Fidel. Yeah? First country to do so. So, Cuba is an ally of which country? Iran. Yeah? Who used to give them oil? Iran. I want people to understand these things, You have to look deeper than just looking at the surface. So because of the Cuba, and what did America say? No other country will allow to have any influence in their backyard. Right? Cuba is also an observer member at BRICS, waiting for its full membership to be implemented between now and next year.
Damn, Ed boy. Damn, that is too much. Yeah, that right there is definitely a deal breaker. Wow.
Now, why you think the Miami Mafia, I call them the Miami Mafia, because these were the mafiosos who were in Cuba at the time when the Mafia used to go down there and run it and rape people and treat the Cuban people like they were pieces of God knows what. And now, these are the same people, including Marco Rubio. Yeah? I don't call him Marco Rubio, I call him Narco Rubio. Yeah? Because I'm always a pop a pill before him start. I'm referring to his popping pill. I'm not saying the Secretary of State is involved in any anti-activities, which would be, but him always pop a pill. Yeah? So Marco Polo is in fact as that hatred for Cuba, because his family was dispossessed of their ill-gotten gains, and it was given to the state. Yeah? This is the hatred that they have. Most of whom are in Miami now, if you look at them, they're the lighter-skinned Cubans. And they are racist.
So it's just that these are people just have a capitalistic mind, and Cuba culture and the way how they do things and govern they don't rock with it.
It doesn't go with them. So I am simply saying, as I go, brother, that let us put everything together and we recap. Andrew is a puppet. Andrew has distanced himself from this worship. Him and his foreign affairs minister, because they would have had to answer to CARICOM. You hear me? And he does not want to answer to CARICOM. So what do? They send the informant, Darrell, to go and meet with. And I say so, it's not you say so. They send the minister, I didn't mean informant, I mean the Minister of Energy. Forgive my word. Yeah? The Minister of Energy who is in the parish of Portland, that possibly they will set up a surveillance system because that's the best place to put it. And they're going to put it in Portland. And by the way, there's an empty airport in Portland called the Ken Jones Airdrome. Yeah, nothing not going there. The best place to put a surveillance system is at the airport. Yeah, because they're already equipped for it. But I warn Andrew Holness and the government of Jamaica before I go. If you don't understand war, understand these three things. When you attack, when a country is attacked, it has the right to respond. The first response from any country that is attacked would be to look at your key infrastructure. So what would Cuba look at if Jamaica allows an attack from within its borders? The first would be Petrojam. And that's a soft target. Because in military terms, and I'm not advocating, and let me clear the air, we're not advocating for anything to happen to our key infrastructure in Jamaica. We're telling you how military personnel think. So they will look at Petrojam as infrastructures, because that's your oil and your gas, correct? They'll then look at your electricity grid, yeah? And then they will look at your water. If those three elements are of no more importance, then the country attack and you can no longer attack you. Am I correct or am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct about that, you know. It's a dangerous thought to even conceptualize because the possibilities is endless in terms of if there's an attack on Cuba, what will their friends do and what will Cuba do?
Absolutely. And Cuba would be within the right, like what Iran did when Iran was attacked by America and Israel. It warned them before. It says, we are going to attack your allies in the Gulf. What did they do? They attacked Qatar, the UAE. Right now, nobody, you and I could, you and any girl and any one of us could go to Dubai as a group down there. You know? Yeah? Dubai is empty. Nobody is staying in the hotel. So we
say the ticket them are the cheapest right now.
The cheapest. You can go into Dubai. It's the best for people to visit Dubai now because of how empty the hotels are in Dubai. Tourism has fallen by over 30 to 40% in Dubai. So what you're looking at now is a scenario.
Did you hear the statement, head boy? Did you hear the statement coming out of Cuba? They said that if America attacks, it's going to be a bloodbath.
No, I can tell you about the Cubans. If people forget about the Cubans, you remember when people used to call themselves, when we were going to school, you always had some high school with some group who said them call themselves the Cubans. Yeah? I need to make people understand that Cuba is not Venezuela. Yeah? And Cuba will respond in kind. America has never won a war, you know. And people need to understand. They have never really won a war. They lost in Vietnam. They lost in Afghanistan. They had to pull out. They had to pull out of Iraq. And now we're seeing in a modern era where a country like Iran has blockaded them out of the Strait of Hormuz that them can't go nowhere. So the reality of it is Cuba has won wars. Cuba led the fight for the freedom of Angola, if people forget that one. Cuba led the fight for the freedom of Namibia and also South Africa. It took on apartheid in South Africa with its own soldiers and they won. So you're not talking about a country who is afraid. And I tell Andrew, instead of you buy out and sell out, I would be more worried about drones. Drones. Because Cuba has a close relationship with Iran and a security pact. And should Cuba be attacked, I am from within Jamaica. I am giving the warning and the sounding. I am not a mouthpiece for the Cuban government. I do not speak on behalf of them. I'm speaking from what we know in terms of understanding of how militaries would react. We will feel the hands of time. We will feel what it means to dance with the devil and forget who our allies are. You cannot use your country as a base 90 miles of the next country the person intends to attack. It's like you, Bolo, you live on the Waltham or you live on Maxfield or wherever. You live up in Africa and I am your neighbor. And I say, boy, take my yard, go attack Bolo. Where you think Bolo going to? Bolo going to burn down my house and come for me next. Yeah?
Common sense. It's as simple as that.
So the reality of it is, we have to look and we seriously have to urge the government of Jamaica, do not play with people's lives. We just came out of Melissa and we cannot afford any security risk. And my word, them Cubans are prepared to fight. They are ready to fight and they will fight. We hope, for the sake of God and for the sake of peace for Jamaica, that good sense prevail. And we hope that there is no war between many of whom we consider Cuba. If you do a poll in Jamaica and a Bolo, you know, sir, 90% of Jamaicans love Cubans or more.
Virgin, that is a fact. The women are beautiful. I mean, they have this, a lot of them have this subservient nature. I'm just saying, I admire a Cuban woman.
That's my weakness. That's my weakness. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid to say, if you send me a nice Cuban girl, you'll be my friend for the rest of your life. Yeah? So I am to them. But not only that, we grew up in Jamaica having that bond. At least at some school, you know, of a Cuban teacher, and some community, you know, of a Cuban, right? Some Jamaicans who are of Cuban descent. So Cuba has been like a sister country to us. We go there, we could for years. So to come now, and then a generation two that was taught before to hate Cuba have come to learn to understand the importance of Cuba. So even within the JLP, there are MPs who are in full support of Cuba. So
listen, head boy, I'm telling you right now, when you look at the Cubans as a people collectively, I mean, I don't remember a time when I heard a Cuban contributing to crime in Jamaica, not even once. The level of discipline that they have, hard work in everything. Jamaica should be trying to pattern themselves and have that type of reputation. What is our reputation in the world? Everywhere we go, we make trouble. That is our reputation. We are bad man. We do this. We take away man, people, woman, and all them something. The Cuban never have a better reputation than we. Them just that they are being violated by the United States because of all these other historical reasons.
You know, all those medicines now that the Cubans are struggling to make. If we had a sensible, because them have no electricity, if we had a sensible government in Kingston, you know what would have happened? They would have called in the Cubans and say to them, why don't you come here and make the pharmaceuticals you're making for cancer treatment and for different things? Make them in Jamaica, put made in Jamaica, and we will sell them on your behalf. And guess what happened? You will have shares in the company, so it belongs to you and us and the Jamaican people. And just because of the name Jamaica, the brand Jamaica, you know how much places that pharmaceutical products would have entered without any problem?
No, Ed boy, you try to set up Jamaica. No. We can't allow you to put them up there in the ear. Do you know who is Big Pharma?
That is true.
They are the fastest. They would have come take out the Jamaican government.
Hey, you know, it's the biggest cartel in the world. Yeah?
That talk truth, man.
So, hey, we're going to have to catch up this conversation. God,
yeah, man, respect my boss.
Really, really appreciate it. And I tell you, every time we get to talk, I will keep on singing of the good work you're doing. You have a niche. When me miss no program, right? Who you think I come listen to get back that program? You. Keep on doing the good work, right? And keep on grow as you grow from strength. But I hear this thing about talk your mind as I go. And I love talk your mind. And I hope whatever we don't know true it is, I am waiting to see if I get any confirmation. But you know, that broke kitchen boy might be the one who make talk your mind. No page. No, if that is the case. But I love what.
No man. Them say, what happens is that him can't go live for 24 hours. You see it?
Oh, so they just put him on jail time.
Yeah, and them take down the video. Whatever video them did live on. I don't know why.
Well, you know, Talk Your Mind is the man who make me remember a long time I never hear the terminology broke kitchen, you know.
No, Talk Your Mind says something I tell you, know, say girl film then.
Yeah, man. Hey, talk, and him have some phrases. So everybody has their place. Mark your Talk Your Mind, say some real strong things, you know, but guess what happened? That is the power of freedom of expression. And any government or any
Absolutely.
person who is afraid of its people speaking is a government that is on the road to dictatorship and to tyranny. Keep on doing the good work, brother.
Thank you so much, Ed, boy. I know you're a royalty on the program.
Heart of love, heart of love.
Emotional damage. All of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
If you're watching this live stream,
The truth is the light.
if you're watching this live stream or you're watching this reaction and you have not hit the like button yet, where are we at? Bless up the like button. What a riveting and interesting conversation.
Harvey explained that wood from lignum vitae is ideal to work with because of its durability. It's very solid and can keep up with the sun and everything, he told the Sunday Gleaner. The wood also carries a fragrant scent that some customers find pleasing. It is also renowned for self-polishing, getting shinier as time passes due to its high natural resin and oil content. As the wood from lignum vitae becomes harder to source, Harvey said he finds himself substituting it with cedar and blue maho logs. Mindful of the tree's significance, Harvey said he avoids using freshly cut lignum vitae in his craft, opting instead for dry wood collected from trimmed branches. He told the Sunday Gleaner that he was surprised when he learnt people use the wood to burn charcoal. I never believed until I see it. The lignum is strong material, and I figured that they would want to do something more than just burn coal with it, he said. A Kingston-based charcoal burner, who gave his name only as Henry, said he sometimes uses the wood from the lignum vitae to burn coal. He insisted, however, that he does not cut down the trees himself. He explained that branches are often discarded alongside limbs from other trees onto a nearby field where he sources wood for his kiln. Discover more. Newspaper subscription. Pointing to a lignum vitae tree over his neighbor's house, Henry told the Sunday Gleaner that people are aware that they are not supposed to cut them down, but said sometimes it is necessary. People cut dem out of dem yard. More time at a block D light wire and some things, so dem cut dem down, he said. The lignum vitae is often found in dry woodlands, rocky hillsides, and arid limestone forests, particularly along Jamaica's north and south coasts. It is commonly seen in areas of Portland, St. Elizabeth, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, St. Anne, Clarendon, St. Thomas, Manchester, and Westmoreland.
Where's the Bengal mining area? In a Stenton. I rest my case. Let's continue.
Westmoreland. Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and Conservator of Forests at the Forestry Department, Ainsley Henry, told the Sunday Gleaner that while harvesting of the plant has contributed to its decline, land development, including the clearing of forests for housing schemes and road construction, has also played a major role in the declining population. He said the Forestry Department has an active program of producing the plant and is diligently seeking to use them in urban planning, as well as replanting them in the 8 parishes where they were most populous. However, he noted that it is a slow-growing species that can take more than 40 years to mature. It grows 5 to 9 meters tall with a rounded, compact shape. Additionally, the agency recently signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MU, with NEPA, affirming its commitment to conserving the plant. The MU is part of NEPA's campaign to save the plant, underpinned by its Lignum Vitae in Schools campaign, which aims to promote conservation awareness and to increase the propagation and planting of the culturally and ecologically significant native species among schools and communities. It builds on a 2017 initiative launched by the Forestry Department. It's a part of our lived experiences, our culture, Henry said. It's a part of what makes us who we are, land of wood and water. Liggy Days, a craft vendor in the Ocho Rios craft market, has sold sculptures made from lignum vitae for the 7 years he has been there. He told the Sunday Gleaner that these sculptures often attract a higher price due to their durability, but also lamented slow business in the market. According to the vendor, who is originally from Portland, the decline in the lignum vitae population is due in part to the lethargy displayed by relevant agencies. Jamaican government just too reluctant when it comes to certain things. The important thing to the culture of Jamaica. The government too reluctant about that. That's why you see so much things just go down because we na put value upon the foundation ting of Jamaica, like the heritage of Jamaica, he said. Meanwhile, while acknowledging NEPA's efforts so far, Jamaica Environment Trust CEO Dr. Teresa Rodriguez Moody believes there is still much more to be done. It's not children that are cutting down the trees for development. So, while it is important to educate young people, they also need to look at the other end of it, which is who is actually responsible for cutting down the trees, and to find ways to prevent that from happening if we're serious about protecting it, she said. The environmentalist is advocating for the strengthening of legislation to protect the national flower. If we're really serious about protecting certain types of tree species, flora, and they're not in a protected area, we need to have them strongly protected under law, she told the Sunday Gleaner. Section 37(9) of the Forest Act empowers the Minister of Environment to make regulations for the preservation of endemic or endangered species of trees, or trees remarkable for their size, variety, or beauty, whether they are located on Crown land or private land. Rodriguez Moody pointed to the Tree Preservation Regulation and the Wildlife Protection Act, specifically, which she said could be amended to protect this vital element of Jamaica's heritage. While applauding the efforts of NEPA and the Forestry Department to educate people about the flower, Tracy Kalmock, director of the Natural History Museum of Jamaica, also highlighted her institution's long-standing work in researching and showcasing the island's native species. But she stated that public education can ramp it up a little more. I think if people know more about the tree and know that it has importance, then they would probably be interested in preserving it, she told the Sunday Gleaner. This is our national flower. We should take pride in it. We shouldn't want it to disappear from the country, she added. Sashena.Small at Gleaner J.
Well, we all know that with this government, that's not going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, further on in the news, you remember when Mr. Big up Mr. Wayne Lonesome, the first person here talk about this Ebola situation. Hear this from the Ministry of Health.
Jamaica free of Ebola cases, 8 travelers placed in quarantine, Health Ministry. Kingston, Jamaica. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has reassured the public that Jamaica remains free of Ebola cases, while confirming that 8 travelers have been placed under mandatory self-quarantine in line with established public health protocols. The ministry said the individuals were identified through enhanced surveillance measures at the country's ports of entry after traveling from, or transiting through, Ebola-affected countries within the past 21 days. Environment News. Scientists scrap worst-case climate scenario. According to the ministry, the 8 passengers arrived on several flights into Jamaica and were screened by health officials at airport help desks. Following counseling, they were placed under mandatory self-quarantine and are being monitored by their respective local health departments. Health authorities shared that none of the quarantined travelers has exhibited symptoms associated with Ebola. Transmission is not likely, and therefore there is no risk as it relates to the other passengers on these flights, the ministry said in a release on Saturday. By Tabula. Promoted links you may like. TV providers are furious. The ministry noted that the measures are part of Jamaica's long-standing port of entry surveillance protocol, which was strengthened following a public service announcement issued on May 25th. Under the protocol, travelers arriving from Ebola-affected countries are subject to quarantine upon arrival. Officials are also urging Jamaicans to carefully review travel plans and avoid traveling to or transiting through countries affected by the Ebola outbreak. The Ministry of Health and Wellness reiterated its commitment to transparency and pledged to continue providing timely and accurate updates through its official communication channels. In addition, the ministry appealed to members of the public, including social media users, bloggers, and vloggers, to verify information before sharing it and to refrain from spreading misinformation about the Ebola virus. Health officials warned that inaccurate reports can cause unnecessary public anxiety and encourage citizens to rely only on official and authorized sources for health information.
So why we never can tell the people them from the start? Say that when I go on then. And what was unofficial about the reporting from anybody? The people them say them here say people have Ebola there in the country. And was that a lie? No, it was not. It wasn't a lie. Soon I come confirm what the people them say. So why people supposed to only listen to UNO alone? Sometimes the news is faster than you, health ministry. Right? But you don't have to be honest with the people. You don't have to hide things from the people. And that's why people don't trust you. Remember, so we live in a low trust environment. But we're going to move on. We're going to move on. The editorial table FLA report now. And this particular article was 7 hours ago. And a timely one. Because tomorrow our parliament, right? Tuesday, June 2nd. I will want to see the FLA report table. Let's read.
eGleaner Classifieds mobile app. Editorial table FLA report now. Updated. When the House of Representatives convenes tomorrow, Speaker Juliette Holness has no recourse other than to table the Integrity Commission's report of its investigation into alleged corruption at the Firearms Licensing Authority, FLA. If Speaker Holness was burdened by a mistaken assumption of a legal or ethical constraint to the publication of the report, that impediment was lifted by the High Court's rejection last week of an FLA effort to effectively hobble movement on the report, as well as other separate rulings by Jamaica's courts on the sub judice rule. One of these was delivered only a day prior to Justice Tara Carr's in Chambers' decision in the FLA matter. Under the law establishing the Integrity Commission, IC, when the IC completes an investigation, the report of the probe has to be forwarded to Parliament for tabling. The Commission is barred from commenting publicly on any such report at any stage of an investigation until after it is tabled. The one on the FLA has been with Parliament since March 30th, which has been more than 2 months now. Parliament initially said that the legislature delayed tabling it, having been informed by lawyers for the FLA that it was seeking judicial review, including injunctive relief and related orders pertaining to a report prepared by the Integrity Commission. In light of those active judicial proceedings, the matter is presently sub judice, and it would be inappropriate for the Houses of Parliament to make any substantive comment or take any substantive action in respect of the report while the matter remains before the court, the legislature said. That was when the report had been in its hands for almost 6 weeks. It ought to have been known or obvious then that the sub judice rule, which, in certain circumstances, curtails public comment on matters before the courts, was not engaged. Indeed, that matter was clarified by Justice Lorna Shelley Williams in a December 2022 ruling, based on an attempt 5 years earlier by MP Ian Hales to suppress a report by the former Contractor General into land transactions by Mr. Hales and his wife while he was a junior minister. The Contractor General, like the IC, which subsumed it, was a commission of Parliament. Mr. Hales had won an injunction preventing the report being tabled while he sought judicial review of its findings and the Contractor General's powers and application thereof. In dismissing Mr. Hales' quest for a judicial review, Justice Shelley Williams also recounted Parliament's powers to regulate its own procedures via standing orders. She quoted from a 1994 Privy Council judgment on a case from the Bahamas. The courts will not allow any challenge to be made to what is said or done within the walls of Parliament in performance of its legislative functions. In that event, The judge held the injunction received by Hales was wrong. The MP, she said, had other remedies. Last week, the question of the sub judice rule and its application again arose in a judgment written for an appeal court panel by Justice Marcia Dunbar Green in a case in which lawyer Isaac Buchanan challenged his reprimand by the Disciplinary Committee of the General Legal Counsel, GLC. While Justice Dunbar Green's concern was the GLC's authority to apply the rule, she observed, in any event, it is indisputable that the rule is concerned with preventing publications or statements that pose a real risk of prejudice to the fair administration of justice in pending proceedings. Notable is the judge's stress of a real risk of prejudice, which is hardly likely with 3 judges dealing with administrative and procedural questions in a judicial review. Later, she also recalled Lord Atkin's maxim, but whether the authority and position of an individual judge or the due administration of justice is concerned, no wrong is committed by any member of the public who exercises the ordinary right of criticizing, in good faith, in private or public, the public act done in the seat of justice. The path of criticism is a public way. The wrong-headed are permitted to err therein, provided that members of the public abstain from imputing improper motives to those taking part in the administration of justice, and are genuinely exercising a right of criticism, and not acting in malice or attempting to impair the administration of justice, they are immune. Justice is not a cloistered virtue. She must be allowed to suffer the scrutiny and respectful, even though outspoken, comments of ordinary men. Initially, the FLA, per Parliament, had floated the possibility of an injunction against the legislature to prevent the tabling of the report, but didn't follow through. It was probably reminded of the ruling in the Hales matter. Instead, it sought to have the court disclose to it the full report, ahead of its tabling in Parliament, which would be in breach of Section 56 of the Act. Routinely in recent years, the IC advises subjects of investigations of adverse findings against them and includes their responses in reports if these don't alter the Commission's conclusions. The danger of Parliament's delay in publishing IC reports is that the subject of its investigations will be incentivized to go to the courts while the legislature parks documents in extended purgatory. Mr. Hales took 5 years to emerge, almost forgotten. With appeals, it could be decades. Neither should Parliament be an inadvertent party to opacity and cover-ups. Tabling of the report in the FLA doesn't remove its access to judicial review.
That are the bottom line about it. The Parliament should not be inadvertently an inadvertent party to unclear situations and cover-ups. They shouldn't be hiding this from the people, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why they don't like the Gleaner, because the Gleaner does publish just the blunt things like this. And I appreciate the Gleaner for that. And I'm sure many of you do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you support the Gleaner in any capacity that you can. You understand? Share their content, all of these wonderful stuff. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. We had the situation with the lignum vitae flower being endangered. I mean, with Andrew Honest and how he deals with the environment with NEPA in his office. Do you think our environment will be protected in this capacity under Andrew Honest with his capitalistic mindset? I don't think so. All right? There's so many things that Jamaica is in danger of losing because of this administration. And then there is the confirmation of what Mr. Wayne Lonesome had broke in terms of Ebola. Ebola, people that have suspected cases of Ebola are actually in the island and they're quarantined. Yes. All right. So, hey, still be careful, my people. Not to cause panic, still be careful. Outside of that, this situation here, thank you. This situation here, ladies and gentlemen, with the FLA report. Juliet Oles, if you're in Parliament tomorrow, if Parliament is open, we need the table of the report on Tuesday, June 2nd. Immediately. No, not later. That is it. Let me know what you guys think.
A security officer was speaking about, because they're from the other side. So if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
And certain things that they were saying, and she was a part of the conversation. And what they were saying was the time when Mr. Malava was speaking about, remember that thing when with Mr. Malava and what's her name, the minister, when she said that when Mr. Malava came out and talked about the children who were being
yes, the situation with the school and the shelter. And children was allegedly walking into sexual situations with shelteries, yes.
Right. So they were having a conversation. They were talking about he came out and he was talking and he not respond to the letter that the lady sent to him. And she was there speaking of it, and when I went into the kitchen and she was there and the other persons were there were several other persons were there. And when I went in there and I said, listen, you people say you should know better because you're formal training, you're a learned person. And you are here speaking about and the information is there. I said, did you know that when she wrote to him on March, I don't remember the date.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I said, did you know that he responded to her after that? I said, so I think March 27th, there was a date about March 27th or whatever, something about a third or something like that. I think she responded to him February 27th or something like that. Don't quote me on the
man, I understand, right? Sorry.
And then he responded to her, I think March 3, but there was a 3 and a 27 somewhere thereabout. And I said, did you see the letter that he responded to her on that date? And the other person who was the initiator, she was saying that no, she was not aware of that. I said, well, I know of it and I'm gonna go for it and I'm gonna show it to you. And I did go for it and I showed it to her. And I said, but when I went in there, the teacher came out because she was in support of what was happening. So she is a learned person. She did not tell him because she was from this side that the person was saying. Right? And I went into her class and I said, how could you do that? I said, you have the information and you know. Why did you tell her that? And I'm saying I'm not speaking about politics, no. But facts is fact. Just speak the truth now.
Yeah, man. For real.
Just speak the truth. Because I'm not defending any particular party or any side. But the facts is there. Just speak the truth. Just tell her the truth now because of your side. Talk the truth and she never answer, she never respond. But I'm like that, I'm gonna tell you. So all of what was happening with the persons they're discussing or whatever, everything just smash up when we go in and I tell them.
Yeah.
Just smash up right there. You know, smash up right there. But say no. As of now, I'm not gonna end any conversation. Even if me and them didn't talk anything, we're not gonna say anything.
Listen, as a teacher, that would be the best approach, and I'm at that place. You know, I just feel like a lot of the people that support the Jamaica Labour Party, they are actually a lost cause. So I'm like, yo, listen, I've engaged with some of them and I realize that it's counterproductive. Them reasons.
It's very bad because it is from that time coming right down, Bull, and I'm saying, is it so innate for them to have that's just the part they don't just dumb. They just dumb coming right down when you're telling me that things were so advanced technologically in this world. Information is there at your fingertips, and I'm telling you, even some ministers of government are making some trivial mistakes, and I'm saying, come on, you don't read? You don't read?
I mean, an educator is supposed to be just that person that advanced education. So, you know, it's kind of crazy that they could be swindled because of political ties.
Jesus Christ. So before you make certain utterances, sometimes, I tell you, I don't know if I'm a perfectionist or what, but I know that sometimes even persons make grammatical errors. But for me, Boris, even if I'm going to post some things or whatever, we make sure that if I don't know how to spell it, we should go on Google and correct myself before
Listen,
we go in.
man, the phones and the devices are too smart for you to be acting stupid. Honestly.
We make sure I go fact check myself, we make sure, and if I am not sure about something, I am not going to talk about it. I am not going to talk about something that I'm not aware of, I'm not sure. If I'm not sure, I'm going to shut my mouth.
I mean, if you're going to talk about it, reference it in the right context, you know. Listen, I don't really know much about that. So, I just don't know. I just heard this and this and this, and I can't corroborate anything or say definitely that this is what it is. You know what I mean? And once you do that, you still uphold the integrity in the conversation, or the dialogue. So, it's okay to not know, but don't act like you do know. And it's okay to not understand the meaning of a word. Acting like you do while not understanding, that's lame. Because now you're making yourself out to be something that you're not and setting yourself up for disgrace. A lot of the times I'm here reading, if you watch my YouTube, and for those who watch my TikTok as well, I'll hear a word like eyes of a cannon of a style. But every day I'm drop one new word every time I listen to him. I'm going to go in a dictionary, I'm going to look up the word, and then I see the word, I'm like, oh, context matters, that's what he meant. At the same time, I am learning, the person that are listening to me is learning at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So you shouldn't be so prideful that you think that, you cannot actually go and look at the thing. Now, Virgin, the worst thing to do is act like you know and then not know and embarrass yourself and then say the wrong things. It's okay. We don't know everything. You get me? You're not supposed to know everything. God is all-knowing. You're going to not know some things. But when you don't know, find out if you can. And get the understanding so you can learn. And for me personally, when I learn, others learn because I'm showing them while I'm doing it. So we're learning at the same time.
The worst thing I think, you see, is to, and for me, I don't have anything behind my name more than the fact that I have a master's. That's it. And I don't speak about it because really, Nigel Clark said teachers don't need masters to be in the classroom. So we're not getting paid for the masters. That's a fact. That's a fact. We're not getting paid for it. So I don't know where I'm going to be in the next whatever years. But I'm just holding on. But the thing is, you see, every person, it's not everybody stay like me and everybody won't stay like me. But especially for the persons who are in higher society, and they have acronyms behind their names and so on. For me, if I tell any of my colleagues, I work at 2 schools because my job is kind of different. I'm not going to tell you exactly what I am, but
please don't. Please don't.
Any of my colleagues, when I tell them anything, they know that when I speak, I am speaking the truth. You understand?
Yeah, you build that credibility and reputation.
Yes, because you're not gonna speak something that you don't know about. And if I say to you, I am not sure about this, best believe I am not sure about this.
So let me ask you. In terms of how Dana Morris Dixon is operating as Minister of Education, as a teacher, or educator, are you pleased with how she's doing her job, or are you concerned about some things?
All right. I'm going to say something that is might be stunning to you, but it was shared by some of my colleagues, and I'm going to share what they have said and what I believe. In their mind, based on favor as a former minister and Miss Dixon, the sentiments is that Favor was a better person as a minister But Miss Dixon is a better communicator because she can articulate her words.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes
So
a
best
lot of
believe
sense.
that.
That makes a
Best
lot of
believe
sense.
that.
That makes a lot of
Okay,
sense.
best believe that. So you will look at that. But they said that favor with there was something I don't remember
But
what
what
it was.
about? I understand communication. I understand better person. But what about the performance in terms of getting it done for the job that they have to do?
I'm in the class, I'm still waiting. Argument done.
Damn. So both of them is a failure? That's crazy.
You want me to say something to you? We're in 2026, right?
Mm-hmm.
I submitted my traveling from 2024 and I spot check some schools for PEP and I've not yet been paid.
Yeah, I mean that has been a real stain on the entire government in terms of just like paying people the money that they haven't you guys been in a negotiation for the last 4 years or something like that? Or 2 years?
As I said, I'm still waiting. I'm being hopeful.
Wow.
But I'm still waiting.
No, but you're waiting. You're waiting. You're working.
It is very disappointing. It is very frustrating. Listen,
as a teacher, let me ask you. As a teacher, people are listening. A lot of people are listening right now, and some people will be listening to the replay, right? As a teacher in Jamaica, what are some of the main challenges in the classroom or in the educational environment? What would you like to? What kind of things you would like to see fixed that is not fixed? And then based off your salary, how challenging is it when it comes on to how, the war and, prices of things going up? How challenging was it before Hurricane Melissa and then post Hurricane Melissa and then now added the war into that? How challenging has it been?
Alright, that's a mouthful. Let me tell you first.
I know, but since I got you here, I would love to hear first-hand experience of what that feels like from a teacher or educator.
Alright, the first thing, infrastructure. I've been at my school from 2017. This school, because I was at another school before. And the fencing has been a problem, and we have tried, and no, it has not been fixed. On any given day you come to my school, you can count up to 10 dogs on the compound.
Whoa.
Any given day. Sometimes yesterday, well, there's a particular classroom that the dog like a particular teacher, and he's there in the classroom, sometimes lying down. Sometimes you see goats come on the compound. I'm from a country school, so sometimes you see goats coming on. Infrastructure is a problem, and even when persons come from the ministry and they check, they say they're coming back and whatever. Nothing like that. Termite infestation is problematic. For my office in particular, I asked them to take out a desk that was there. The termite has eaten down that, so they took it out. I brought in another one. I got it sprayed, got inside sprayed. I call again and I show them some documents that was somewhere there again. Right now I have charts on my wall. And I don't know how documents reach up there, but I saw documents on one of the charts I had to spray the other day. So a part of it, I know that's not good. I have a box of books and some things that I have, some brochures and whatever for my department. And I moved them from the box. It destroyed the box and destroyed some of the books. I put them in a rubbish bag because I don't have the furniture to keep them in.
Wow.
And water keep anytime we have heavy rains, we have water from a particular section. It just goes through one side, so all the chairs from that section, you see water settling the chairs and the floor and so on. And then that bag is a garbage bag full of books. I had to throw them in the garbage bin. And it's not like we don't ask for the help. We do. And it's not my school alone. I'm telling you, it's very bad. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not working out.
But those things are like basic.
Well, it's not working out.
So you mean, so the basic...
Teachers are seen. We're expected to be parents at school, teachers at school, especially for my job. I have to be doctor, I have to be everything else. I have to be ambulance, I have to be everything else. And the expectations, it is so high, and then you're not getting the reward for it. But I'm telling you, a lot of persons that you see in the classroom, it's not because of the pay where we are here, it's the love of the job.
So it's like the state exploits that.
Right. So we will stay because you will make a difference in a child's life. And then, sometimes you're walking on the street and they say, Miss, and you say, oh my God, that was a child that you have like years ago. You see them grow to something else and so on. You feel good. It's a gratification that you're getting, But, I mean, apart from that, and you mentioned, there's another question that you asked
about it, like in terms of your pay. Like, before Hurricane Melissa, what was that like? Post-Hurricane Melissa, and then added to that, the war and inflation, rising of gas prices. What is going on with a teacher right now in that space? What is happening with you?
Look here, the pay has not changed, but because of the rising price and so on, we have to cut back. We have to cut back on a lot of things. For me, grocery-wise, I have to cut back, and we have to, even for the canteen, we have to be changing the menu and adding things differently and so on to the menu to make it work. It's hard, it's hard. And then you find that the students don't really care much to in terms of lunch money and so on. Because I'm from a rural area, but it's kind of hard for me.
It can be honest. Be honest. Wasn't it hard before Hurricane Melissa?
It was hard, but it's harder now because with the war and the oil and that.
If you was to put it on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of comparing it to before Hurricane Melissa, what would the number be?
In terms of harder?
Yeah.
10 being the hardest?
Yes.
Before Melissa, I would say probably 5, 6, but after now it may be a 9. Maybe not got 10 yet, but like 8, 9.
That is terrible.
But because in terms of gas, Bolo, Jesus, alright. I drive a SUV, right? Yeah. And for me, I would for gas. When I put in like the $8,000 gas on a Monday morning, don't really fill the tank. When I put it in on a Monday morning, it will take me up to, when I say Thursday, I have to put in maybe top up a little more to carry to Friday or whatever. No, the other day we were going on a teacher's thing, and I asked them to. I went to the gas station like, Miss Buddy. I said, fill it up. Not remembering the gas thing up. And when the lady said to, because it was very low, and I said, fill it up. And because before this war thing, When I say full it up, it would go like 8,000 something thereabout, and like they would top it up to maybe 8,800. So I'm saying full it up. The lady, when they full it up, and the lady say, I said, how much it reach now? She said 11,200, and it was some more. I said, no, don't put any more in there. Make it same. 11,200, and it never full right up. So I tell her, she said, you want me to top up? I said, no, leave it right there. And I tell her, I never really had that amount of money, but that's if I just use it, because I had to go in something and use it. And it never full up, It never full right up. And I tell her, say, while I was driving, I said, me vex, because I never thought it reached there. You hear me tell her?
Yes.
200. But then I said, no, but I top it up because I never really want to go over at 12 or whatever the case may be. But then I said, leave it right there. And we never stop murmur until about a week or so. You hear me tell her? It's rough. It's rough. 11,200. And I used to pay like 8 something.
Wow. That's a big increase. $3,000 plus on your actual fuel bill.
We tell her, I said, no, nobody top it up. We used to pay like 8, because when I say put 8 in, it depends on how 8 or like 9 tops before. I would say top it at 9. Maybe sometimes never reach there, but if you reach 11 something, 11,200, I was not expecting that. And it's a lucky thing I had the cash pay at the time, at the card could pay, because trust me, I never know what it was, because sometimes you really don't look at, like you would say 200 or whatever per liter. You're not really looking at that. As you're a female, sometimes we don't look at those things. We just go and just buy probably 5,000 or whatever. It's rough.
All right. So it's a 9. That's pretty bad. So what would you say, as an educator, speaking for yourself and others, what would you like to have to fix things to a level where you guys are more comfortable? I mean, if you had an opportunity, you would leave Jamaica, right? And go overseas to work. I think that's a given. Wow. So what would you like to see change in terms of the government doing something? And do you have any hopes that this government will do something? And the last question would be, you're an educator, so you can manage. It's pretty simple. In terms of the manifesto of the People's National Party in the last election, did you see where, like, you would be in a better space as an educator with them in power?
All right. The thing is,
what would you like this government to do, and do you think they will do anything? That's the first 2 questions.
I don't think they would do anything because of ego.
But what would you like them to do then? To make your life as an educator better?
If they say, well, they took 100% or whatever, 200% increase or whatever.
On their money, yes.
And yet still, we can't even get 20% in one go.
Also, pretty much 20% would be the goal that you guys would want as educators.
I'm just saying.
No, man. Listen. Hello. Listen.
You have 0% in the first year, and then what?
Sweetheart.
2.2. So I'm saying we can't even get a 20%. But I'm saying,
listen.
if you can't.
No, Walana. You don't need to justify needing 20% of the money. Tell me, say you want 20% for your money. You want more than 20%.
But I'm just saying they can't even do that.
So 20% would not even be enough in your eyes then.
No, but look at it.
No, listen, I'm with you now.
It's not even just a 20 I'm talking about.
I am supporting the teachers. If you don't want 100%, don't forget it. And the police them too. I am with the teachers. Okay?
Yeah, but that is not even, that is not even what I'm getting at. Remember, even if they're giving teachers a 20% for argument's sake, They're not giving it one time. They're going to give it over a particular number of years, about 3 or 4 years, which don't make no sense because of inflation.
Right. Exactly. It does nothing.
Nothing. So I'm saying if you can't give whatever percent in one go, it doesn't make any sense. Because I think what they said, so the inflation was 7.8% or something like so. And if you're going to give less than that, it don't make no sense.
For
it don't
real.
make any sense. You're giving 2.5 or 2.2 or whatever the case may. I'm not sure right now. But you're giving 0% in 1 year. The next year you're gonna give 2 point whatever percent, and the other year you give 2 point. Don't make no sense. So if you can't give up, and then if you're giving 5% over 5 year over 3 year period, it is still less than what the inflation rate is, which is about 7.8% or something. I don't even know what it is. Whatever it is, whatever it is, whatever you know. But I'm saying if you can't give that, you can't give that. Does it make any sense really? But I'm saying if you can't even give teachers what they want or what they ask for or what they deserve, where are the benefits? Where are the benefits? That your clerk rolling the traveling traveling into our salary and then you tax it. That don't make no sense.
So
one time your salary was different from your traveling.
So you would argue that they have made your lives more difficult then?
You're all right. When you look at it, when you came in with this compensation thingy, a lot of persons you're getting more, but you're going on with less. It doesn't make any sense because practically, all right. Let us say you are a manager. And you have me and 2 other persons under your watch. You are supervising us. When the compensation thing came in, it worked out that all 3 of us are getting more than you. Then does it make sense that you supervise us?
Yo, no, it don't really make a lot of sense.
Exactly.
It don't make a lot of sense.
Exactly. So and then all it work was, and I really have to go to the ministry right now, go start up my thing, because even with the compensation thing with the teachers, when you reach the end of your scale, you're not moving. When I look at my thing the other day when they gave some retroactive, I didn't get any. When I query, I was told that because I'm at the end of my scale, I was not qualified for it. So I'm stuck. The persons coming in, the new teachers, they will always benefit, but the teachers who are there a long time, you just stuck and you're not getting any more of the pay.
Why?
That makes sense.
That's an extensive understanding of, the challenges. But, looking back at the manifesto of the People's National Party, do you see where things would have improved dramatically or any at all if they were in power and they did the stuff that they said they would have done for the teachers?
Well, a lot of persons are here talking about they actually wanted the hosting that they were talking about, and also the first in the family to benefit from the university thing. They're missing that. They're missing out on that, and they're talking about that part. Because even the other day somebody was asking me about the NHT thing, where somebody's looking at to purchasing a piece of land that they said. I was explaining that before the NHT thing, you could, if you're a contributor and you want to say buy a piece of land, or you want you want a house, you would get the 2.5. At the time it was 2.5%. For your contribution you benefit from. Even though they change it, they raise it now.
Hi, Laura.
2.5. But then you would get the 2.5 and you would have a particular period of time to pay off the money to get that, whether the land or the house for purchase. But I was saying to them that no, you have to actually pay off the entire thing before you get the 2.5 from NHT, and I speak up that and nobody can tell me it's right, because I use my contribution to help purchase a piece of land from my brother who is overseas, and the land is for $7 million, and I was only entitled to 2.5%, and NHT told me after paying the $700,000 for the 10%, we had to pay all of the money minus the 2.5% before we could get that from NHT. That wasn't the case before.
Wow.
So I was saying to the person,
As a teacher.
Yes.
Wow.
I was saying to her before, it has changed. So that was a teacher from the other side I was explaining to. That this is what it is now. I said you have to work much harder if you want a piece of land or you want a house. So when I explained to her, she never understand. So because it happened to me, I was able to explain my situation better to her.
Yes.
And it is not, that was not what Michael Manley mandated. It was not the mandate of the energy. That was not what it was there for. It is unfair because we are civil servants and we work very hard and we want to help.
That's true.
You know? Even though I have my own place and I was doing it using my contribution to help my brother abroad. But it is not fair. So for a single person or a mother with kids or whatever you want to come in, it is very hard. It won't help. You won't get that piece of land or that house unless you can pay off. So if the place is for 10 million or whatever the million is, you have to find that money. You have to take out loan from either NCB or wherever before you get that actual part from NHT. I'm telling you. And nobody can tell me about this because it happened to me.
I mean, you're not the first person that I've heard talk about the challenges to the NHT and the process and everything, you know. It's like they want people to say, you know, me can't bother. You know what I mean? Yeah, but as a woman though, you know, what are your thoughts on the recent situation with Lataya Butchie Bulgil? What are your thoughts on that situation with the police?
I don't have much to say on that because to be honest with you, I'm not the person who normally watches certain videos. Even though I happen to see it and I cringe, and I don't have much to say on it. It's just that I'm wondering. When I watched it, I was wondering where I was because that can't be Jamaica. Really.
Wow.
I don't really watch certain because even when person posts or share videos, I don't really watch them. Even school videos where children fight, I don't watch them.
Right.
I cannot see myself watching certain things without getting a particular way, feeling emotional about that. And I'm saying it look for me, understanding what the JCF is all about. If you say to me, you feel like you're under threat or whatever, you would shoot to either they call it now. You put the person at in a particular way, and a matter of fact, the person is a female and she was in a vehicle. So you put if you feel like you were threatened or whatever, you go for the tires. You don't go for the actual person. You go for the tires, so at least if you go for the tires, but you go just one and you go that high. It can't be. Something is definitely wrong. Something is definitely wrong. And if the powers that be don't see that something is really wrong with that, then something is really wrong with us.
Mighty God, I want to thank you so much. You know, this was spontaneous and I appreciate the dialogue. It's good to get an exclusive from an educator or anybody else in Jamaica, because there's so much narratives going around about, what people are actually going through and how they're managing. Think about person that lost everything in Hurricane Melissa. Thank God you still have a home or roof over your head, I assume, and you're still going through it. So just imagine those persons. I mean, there's police men that don't have a home because they lost it. Firemen that don't have a home because they lost it. You know what I'm saying? So, it's real. It's real, man. It's real. It's real.
And I want to tell you that even some of my colleagues, even though we were not impacted by the storm, they have their own storm that they're going through, and we just have to be there for them because we understand what is happening. And trust me, with the salary thing, it's no joke. And I'm telling you, if you have a son or a cousin or a young male in your family and they join the police force tomorrow morning, whenever they come out, their salary that they will be getting is much more than a teacher who has been in the classroom for several years. I kid you not. It makes no sense.
Somebody in the chat is saying, they're saying that you're correct about the compensation plan benefits persons that have a higher, it's at more at the top of the situation.
Yeah.
And also the NHT issue, the person is saying that you're correct on that as well.
It happened to me, so I know. It happened to me. I happened to, and I was, my brother is abroad, he's in England. So when I explained to him, he was able to. It was very strenuous. We had to do loans and all of those things, and we have to come up with the remaining money before it was approved by NHT. We had to come because when we asked, they said, how are you going to do so and so? You have to give us reasons that you are able to. Show us how. Show us how. And even when we were saying that based on whatever, they didn't want that.
Right.
They didn't want that. We had to, and then he had to prove, and then when everything was done from our part, that was when we got a call or a letter to say that it was approved. They wouldn't give it. So I know of it. I know of it. And it's ridiculous. That is not what was intended, the intention.
I mean,
it was not.
Head boy.
It was to help all civil servants.
Sure, I mean, big up. The head boy said, that in a few years, what is gonna happen is that, you're just gonna see a lot of people moving away from Jamaica, and NHT is going to just crash at some point.
No, let me give you a joke. My school is a very small school, and when was it? 2021. I have one person leave, went abroad. It's a small school. I'm not going to tell you how many staff. 2022, one leave. 2023, two left.
Wow.
Last year, 2024, one leave, and last year, one left.
And the only reason why the number is so low is because of the opportunities.
And they're going abroad. They're going abroad. They're teaching abroad. Well, two of them are in Virginia. Right. One is in North Carolina. And we know this.
You guys keep in touch?
Yeah, man, we do.
And how is it going for them over there?
The thing about it, well, everybody knows this. In America, it's all about the bills, the rent, and so on. But in terms of food-wise, they're okay. And I'm telling you, especially one of the teacher, when she was here, oh my God, every week JTS here. Every week she got JT. She used to have loans and loans at JTA.
Oh my God.
Credit union.
So she couldn't even pay her bills then?
What you said to me?
Oh my God.
What you said to me? And she said, when she went there, I think it's only one loan she have leave. And she started her house reached halfway.
So she's in the United States. Started her house there. And it reached halfway.
One is in West Virginia, one is in Virginia.
Wow.
And since she went away, she started her house. And she finished downstairs, she started upstairs, it don't finish as yet. And she cleared off, she had 3 loans with JT Credit Union. And she cleared off 2. I think the other one was near there, so I haven't spoken to her in a long time. So probably it has now been cleared.
I want you to give me 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm going to play this video. I need you to go on mute. All right, it's about that same particular topic of the housing trust situation. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. I have to add this to this reaction.
I'm saying, if there is a surplus of funds within the National Housing Trust, and there is a deficit of housing in the country, if you want to do other things, let me say I'm not commenting on that right now, others will, but I'm commenting on the housing part of it. How is it that there is a surplus of funds within an agency that is supposed to be dealing with housing? We have our brothers and sisters suffering out there with tarpaulin over their houses. People in the tourism sector who get 6 pieces of wood, 6 pieces of zinc, 3 bag of nail, and don't get nothing else. How is it that we are comfortable with those persons in that precarious position? And we have a surplus that we decide that we are going to use it for budgetary support. I am not spreading any misinformation. I am speaking of a presentation that I saw, and Minister, please. Minister, please. Minister, please.
Everyone is a leader.
Minister, please. The issue, Mr. Speaker, I just want you to stop for a second. And I want you to think that these persons, because we're saying this is because of Melissa, you know, and that has been my fundamental problem here, you know, with the NARA legislation and with this. There are 15 minutes remaining on the clock, man. Right? It has been my fundamental problem that when a Category 5 hurricane makes landfall in a constituency, and that constituency, the entire constituency suffers damage from a Category 5. It did not break in Eastern Westmoreland. The entire constituency of Eastern Westmoreland suffered from a Category 5 hurricane. That is the reason why everybody else is celebrating that they have electricity fully restored, but I have 400 people who don't even qualify to get it restored because there's no building to put it on. That is the reason. When I come here, I am talking on behalf. What do you mean wrap up when I have 14 minutes to go? There's the time. No, you're standing order, Mr. Speaker. Each member has 30 minutes to contribute. Each member has 30 minutes. There's the time. You can't be telling me to wrap up when I have 14 minutes on the clock. What is really going on here? What is really going on here? I am not here on my own behalf, you know, sir. I am here because of the privilege afforded to me by the people of Eastern Westmoreland. I'm saying, if there is a...
Yeah, man, so, you know, Mr. Dr. Dayton Campbell just confirmed that, you know, as a politician, you know, they can qualify, you know what I mean? And the people are below, you know, that contribute. The mass of that money seems to be the ones that can't qualify, and they have to be going through hoops and all of these things. And, you know, the process is just frustrating. You know, me personally, I believe if the People's National Party had been elected, you know, these processes would have been, they would have been more smoother. If I'm to be honest with you, I truly believe that. You know, so yeah, man, it's really tough. I have contributed to the NHT. I don't really see. They should have just not taken my money, and I wish I had that money right now.
But look at the education tax. What is it for? You're paying education tax. What is it for? Tell me.
I mean, it's not like they're this. It depends on who is in leadership. Let me say that. That is important. It depends on who is in leadership. You understand? So they can use it for a lot of things. Remember, there's programs to feed those that, can't afford food at school and stuff like that. So, the money, there's a lot of places that the money can be used for.
Well, let me tell you something. As I just asked about the education tax, all right. When I was going to Michael, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you pay your money, you send yourself to school. You can request a tuition refund, okay? I submitted everything that they asked for that I was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And when they have all the documents, the ministry is supposed to compile everything, and they take the documents to a committee where the auditors will go through everything and all of that. And then you will get your tuition refund. I think it was 500,000. I have not applied for the master's one yet, but I'm sure about the degree, the bachelor's. And it took months I've been waiting. Every time they call and say that that is missing, I should submit that. I went and get everything until the end. When the lady from the ministry called me, she said, Miss, I don't know, but I don't think those persons really want to pay. The government don't want to pay any money. So it's like they'll find fault of everything. She said to me, Miss, yours was not approved because they said that they see where you owe Michael $100.
What? Man, stop it. No.
I said to her,
$100 US?
$100.
$100 US?
Which US? I said, Miss,
Jamaican dollar you talk about?
Oh boy. I said, Miss, I don't even owe Michael, not even the brown money, the little brown cents. Not even that. She said, Miss, they will find everything possible. So she said, what you have to do is go to Michael and ask them to write a letter, the registrar or so, to write somebody. I don't remember who she said at the time. I don't remember if it was the registrar or somebody at the time. She said, ask them to write a letter to say that you owe $0. And to be, me just couldn't bother. Honestly, I don't bother. So Anna hears that. Me just couldn't bother. I just left it. $100.
Personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day.
And when I went to the ministry the other day, I was told that lady who was dealing with the thing at the time, she left. So when I was telling the other person who was there, she said she don't see my file, so they just throw away that. So that's that. That's that. And she said she has not seen it on the system. She don't say anything about that. And so me just leave it. $100. And I have because I got grants, I got from different places. I took out loan, I took out this and that, and I paid back everything. I said I don't owe Michael not even the brown cents. Not even the little brown money when me not even know them. Because I never used to spend them.
No, this is unbelievable. $100?
$100. She said they say where I owe Michael $100, so I could not be paid.
Listen, for reaction purposes, those that watch this replay, I need to know if there's any teachers out there that is going through similar. Please beat up a comment section for me, please and thanks. I don't want this to sound like it's a one-off incident, because it sounds to me as if the system is scamming the people. That's what it is, a mental scam.
But I leave it. I left me honestly, me couldn't bother with that stress there. I could not be bothered with that. Me, honestly, God, the way I was so dejected when she said that to me, say, Miss $100. Me say, me, not even the brown money I don't owe them. Anything Michael would owe me because they owe me for books that I paid for that I didn't collect.
You're there.
From the bookshop.
Wow.
And I left it.
And in the education system, that happens like all the time.
I don't know. I know about my case. I didn't get my tuition refund. I'm yet to apply for this one for the masters. I've not yet applied, but I don't know what will happen. I'm hopeful that it will work.
Right.
I'm hopeful. I don't know what they'll tell me because it was an overseas university that I studied. So I don't know what they'll tell me this time.
All right.
But I'm being very optimistic and I'm being very hopeful.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation. We have been on for more than like an hour. You understand? Literally. We're on for more than an hour to talk about this. And so I'm going to go to the main topic which I came on for, but I really do appreciate the conversation. And I thank you. All right? So big up yourself and respect. Respect. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Some interesting commentary here from Mr. Wayne Newsom regarding the geopolitical activities that's happening here in Jamaica. We know there's the USS Nimitz, massive warship, apparently. The tour is ending. All indications is linked towards an attack on Cuba to, circumvent the regime that is actually there. I'm not here to ask anybody what they think about that. Everybody can have their own opinion. That's fine. I just believe that the government of Jamaica should not be involved in anything that appears to be that they're taking side with anybody to go against the Cubans. That's my thing. Some of the arguments that you're about to hear, I'll tell you from now, I believe that an argument could be made against this government in terms of human rights violations, people being unalived by the police, There's an argument for the United States to come and rescue the Jamaican people from what appears to be a tyrannical government. So, I don't know if that's going to be the case in the future. However, we are here. We are observing the space and, let's get into this particular reaction, ladies and gentlemen, with Mr. Wayne Newsom. Wow, what is this? Ooh-wee. Lord of mercy. Yeah, let's get into it, guys.
The vessel and the
We look forward to welcoming the vessel. It never water. So if you look forward in the vessel coming out, she very out of man. She too out of that. She for go away.
Yeah.
She very out of man.
It was
the punks go on this. Them all for war with and kill off. Can't remember, people are dead in a Cuba. Not too way about it. People dying in Cuba right now. Because when you're black kid and you don't have no aisle to run the country. You talk about the hospital. You talk about the school. You talk about all these things. And them are do it. Hear the little nasty one, Hear this.
United States of America, unshakable, unbreakable, and long legacy of cooperation. So we look forward to welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters. And
we look forward in the vessel already in a Kingston Harbor. And you're up on the vessel.
Yo, you already know. You guys already know how I am. I always give credit where credit is due. I didn't catch that, I didn't catch that until I listened to Mr. Wayne Lonesome. The man is the GOAT, bro. Mr. Wayne Lonesome is the GOAT at this. I'm telling you right now, this brother is sharp. No, listen. Daryl Voss says he's looking forward in to welcome in. Daryl Voss, you should have defended Nikisha Burchell. You should have come out publicly and defended Nikisha Burchell to speak patois in Parliament. You are one of them that should have defended her. And let the speaker know, say, listen, the chat bad patois, me a white man. You gonna allow Nikisha Burchell. We're supposed to can chat patois in this blouse and skirt. Yes, him nervous. Him nervous.
That me tell you, same nervous and attack. You know, you're right, but the peace and nastiness to say, we look forward in welcoming the vessel in the Kingston, in a Jamaica waters. That mean it now in the water yet, you know. You have to, at this call, right? Remember play it back. Remember that already, you know, we look forward in, you know, when I look forward for you, say the plane landing in Jamaica, the vessel coming out of the water. It never water. So if you look forward in for it to come back in our water, and it not already. It not Jamaica already. Eh? You might talk like it never. I'm not telling you that this. Look covered. Eh? And you and them scary brother, man. You and them scary brother. Them people that carry them kind of and brother. You don't look right, man. Come on now, man. Eh? You can't say what's a governor and look on your hand. They hear them now weird, them kind of way upon people and they boom van, man. I have something to your hand, man. Come on.
To welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters and to dock. So again, for me, personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day. And as I said before, I just want to thank Scott and look forward to welcoming the vessel and the Admiral into Kingston.
Yo, whose man's is this, bro?
Hey, whose man's is this? Oh, man's is this?
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support, support, support. The like button is free, heard?
Something all right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
We
look forward in for welcome the best in Kingston Harbour, you know, when the match at, you know. We look forward in for it coming to Jamaican water. And Scott, I look forward in for at this them send out.
So we look forward to welcoming the vessel into Jamaican waters and to dock. So again,
to dock? Brother, the ship dock already, bro. What do you mean you look forward in the vessel there already? No, brother. Someone are nervous gone to hell.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way,
Yo, listen, Mr. Voss. Yeah, you gotta get yourself together. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, share this live with 5 people right now. Promise you, share this live with 5 people right now. Oh my days. Woo.
For me,
we look forward in to welcome the vessel and it back, you know. Welcome into Jamaican water and dock. A Jamaica there. The embassy make them can go on it. Eh? Yeah.
personally, unbelievable, unforgettable day. And as I said before, I just want to thank Scott and look forward to welcoming the vessel and the Admiral.
We look forward to welcoming the vessel He get confused. If the band investor will look forward in for welcoming the vessel. And Scott, look out.
Into Kingston Harbour, grab some good coffee, no rum, and reggae music.
Yeah.
Good coffee, no rum, and reggae music. It's a piece of raw shit, yeah. Eh? I know. Yes, brother, what going, sir? Yeah. I fear not them boy, because boy, the man go neighbor bad. And the government, Andrew Willis, will come out, him not come out, Byron. Yes, you see this too. Eh? And the ass said, we don't want to chat. One bag of bullshit. Eh? But let me tell you something. Right? Evil only can prosper for a time, you know. Yes. Evil only can prosper for a time. And I'm just calling as it relates to the statement that Dalva has just made, is to show you that you understand he's scared. Yeah. No, Wayne, I am telling you, you know. Yeah, man. I am telling you that the Andrew Holness administration, right, is scared. And what people need to understand is that they cannot stop United States in terms of, wanting to dock in Jamaica or do anything as a matter of fact. Because what the world needs to know is that United States have all the evidence as it relates to Andrew Holness administration, right? All the evidence as it relates to drugs, money laundering, and right then and there, right in front of us in terms of the panic of Darrell Vaz. Because if you look at that statement, you look forwarding to. Yes. The word to. The word in the reach it, brother. Infinite. Hold on a way. The word to. Infinite. All statement. The word to. Because that is futuristically speaking. Yes. And here he is. Right? Standing on. Standing on the carrier. Yes. Talking to the people.
Yes.
Exhibiting his nervousness. Exhibiting his nervousness to make a statement like that. He did not articulate the few little sentence.
Yes.
In saying, it's a pleasure
to have you.
Welcoming you all.
Yes. We look forward to seeing a Jamaica water.
And this is, this is quite serious, And this is who we have that represent us, the political representation that we are getting, and what we were getting from both his wife, you understand, and this, you understand, piece of, I don't know what to call it. These are crony capitalists.
Yes.
You understand? That is now on pursuit, right?
Yes.
To bring warfare in the Caribbean that we try to build as an hemisphere of peace. And as a result of their corruption, as a result of their destruction, they are now placed as a puppet on a string for United States to use.
Yes.
It is sad. But me just, I'm not taking up any more program. I'm just shocked to
you can't believe it.
Breaking down the statement.
Yes.
You understand? But we need to emphasize it. You understand that this one is panicking.
And you come look and talk about reggae music and about rum. I be a garbage in talk. But why Andrew only stay better? I mean, I ask again. Andrew, you're the Prime Minister. You know why? Let me just preempt him and tell him.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people are dead at Cuba. A lot right now. Because when you put an embargo and you stop the eye, remember, hospital and people depend, dialysis and people are dead. Yes.
You win.
Yes. All right, my brother. Yes. All right, cool. Yeah, man. Dialysis and all kind of things. So people are dead right now. And the man want to go for a run. In a few weeks, I'm 95. Nearly 100. Right? And try to build something around him. The balloon fly over there, and whatever, them not go for no Chinese. Them shoot it down and them have a right to. Right?
Yes. You know, drop pamphlet in a people place, some anti-government one, you know. And then you have to come up with something to find something to go in there. And that them do. And when they carry a move, it take them millions per day. Nearly $10 million for run 9 per day. Yeah, US. That could have feed a lot of poor people in third world countries. See? Yes. If you just go for one man, a 90-year-old man, maybe have a next year in his life, God bless him, about 5 years, but him soon gone home. You want to spend so much money to prove a point because, you know, that the administration know because we're on there so it's not so easy. We're on Iran. So it want to move that and as them say, he want to score something because Iran shake up. It shake up. Right? And they want to score something. Remember play before me time knock up. Remember play Fidel Castro data where she has said about this. Couple days ago.
No, this is gonna be very interesting. Island girl, big up yourself. I know you're late, man, but you better you're late, dad. I like how you're late, just go and share it with a bunch of people and let them know, sir. You're doing a space and I need to come out for yourself. All of my ambassador them for Bolo here, yeah, man, I know share up the light, man. Constantly share up the light, yeah? Trust me, we need it. We need to get the rooms them pack up all the night time. Only for people out there right now in the world, right? But I love for you know, them even know them are miss out on that program right now. You understand? So do the right thing, like and share the video.
Should do this around 5. Look on this.
Heat on Cuba's communist regime, especially after the indictment of Raul Castro under Trump's Don Road doctrine. Is the new Cuba on the horizon? Let's bring in Alina Fernandez, the daughter of Fidel Castro.
See that 5 days ago, people. She just said this. Look on this.
A niece of Raul Castro. She's also an anti-communist activist. Great to see you, Alina. Thank you so much.
She did gone over in the state and then she talk about her uncle now. And let me just strike back. Her uncle she talk about now. Hear this.
Trump and White House turns up the heat on Cuba's communist regime, especially after the indictment of Raul Castro under Trump's Don Road doctrine. Is the new Cuba on the horizon? Let's bring in Alina Fernandez, the daughter of Fidel Castro and niece of Raul Castro. She's also an anti-communist activist. Great to see you, Alina. Thank you so much for being here. So you had a front row seat to the early days of the regime run by your father, Fidel Castro, and of course your uncle, Raul Castro, before you fled Cuba. Can you explain what made you change or realize rather that the regime was punishing people for speaking out, and how did you become such a bold anti-communist voice?
Yes, front row seat, as you say, until I was almost 40 years old, and it caused me to be able to escape from there. I mean, this is too much of a long story. First, when you're a child, you have the feeling that you're uncomfortable, that something is wrong, and you start to grow from there.
So you just get that feeling, say you're uncomfortable and something wrong. That's what I'm feeling. And based off of that feeling that you go against your father and you go against your uncle. Just want to get context, you know. She got a feeling. She never see something wrong, you know. She said she got a feeling that something is wrong. So this is to the first thing that come out of her mouth. Let's continue.
From that feeling, that emotion, that what's going around is not right.
So, God never tell us say what going in a Cuba never right. You just get a feeling. That's an emotion. And you go against your family. And you say this, you know, miss. And you say this, and me. When you come on the internet, careful what you say. Probably need to clarify this because that make more sense to me. You just had a feeling that something was wrong. So you tell me, say, as an elder right now, you can't truly articulate why, more than outside of a feeling, at the inception, why you don't support the regime. That's what they are trying to tell me, sir. All right.
And Do you still have family in Cuba today that you speak to? Do you know what's happening there at this moment with the regime?
My family, since I became what they call a traitor of a worm, if you think differently, had me become the enemy. And that's one of the tragedies of the Cubans, that if you don't think alike, you are treated like the enemy.
That is not something that is synonymous to Cubans. That has to do with every single where in the world politically. Look at Israel. The people them that don't think like Israel, them see them as enemy. And they go to lengths to destroy their enemies. So, you have anything to say about Israel? You see, when I start to really peel back the layers and ask the right questions, people start to sound real crazy on the internet. Why aren't you anti-Israel, miss? And I'm not even talking about the people, I'm talking about the government. If you have that particular frame of, emotion and what is wrong with the Cuban people is because if you go against the regime, you are now the enemy. Who goes against the Israel order of things politically and does not become the enemy? To the point where their lives are lost, nations are attacked, places are bombed. Tell me. Explain to me. Let's continue.
By your own government, yeah. And since the communist takeover of Cuba, President Trump has talked about ending the regime there. There have been a number of American presidents who have tried a mix of sanctions, military operations, normalization towards the regime. None of this has worked to bring freedom to the Cuban people.
They try to help them.
Right.
Too.
What do you think will achieve real change, and what do you think needs to happen?
I'm convinced that a dictatorship, a regime like this gets established with a little help from the outside, and it's the same when it's going to implode. It needs a little push. The circumstance is so delicate. But what do you think at this point? Because you were speaking about negotiating with the regime before in the before segment, and it's very difficult. They are very well established. They've been there for years. They've been playing around. This is the number 14 American president dealing with Cuba. And nothing is changing in there. What is the sense of defending such a state of things? It's amazing. Lives are so miserable.
So, miss, who are making people in life miserable? It's not the Cuban government. It's not the regime. It's outside entities. You sound like a traitor for real. Real talk. Who is making the Cubans' life difficult? If we're being honest. If we are being honest, ladies and gentlemen, who is making the Cubans' life difficult? Is who shut off fuel from them? It's all applied to remove the regime. The regime is working quite fine. Persons are educated. You understand? Their literacy rate is far better than Jamaica and America put together. I mean, the best doctors in the world, they came up with their own self-sustaining vaccine in the pandemic. Right? They do a lot of humanitarian work all around the world. They can defend themselves well enough. I don't get it. You have proud Cubans. They are very disciplined people. I really admire them. So I don't understand. You being the daughter of Castro. Right? Did somebody pay you to come up here and say this? I'm just asking. Yo, this lady credibility shattered, and I am just listening to her for the first time or the second time. Yeah, me soon forward, Mr. Cool. Hold on, me do a reaction. So me record. Just give me a second.
When she go on about say escape. Captain are doing that and people going and going. So she go over there, get all the little things them, and she just attack no life so miserable. And where you have defend. Remember, you know, and the Cuban people make them life miserable, you know, black here. And they turn it and say them. But why punish some people? You know, if you want people to change, you know, punish the whole country and kill out too much, make too much people die for starvation and everything. And say, oh, them cause it. The world can't run like this. So me did that.
I mean, I agree with Mr. Lonesome because at the end of the day, if you leave the Cubans alone, they're going to prosper. Because they have all the ingredients to prosper as a nation. Them have discipline, them have good work ethic, and they are nation-centered in terms of, I'm not thinking about myself. What I do is for my entire nation. Period. So it was quite disappointing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna say go ahead and go over to Mr. Wayne Lonesome and check out the full video and let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Daryl Voss looked like, you know, he was talking gibberish in terms of, you know, he's happy to welcome the ship when it's docked, and it's already docked. Welcoming the ship when it's docked, but the ship docked already, but him still welcoming him, ready to welcome in the ship when it's docked. So you know him did nervous. He thinks they want to take him off of the boat and put him in our hole or something. I don't know, maybe. He was very nervous, ladies and gentlemen. But let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. Alright? Mr. Koala vibes, pick up yourself.
When you no go work, you can left work X time, you no have to work from beginning to end. So while she feels she must come to work and get up when she feel, these people are paid by taxpayers, you know, and this is how they handle themselves as if it's not the people who send them there. But as soon come to Gillette Wholeness and the tabling of these reports. Jamaica, I want to start the class this morning by looking at the state of the transport sector in this country, because I'm getting to understand that the implementation of fares, so bus fare and taxi fare are going to raise starting today. 8% raise, and next month, July, another 8%. So 16% will be added to taxi fare. Where them people here come from? Where them people here come from, Jamaica? 16%. Remember, the teachers and the nurses and civil servants have been asking equally to get their raise of salary and raise of pay and their increments and what the government owe. And Andrew Wholeness and Faval cannot give them the 7% all at once. So how you take up 16% and I go raise taxi men and women's salary? Something is fundamentally wrong with the governance of this country. Because while the transport sector can halt productivity, what if the teachers and police and civil servants decide that they are going to throw down them arms and strike and don't come to work? I think that is equally important as well. So how is it that Faval can have a sit down with them and those within the transport sector? Is who bad you up, Faval? Who bad up Faval? If he come sit down with the transport, I wonder if a Daryl, I don't know, you know. But Daryl made himself available, so too was Faval, and they decide that they're going to raise bus fare 16%. 8% for the month of June and 8% for the month of July. So back to back to back. Commuters will have to face the brunt of taxi fare raised. I hear says $350 now from Portmore to downtown. Elections have consequences, people. Elections have consequences. And when you put back a government in power that don't understand how to govern, this is exactly what happens. Yeah? This is exactly what happens when you choose to put back a government who clearly do not understand the governance of a country. $350 Chico from Portmore now to downtown. Can you imagine, Jamaica? Can you imagine now? Jamaica, this is the prosperity that they have been singing from 2016 to now, and they continue to promote the prosperity. Where is the prosperity? Where is the prosperity, Jamaica? I would love for any labor rights to come and tell us. And you cannot blame Hurricane Melissa, because that is the hallmark that they are saying price of oil raise and this and that. It not have nothing to do with price of oil, because the hedge tax and the alvalorum, whatever they call it, if the Jamaica Labour Party was using that tax and put it in the kitty so rainy day like now when oil price out of control, we could have enough money to cushion the oil prices. But what the Jamaica Labour Party did is that they use the hedge tax, and use it to catch up the economy and put it elsewhere, and didn't put on any for a rainy day just in case oil prices should become unstable yet again. So now that you see oil are raised every week by $4.50, it is a result of the carelessness of the Jamaica Labour Party and the mismanagement and the mishandling of the economy. The PNP put a special tax in place because we would have learned from the oil crisis then. And the PNP put the edge tax in place where you would pay a little thing. I don't remember how much it is. Must be $7 Jamaican dollar. I think. I don't remember, but I want a little bit of money. And Mama P said we would pay this little money, just in case oil price should rise. Remember, we not produce oil, but if we are put on that little $7 here, that little $7 here, that little $7 here, whenever price of oil rise up, at least she will have a little money put aside in the kitty that will go solely towards the importation of oil, so that the government can buy it. Even though the oil price rise, it will cost the government and not the people, because we would have been putting down that $7. That $7, we just have put it aside. When the Jamaica Labour Party came into power 2016, they interrupt that $7 that you used to put aside for rainy days like now, and they use that money that was set aside to cushion oil prices in crisis, and they use it to fund this and fund that and fund that. Now that we are in the crisis now, Jamaica, we have nothing to fall back on. We have to be passing on the rising cost for fuel onto the poor backs of these people. It goes to show you that the Jamaica Labour Party do not know how to govern. They do not know how to govern. And so Jamaica, the week before, last week and this week, every single week, oil price jumped $4.50. All because what? We have no money set aside for rainy days like now. Under the PNP, we had the edge tax and set aside money in case oil price should rise beyond our control. We would have a little money set aside. It is known as the hedge tax. And when the Jamaica Labour Party came into power and they see the money, it's the same thing they do to the NHT. People are contribute to the NHT, and when they come in a power and say the NHT have money down there, and people, you know, when people ready, then go take loan for make their house. So the money down there, they pile up and wait for poor people if come take NHT loan for make their house. And you always go down in the NHT, change the laws of this country to dip in NHT money to fund the budget. Same thing he did with the edge tax. He see the money a pile up because what gas prices were stable the other day. So in coming up power and he see the edge tax money a pile up in dipping at the edge tax money. And you know, tell the people them say the edge tax is to cushion oil prices, you know. No. And take the edge tax money and a funding budget. And now when crisis hit the country now, we don't have nothing to fall back on. These people do not know how to govern. They don't know how to govern, and everything them blame poor Hurricane Melissa. Taxi men and women, not just ask the 16% raise pan taxi fare because gas price out of control. The taxi men and women are bawling out because they don't have no good road for drive pan. It no make no sense to no fix no taxi and it costs you 100,000, 150,000 for fix today and you shoot out back on the road. And as you run 2 trips, so boom, your front end gone again, you tire them bus, your rim them bend up. And you know you can't drive your vehicle with a bend rim. The bend rim I go bust your tire. So persons are not, the taxi men and women are not saying it's because of the oil price alone make them want them 16% raise in a taxi fare. The road is in a deplorable condition as well. So when Daryl Vaz and Favor are going to come out and blame the rise in oil prices, and why is it that them have to give the taxi men and women the 16%? It is a lie. Part of it have to do with the rise in oil prices. But taxi men and women are crying out equally because the road them bad and it a damage their vehicle and it a cost the taxi men and women them equally. So somewhere or another, Jamaica, they have to look to the people. But they didn't have to look to the people if they had used the edge tax money for its intended purposes. We would not have to ask commuters to pay more to taxi men and women. It is poor management and mismanagement of this country. Jamaica. As Dana say, no driver should have do fitness on their vehicle because the road is not fit for their vehicles. And it is true. Policemen and women can pull you over any day, anytime and say your car, your fitness up and your fitness is and find some little fault with your good vehicle. And when you look on the condition of the roads are the reason why people vehicle go out and mash up more than the ordinary.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be right back. Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app. A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to
Jamaica, I don't know what we're going to do as a country, but every single day, people just dislike the Labour Party government more and more and more. It's not even funny anymore. It's not even funny. But anyway, moving on. I heard the Prime Minister come out and I asked the people them, what happened to we national pride? Because we litter the place and with this and with that. I want to ask the Prime Minister. Only never bring in but remember we have rubbish truck from Wapikil fill up. Me see the Prime Minister do one battalion a parade. And you know this government is all about a show. Them parade must be about 300 garbage truck a drive back one another. Like how they do the new JUTC bus. I must see about 3 of them now burn up the brand new JUTC bus. Them just a catch a fire so. Where Daryl Vaz get them from, nobody knows. I must see about 3 JUTC brand new LNG bus catch a fire. Sexy Princess say about 4 now. Catch a fire. Eh? Anyway, the Prime Minister asked the people of Jamaica what happened to the national pride. What happened to the national pride because only no top litter the place. But I want to ask the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you know, if you say if the garbage truck them come at people gate as scheduled, people would have top litter the place. Eh? Then I say curse them on the land. Me want to ask the Prime Minister. Yeah? If on a schedule the garbage truck them on time to come collect people garbage, on a fee said the built up and the pile up wouldn't exist. Eh? But we can't even blame the residents them for dispose them garbage properly, you know, because when you look and see people like a Adley Garden, we are run the National Solid Waste, who has the responsibility for organizing the garbage truck and set their schedule. And remember Adley Garden under investigation, you know. Because Adley Garden himself a collect how much pint at $1 million and Adley Garden never finish high school to get a diploma. Adley Garden sit in the position, yeah, as the CEO down a National Solid Waste and I collect millions of dollars. The salary is equivalent to one who would have graduated from the university. Allow me to tell, I mean, when me attack people, I say, me don't know what me attack about. You know, Adley Garden, who heads the National Solid Waste Management Authority, are you the holder of a university degree? Remember that the Auditor General do the investigation, you know, and based on the findings, yeah, they ask the question to provide the Auditor General with the employment records of individuals. And when you look, Adley Garden head the list to be collecting how much $1 million a year time, and Adley Garden didn't graduate from high school, much less to hold a college degree or a university diploma, and he's getting the equivalent of that of a university graduate. So the time then take a pay them exorbitant fees here to unqualified individuals down a National Solid Waste. That money could have used to fund the garbage truck them so they can come on a more frequent basis. Eh? George Greer remind us say he's an ex-police officer. Same way. How them so them are criminally find themselves in the Jamaica Labour Party, I don't know. Eh? Yes, Anash, a serious thing. Adley Garden, I'm sure if I pull it up right now, it was in the Sunday Gleaner about 2 weeks ago. The Auditor General flagged them because they went down to NSWMA and audit them. And when the audit come out, it shows that when the Auditor General asks for the employment record, they ask HR and Human Resources to provide them with the list of all who are employed at the National Solid Waste. Yeah? And when you look, they are asking for their employment records. And persons are getting millions of dollars. And the requirement says for you to hold such position, you have to have a bachelor's, yes, so you have to have a degree, yes, so you have to have a site list out, you know, and the National Solid Waste Management Authority under Adley Garden hire these people, knowing the requirement for the position, ask you for such qualifications and him put people there to work. But him can do better because he is the CEO and the CEO requirement is to have, a university degree to run as CEO down a National Solid Waste. And Adley Garden don't have a high school diploma. And Andrew Holness is going to ask the people them this morning, where is on a national pride. Because if we tap litter the road, how about you hire a person with the requisite qualification so they can function the NSWMA properly to do the basic of the basic, such as to write a proper schedule, so that the garbage of persons in our communities can be collected on a regular basis. Huh? How about that, Andrew? Why you not go down at the NSWMA and ask what kind of thing this will make the Auditor General find out about? Can you imagine millions of dollars being used to pay unqualified persons? No wonder the garbage truck them can't service, because the millions of dollars we charge for service the garbage truck, they have to use pay uno. And then the Prime Minister come and ask we what to we national pride. I condemn roadside littering. I'm sure if the schedule did right properly and the garbage trucks them did a service on a regular basis, garbage would have been collected frequently. Now so it go come here now. But this is a government that you choose to put back in office, a government that takes zero accountability whatsoever. So much so that Andrew is going to blame the people. Jamaicans are no idiot, and while you have those who like to litter, I'm telling you, if we do what we're supposed to do, by the people and for the people, such as providing them with the basic assistance, such as at least 2 to 3 times a week, a garbage truck pass through, persons will get into the frame of mind, say, I understand the back of your saying, I keep it till the garbage truck come. Jamaican people have sense, but because seeing a garbage truck in our communities nowadays is like a delicacy. Me live in our hearty bell labor right constituency as Xavier Main from me there till now. One time I see one blue in my 30 years, one time I see one blue garbage front truck pass through, and about 2 weeks before September 3rd. You know what me say? 2 weeks before September 3rd, and a judgment in the community, you want to see the two fenke them take out camera phone and a video. Because them something here don't happen in a Southwest Center. We don't have garbage truck a pass through for we community. When we see them as something, when we come out of the bush and go up on the North Coast or we come at town. Member of Parliament, Xavier Main. You know if you ask yourself if Xavier ever turn up in the Parliament and give a proper representation at Southwest Center. And that you know if you ask yourself, all who depend on the live and listen. The MP for Southwest Center. Ask yourself if you ever see Xavier Main turn up in the Honourable House of Parliament and give an account for Southwest Center. I remember saying, I'm a liar. Look and see if when anybody turn up on them foot and contribute, as Xavier is there in the house. If you don't see Xavier, they hitch up back and hide. I beg God no make the camera go upon him. And at them they represent constituency. But anyhow, Jamaica, we moving on. I'm not sure if you guys saw the member for Central St. Catherine, the Honorable Babsy Grange, did an interview with Nationwide. And she's using some language. If anybody had used those language, you would have seen them come out, come condemn. So Kamina and Cuthbert Flynn, our next one, I think a favor, take it upon themselves as women, but them a bash Nikisha Burchell. And they're not learning, So them bash Nikisha Burchell, so Jamaica love her even more. So Babsy Grange now, a fear time for all the hot mic. So Babsy say, what Nikisha Burchell did was very disgusting. Very disgusting for speaking in patois and for stating the obvious what every single Jamaican is saying about the Prime Minister's wife. Juliet always behave like a controlling wife, a wife that controls her husband. Yes, and she's free to speak outside the perimeters of Parliament. Just like how Babsy come and use unparliamentary language. I think it is equal. Me tell you, there's no sense, You are gonna come out and upon an interview and do the same thing to another woman where you are accused another woman of doing. You are come out, Babsy, a cuss in a class, another woman, and I call what she did disgusting. I look down on another woman. Basically, you are doing the exact thing that you accuse Nikisha of doing, you know. But the difference is, Babsy, you are trying to garner some support, but you're not getting any support. Because if Cuthbert Flynn couldn't get the support, and Fayeval and Kamina John, you think you are going to get the support? Eh? You are saying that Birchell is disgusting. Disgusting for saying what? You know what I find disgusting, Babsy? What I find disgusting, yeah, is the investigation that you are under. Because it is out there, it is public knowledge. So you used to rent vehicle to transport the gunman and the badman and the gangman them. Yes, that is more disgusting. It is out there in a public record. An investigation that Babsy Grange used to rent house, put the gang leader them and the gunman them. And lie me, I tell you, know, things that is more disgusting than what Nikisha Birchell did. The outrage these people come out with talking about who touched the mace from who speak patois in the house. This is the outrage in Jamaica. For speaking patois and for touching the mace. But where is the outrage that you, Babsy Grange, is under investigation for renting houses and vehicles to transport and to house the criminal element? Make us see if I can find them in my records. Because I don't want the old junk them come over here and screen record me and say them sue me. So make I pull up the National Gallery and the records. For them and those who can read. Let us read together, class. Multiple vehicles registered in the name of what? A Jamaican politician, Olivia, but make her take me time and sit down and go through. Uno come here, labor right, uno dep on full display this morning. Both you the talks and Nikisha Birchell disgusting. Make we read together what is more disgusting among the Labour Party. Come here, Babsy. Multiple motor vehicles registered in the name of Jamaican politician Olivia Babsy Grange have been driven by or associated with known gangsters. Investigations by Jamaican authorities tied vehicles linked to Grange to the following incidents. 1. Oliver Bubba Smith. In July, a Honda Civic motor car co-owned by Olivia Babsy Grange was being driven by notorious one other gang leader Oliver Bubba. Wanna see that, Jamaica? I find this more disgusting than speaking patois in the parliament. It gets worse, Jamaica. The next incident has to do with somebody named Omar Tikaros Campbell. Read ya. Detectives question Babsy Grange again after a shooting at Church and Wellington Streets left a gang member known as Omar Tikaros Campbell dead. Police records reveal that Olivia Babsy Grange was the co-owner of the vehicle in which Mr. Campbell was killed. Babsy Grange denied knowing the gentleman and claimed that her name was placed on the vehicle registration document as a guarantor for a bank loan for a constituent identified by police as who? See it in front of Una Jamaica. As one or the gang member, Andrew Bunman Hope. And this was taken from the Jamaica Observer. It is public knowledge. So why this woman come out a go on like she is holier than thou? Ono is a national disgrace. You is a national disgrace, Babsy. And whenever you decide to hang up your political stockings and walk away from politics, there is nothing to your name that the Jamaican people will remember you for that you would have done to uplift this country. But you come and talk about Nikisha Birchell disgusting. How about the facts? Only enough it team up and gang up. And now when you team up and gang up as women, the Jamaican people is still siding with Nikisha Birchell. Only no shame. Only no shame. First of all, as a member of parliament, why is it that your name, out of everybody else, what make you as the MP name have to call, say you rent vehicle to transport the gang leaders? What make out of all of the MP them a your name call, say you rent apartment, put them in a stay? You can talk to Nikisha Burchell, where? I no come show no dirty water upon the good pastor daughter. You look at no woman. I'm in a good mood today, you know, cause not even God can save you this afternoon in a parliament, you know. Or no better come table the rip. I don't already figure down in it yet, you know, people. Paula, she out of order. Out of order, Paula. About Nikisha Burchell and very disgusting. It wasn't disgusting when you a rent vehicle for transport gunman. Babsy? It never disgusting as a woman. Imagine, me hear Nikisha Burchell refer to you as Auntie Babsy. So if you are class the young parliamentarian as disgusting, she would have learned from you. You would have set the precedence for her to follow. Now so it go. Disgusting as disgusting comes. Can you imagine? You a rent vehicle as a politician. How can you use your name to rent a vehicle? Yeah? And why is it that a gang leader would use your name to rent a vehicle to transport known gang members? How the hell you think that gang man had the audacity to do something like that had it been you, the MP, and the gang member wasn't in some form of collusion and relationship? Huh? The facts are there. We are not telling any lie on the labor rights. Huh? Multiple vehicles register, not one, you know. The word multiple, tell me, say, in a primary school, say multiple means more than one. So I know just one, or no two, or no three times. And many times, Babsy Grange rent vehicle for transport criminal elements, including notorious gang leaders. See here in the Observer, multiple motor vehicles registered in the name of Jamaican politician Olivia Babsy Grange have been driven by or associated with known gangsters. So what observers say, some of the time a Babsy drive the vehicle them too. So when they see the MP turn on her blue flasher and I go through, she is creating the avenues for no obstruction to transport the criminal elements in Spanish Town. And this is the reason why Siaga did always want Babsy come a West Kingston to be the MP, because this is what happened in Labour Party strongholds. Not hiding Babsy. So when you come out and I try to destroy people good name and then good character, remember say you don't have no legacy back of your name, Babsy. This is what the Observer is reporting about you. The Observer say that these vehicles have been driven by Babsy herself or associated with known gangsters. You don't need to hear anything else. So when Babsy come out and a launch attack against women, she must tell Jamaica that she is the hallmark of it all. The evidence are there. And if Nikisha Burchell should ever come out now, come do a video and blast her, you're going to hear say them, I know what. So she say, you know, I don't know what is wrong with these new breed of politicians. Welcome to the generation that is taking over Babsy. What you need to do, tell the Jamaican people, oh yeah, stifle Kerencia Morrison in the ministry. Kerencia Morrison is the state minister in your ministry. So what make you there, them a meeting you out and about to do interview all over the country? You're not tired? All woman like you fi sit down in the office, in the ministry, and hold things together, and Lego the young state minister make she do them your island-wide interviews. No, you they all bout, like your young smaddy. Why you not stop sideline Kerencia Morrison? Me hear the Labour right them a bash you. The Labour right them a say you need fi guard your yard when night come. Night Jew they kill you. Every pan knock, every dance, everything if you do with entertainment, you did it. I not tan good. Lord, the young Kerence Morrison make she do a little thing in the ministry. And that's why Orlando Terry Lang did have to get up with from around you. Remember Orlando Terry Lang was in the Ministry of Entertainment, Gender, and whatever, you know. Remember. And Babsy fight out the man, so then put him over foreign affairs. Nobody no want turn around Babsy, and it's the same thing she can do, Kerencia. Kerencia cannot come out, come give a statement in the ministry, and she are the state minister. Every other state minister can function, except Kerencia Morrison. Babsy have around that heavy manners. Heavy manners. And then there's something that you have to come out and talk why you do the women them in the country. A stifle the poor women them from progress. But because you see Nikisha Burchell, a progress, yeah, and the PNP now stifle the women them, we say, go on a road, young, bright and beautiful, and that we don't like. We and one is not the same. In Sparky, we and them is not the same. So then grudge Nikisha Burchell become Mark Golding, say, come girl, do road and make a name for yourself. The people them love you. Who love Kerencia Morrison more than can broad out her short toll and people have them and no road leads to me. Nothing to tell the people of this country and of them sit down in a ministry as state ministers. Babsy, I don't want to speak down on you anymore. But I will just say this. Remember, say you know have no good track record. Alright? So when you come one show cold water upon the good pastor data, remember say your reputation is one that one will be remembered for. That is not of no name good. Alright? Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol Miller. Thank you.
From the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The FLA report has been tabled, and I want to say this is a win for democracy. Let us see why they wanted to hide this Integrity Commission report from us. Let us look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Let us look at the allegation. All right, this is page 6, all right, of the report. By way of an anonymous electronic email received by the Director of Information and Complaints on May 31st, 2021. It was alleged, ladies and gentlemen, a firearm dealer, John Elliott, gun shop, was shut down for numerous months, but miraculously reopened after John paid a hefty $500,000 sum under the table to have it reopened.